The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 7. By Timbre. Translated by Grave Robber TL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 25. Raising the Curtain. Chapter 225. The noon bell tolls. As noon approached, the arena was filled with people. Emperor Johannes, who was watching the situation in the VIP seat located at the highest point in the arena, sighed at the sight of his missing VIPs. Who has joined us so far? We have the guests from the Principality of Albatro and Rondine together with our guest from Sokol, Your Majesty. The United Kingdom and the Dominion are absent her. Yes. Both of them were asked to stay in their room as important witnesses for Letitia Sama's abduction, but it seems that they are dissatisfied with this treatment. Well, perhaps they simply do not like being suspected as criminals. They should have known this would happen given the relationship between the kingdom and the United Kingdom. Johannes said so and asked for the remaining guest. Wendy Dono and the Saint obviously can't attend the event today, but what about Celestial Princess Dono? Wendy, who is their guest from the elf village, is currently staying in her room in the castle. Her action was restricted and her situation is close to being under house arrest, but considering the size of the case she was involved in, this is already a generous treatment. Letitia, the Saint on the other hand, was abducted and currently not even in the imperial capital. It was inevitable that the two would not be here. However, Orihime the Celestial Princess is different. I haven't received any report yet, but I forcefully asked her to restore the barrier inside the throne room. So, didn't I tell you that such a thing can be put off? We cannot possibly delay that, Your Majesty. What would you do if she says that she won't be coming because she is tired? The people would get suspicious from the fact that the Saint is missing alone, but if even the Celestial Princess is absent too, they will start to worry, you know? Even so, the restoration of that barrier is our top priority. Besides, if the tournament smoothly proceeds, the people's anxiety would be minimized to some extent anyway. Despite problems after problems keep presenting themselves, the reason why they didn't consider the possibility of cancelling this event was to not make their citizens anxious. It was the result of the discussions among the Emperor's close aides. Also, the fact that Eric, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, guaranteed to everyone that Sokol would not invade the Empire did play a big part. If the Sokol Empire is not involved in this incident, the meaning it holds is that their opponents are only the Kingdom, the United Kingdom, and the Dominion. If that is the case, then it will fall into their already predicted scenario, so there is nothing worth panicking about. Johannes has that much confidence in the defense of his borders. The confidence in the ability of the elites he has assigned to protect them. That is certainly true. Johannes sighs at Franz's words. For Johannes, this tournament is a big event that will conclude the 25th anniversary of his coronation. It also serves to allow his people to forget all the recent incidents in the Empire. For that sake, he had invited well-known guests from other countries to reassure them. If they do not show their faces at this tournament, then it would make him doubt why he had invited them here in the first place. When Johannes was thinking so, the people suddenly raised their voices. What's happening? It seems that Celestial Princess Sama has arrived. Orihime entered the arena while making herself as noticeable as possible. After she waved and smiled at the people, she walked toward Johannes. Thanks for coming, Celestial Princess Dono. Yumu, it was pretty tiring. Your Majesty. I was up all night, you know. We apologize for the inconvenience. You have my gratitude. I will accept plenty of your gratitude later. For the time being, treat me amicably. We have to put up the show to distract them from the Saint's absence. Saying so, Orihime pointed at the seat next to the Emperor. Normally, this place only has 2 chairs each for the Emperor and the Empress. Orihime is telling the Emperor to let her sit here as well. Her aim is to show the favorable relationship between the Celestial Princess and the Emperor. If they have something to talk about within their sight, the people will not worry about someone who isn't here. I see. Thank you again. Franz, prepare a chair. Yes, as you wish. With that said, a luxurious chair is prepared next to Johannes. Orihime sits down there and immediately bounced on it to check its comfort. Yumu, so fluffy. The view is great too. It's a special seat. Saying so, Orihime starts looking around. Then, she noticed something. Mew Mew, where is the knight commander that is always with you, your majesty? I left a leader at the castle. Franz was the one who arranged that. I left the preparation today in his care. Fumu, is it also related to how you want me to fix the barrier in such a hurry? My deepest apology, but I cannot give you the details as it is related to security concerns. I see. Then with the knight commander away, the protection around his majesty will be thin, no? Can't you at least tell me something about that? My apology. Sorry, Celestial Princess Dono. My Prime Minister is a little inflexible. Mind not. A Prime Minister has to be secretive like this. If the Empire's Prime Minister is not this secretive, then it would be boring. Thank you very much for your understanding. Excuse me for changing the subject, but where is His Highness Arnold? Celestial Princess Sama. Al, who is supposed to be Orihime's entertainer, is nowhere to be seen. Franz looked around as he thought that he might be mingling with other guests, but he seems to not be here. Arnold, her. I left him in the castle. You left him? Did that stupid son of mine did something again? Arnold is doing well. I have been very entertained thanks to him. I left him there because I planned to sit next to your majesty from the beginning. If I sit next to your majesty, he would have nowhere to sit after all. I was only being mindful. I see. Thank you for your consideration. It's me who is grateful. Arnold took good care of me. I don't think that other princes would be able to do the same. I took a liking to his company, you know. You chose a good prince to take care of me. Saying so, Orihime shows a wide smile. Johannes was a little surprised at her evaluation of Arnold, but he immediately smiled back. I see, I see. He is a lot like me after all. Absolutely. Especially your whimsical part, your majesty. Hearing that, Johannes glares at Franz, but Franz simply pretends not to see that. While they were having such a conversation, the Empress, Brunhild, who was out greeting the guests, returned to the room. My, Celestial Princess Sama. Greetings, your majesty the Empress. I am sorry for disturbing you here, but please allow this selfishness of mine. What are you saying? You are very welcome here, Celestial Princess Sama. Brunhild welcomed Orihime, but her true feeling cannot be ascertained. However, no one here cares about that. Johannes would prioritize Orihime's proposal over Brunhild's feelings, and so does Franz. Orihime is well aware of that, so she doesn't give much consideration to Brunhild either. Furthermore, even Brunhild herself understood that her feelings are only a secondary concern here. An empress is originally that kind of existence. Even if she directly shows her displeasure, Johannes would mercilessly move her seat even further away from him. The gap between them has widened even more from the time with Lorenz. In that slightly tense atmosphere, Orihime heard the sound of a bell toll. It is the bell that announces the arrival of noon. It's time, her. Well then, let's get started. Johannes raises his hand while sitting on his chair. With that as the signal, the knights lined up and blew the horns. The sound of the horns echoes throughout the imperial capital. After the sound settled, Johannes stood up from his seat and addressed his people in a loud voice. Hear me. I hereby announce the beginning of the imperial fighting tournament. A big cheer echoed. While listening to their cheer, Orihime muttered to herself in a small voice. I pray for your luck, Arnold. After that, Orihime slowly sharpens her nerves. After all, the unpleasant smell is now stronger than ever. Chapter 226. Rendezvous Point. The noon bell, her. All right, let's go, I'm ready. They won't be moving immediately, you know. Mia, who is here in my room as Finn's escort, is a little too enthusiastic. She is ready for combat with her bow in hands. It's all right that she's being enthusiastic, but if she is this energetic now, I am worried that she would just exhaust herself during the real deal. Why so? Because the tournament has just begun, right, Alsama? Exactly. I affirm Finn's answer. That being said, Mia still tilted her head. If it has already begun, then they should have already started moving, no? The castle's security is now considerably weaker because of it, right? Just because the tournament has begun doesn't mean that they would enact their plan immediately. The reason they would choose this timing is that the tournament will attract attention. The tournament just started. If they want to move unnoticed, then they would choose the time when the people's eyes focus solely on the tournament. A secret maneuver is not meant to be seen by others. Is that right? If they don't do that, then it wouldn't be a secret after all. When I smiled and answered Finn, Mia whispered his making an evil smile again. She isn't my secret sharer for nothing, her. Then we should quietly wait for them to move. We will do what we can. Aloys already went to Rupert's side and Trounison is already with Krista. Our escorts are ready. How this goes will be depending on our opponent's moves, but I already predicted it to some extent. So roundabout. What should I do then? Can't I just find the enemy and immediately knock them out? Ah, seriously, said Mia as she hit the table. Take down the obviously bad guy. That's how Mia fought so far. To her, my fighting style probably seems roundabout. Mia is the chivalrous thief. She finds the bad guy, ambushes them, and lays down the punishment. Her actions are straightforward. However, right now we are moving behind the scenes. She probably can't get used to it immediately. Mia-san, please calm down. Finn-sama too. The battle has already begun, you know. Shouldn't we take the initiative and quickly take down the enemy? We still haven't identified the enemy yet. Without any proof, attacking someone will only cause confusion in the castle. If we do that, then we will be giving the initiative to the enemy instead. That is. Please be at ease. Ulsama is properly thinking about that. Isn't that right? Finn smiles and directs the conversation toward me. Nodding to her, I immediately started explaining. I wouldn't want to be interrupted again after all. The enemy's primary goal is to take control of the castle as a whole. After that, they will move in to secure hostages for themselves. Lastly, they will head to activate the celestial sphere. That's where the problem lies. What is the problem? To activate the celestial sphere, you need multiple highest purity jewels. Another name for those jewels is the rainbow celestial jewels. They are national treasure class jewels that colorfully shine like a rainbow. The magic power each of them contains is tremendous. They need to procure 3 of that and place it in a specific location to activate the celestial sphere. So it would be hard for them to get those national treasure class things. Even Gordon, who is a general of the Imperial Army and a candidate for the throne, will probably only have one of his own. Then he can't activate it, right? The celestial sphere is the most important defense mechanism of the Imperial capital. Naturally, the rainbow celestial jewels are already prepared here in this castle. It is only natural to have them on hand so that the celestial sphere can be activated at any time. The problem is where they are. I know one place that definitely has one. Who? Where is that? The existence of the rainbow celestial jewels is like a national secret. It would be one thing if you are a minister or a general, but it is not information that Finn can personally obtain. That's why I am quite interested in her confidence. I know it too. It's the treasure vault, isn't it? They won't put it in such a standing out place. Why? It would be easier to put important things all together, isn't it? Their value is different from the other treasures. From a strategic point of view, they are not a simple valuable object. There must be some that His Majesty can access at any moment. That's why I am sure that there must be at least one in the throne room. What is your basis for that? I think that if it's not there, His Excellency the Prime Minister wouldn't be in such a hurry to have Orihime-sama fix the barrier yesterday. I quietly nodded to Finn. As I thought, Finn's ability to assess the situation has been refined. If she can do this much, then I don't need to worry about leaving Mia with her. Correct. There are 2 rainbow celestial jewels at the throne room. Well, I don't know where they are exactly though. Then we can just protect the throne room, right? There's no need for us to guard the throne room ourselves. The strongest swordswoman in the Empire is already on that. So the reason why the Knight Commander is not by His Majesty's side is to protect the throne room. I can't think of any reason other than that. Well, Father's security will be thin, but I think that the Prime Minister probably has some measures in place regarding that. Alida is currently the strongest fighter in the imperial capital. With the barrier restored and Alida's presence, the security of the 2 jewels in the throne room is guaranteed. That being the case, there are 3 remaining in the castle. Even if Gordon prepared one by himself, he would only have 4 at most. Now we can avoid the scenario where the celestial sphere is activated at full power. The Prime Minister probably thinks that the remaining rainbow celestial jewels can be protected by the other Imperial Knights. As evidence, in addition to the first corps, 2 more corps stay behind in the castle. Only the 5th corps and below are at the Emperor's side. Their number is not reassuring and the arena is not exactly a place that can easily be defended. In a sense, Father's security details are as thin as the time when the vampires attacked. Even so, the reason why the place with the most protection right now is the castle is to prevent the celestial sphere from being activated. After all, once it is activated, he cannot expect any external reinforcements nor can he escape in case of emergency. I could say that the Prime Minister has come up with a solid measure this time. Then we don't have anything to do, right? There's no way that's the case. We have to protect the other jewels as much as possible while escorting the other possible hostages from the enemy. First, we must ascertain an escape route, then evacuate the possible hostages to a safe place. We need to start on these 2 things. There are other possible hostages. There are. They won't work against the Emperor, but they are valuable enough to be used as a bargaining chip to the people involved in this. The consorts in the inner palace, right? Yes. My mother is of course a target, but that includes the other consorts as well. Moreover, there is my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is Alida's elder sister, while my mother, who was originally a commoner, is highly popular among the people. If the Emperor abandons them, people will grow to distrust him. Ah, it's getting confusing again. Can't you just say that you want us to save your mother? Mia hit the table again. Seeing that, Finn bitterly smiled. That's how the imperial family is. We have the duty to protect the empire over our own family. Even if that is how we really feel, our personal feelings cannot be prioritized. I decided to protect the imperial capital in Leo Place. That's why I didn't attach any escort to my mother. I don't even know whether the maids at the inner palace can help her survive through the attack. When I was thinking so, Mia strongly hit the table again. Stop saying such pathetic things already. There's no way that a person who can't even protect their own family can protect their country. You think so too, right? Finn-sama. Yes. I think so as well. There, see. If you won't say it no matter what, then fine. I don't need your permission. I can just save her by myself. You can at least give me approval for that, right? Mia strongly said so. A chivalrous thief has declared that she would take on a country. Not only does she have a strong sense of justice, but she also possesses the willingness to believe that her justice is correct. She is a person worthy of respect. I didn't want to put Finn at risk too much, but even if I stopped her, she would do it anyway without my permission. I'm grateful. I will leave her to you. All right, leave her to me. Then we will be heading to the inner palace first. Shall we meet up after we finish rescuing the consorts? Yeah, that's fine. We will rendezvous at the throne room. The throne room? Are you sane? We will have nowhere to escape to at the top of the castle, you know. The usual entrance will be blocked, and the lower you go, the more enemies will be. As long as a leader is guarding the throne room, that place is almost impossible to break through. Gordon will probably not send any more units there either. That's why I chose the throne room. I understand that the enemy will be thinner there, but I doubt that the Knight Commander can overcome such a difference in numbers. If we gather all the possible hostages at the throne room, I think that they will surely send more reinforcement though. There's no problem. There is a secret escape route at the throne room. The ones who know about it are me, the Prime Minister, and the Knight Commander. Other than them, it would only be my father alone. Isn't that the Emperor's personal escape route? How did you know about such a thing? 11 years ago, Father told me about it himself. I had to hide in the throne room back then, you see. It was when I was told to observe his meeting with the ambassador from the Sokol Empire. Father told me to hide at the entrance of that secret passage. I didn't even tell Leo about it. father told me that it was a man-to-man promise after all. But that promise will have to expire today. I'm sure that he will forgive me. Muttering so, I got up from my chair. It's about time the enemy started to move. If we stay in the room, then we will be easily apprehended. All right, it's time to act. Saying so, we left the room. Chapter 227. Result of playing around. 3 Imperial Knight Corps are guarding the castle. The first corps protects the throne room while the other 2 were also stationed at key locations by the Prime Minister. That being said, the overall protection of the castle is being left to the army. Originally, the Imperial Knights should occupy the majority of the castle defense, but it can't be helped that they have to use the army as they have spread out to protect the Emperor and important locations in the castle. It must have been a tough decision for the Prime Minister. Many among the Imperial army favor Gordon. If possible, he wouldn't want to use them, but since he has no other choice, he assigned a general from the moderate faction for castle defense. That general is General Istman. He is a 60-years-old senior general. He was one of the generals who were in charge of managing the army at the central part of the empire. People see him as a general who is always smiling. In fact, that impression of him is not wrong. He is a person who loves the young soldiers like they were his own grandchildren and cultivates them with his knowledge and experiences. His reputation is also very favorable among the empire's people. He is one of the few that is not only popular among the soldiers but the people as well. Naturally, this man is well trusted by my father. However, he is with Gordon here. When I was heading to the inner palace with Finn and Mia, I muttered as I saw the soldiers gathered in front of the stairs. The soldiers are walking back and forth as if they are looking for something while keeping their eyes on the stairs. Moreover, they seem to be alert. To guard the castle, it is enough for them to patrol the already decided route and station a few soldiers at key locations. It's strange that they are so alert as they are searching for something like that. Enemy. Then I will blow them all away. It will be difficult to move if we get caught at this stage. We will have to face a lot more soldiers until we reach the inner palace, you know. That's true. I have to get around them somehow. So roundabout. Mia is upset at mine and Finn's assessment. I'm sure that Mia's ability can break through their defense and get us to the inner palace, but we have to keep in mind that we have to escort people on our way back as well. At the very least, I don't want to cause a fuss until we arrive at the inner palace. Is there any way to distract them? What are we going to do after we distract them? I want to enter the room on the other side of the aisle. We can't get downstairs that way, you know. It's all right, I have a plan. Then that's easy. Saying so, Mia suddenly aims her bow out the nearby window. She then shot out an arrow made of magic power without any sound. I couldn't understand what she was doing for a moment, but when I heard a high-pitched sound on the opposite end of the corridor, I understood her plan. What was that? Check it out, hurry. The soldier's eyes turned toward the sound. Seeing that, Mia gives us a signal. Now, slipped down the aisle, Mia opened the door of the targeted room without any sound and beckoned me and Finn. We crossed the aisle as quietly as possible and managed to enter the room. What did you do, Mia-san? She curved the arrow she shot outside to let it go through another window. It must have broken something. That's right. I confirmed that the other window was opened beforehand. It's simple. Saying so, Mia asks, now, what are we doing next? Mia said that what she did was simple, but it was by no means simple at all. Although there are differences between magic bow and magic, the principle is not so different. That's why, theoretically, that feat can be done by a mage. She managed to not only maintain the magic that has already left her sight, but also accurately hit the target location without hitting anything outside the castle. Precise control and ability to grasp the surroundings. Furthermore, she calculated the amount of magic power that allows the arrow to not disappear mid-flight. One could say that her ability to fine-tune her power is superb. Not to mention that she accomplished all of that in an instant. Her skill could be said to be godly. I understand why Vermilion managed to elude the Dominion for so long. You would have no way to defend against her if something like this hits you in the middle of the night without any warning. If you left your window open even just a little, your escort will be silently sniped down. Even if she doesn't have a direct line of sight, She can just curve her arrow to hit you. In front of Mia, guards pretty much serve no purpose. What is it? Staring at my face like that? No, I just think that you actually are pretty amazing. What was that actually for? Didn't you recruit me because you saw my ability? That's rude, you know. That's too rude, you know. I always know that Mia-san is an amazing person. As expected of Fin-sama, your eyes are certainly different from this biased prince. If you only speak normally, I might have evaluated you correctly though. I told you that it was Oja-sama who taught me to speak this way. The true lady that Oja-sama met must have spoken like this, no doubt. I hope so. Was that Oja-sama also the one who taught you the magic bow? That's right. My Oja-sama is a great person, you know. An old man who taught Mia her. Someone who can teach such a specialized skill like the magic bow to Mia and trained her to be so skilled with a bow to this extent must not be some simple old man. Thinking of the master of magic bow, there is one person that comes to mind. That old man must be someone related to that person. Mia as well. This piqued my interest, so I want to sit down and have a nice and long talk with her, but unfortunately, I have no such luxury right now. Well, I will have you tell me more about your Ji-san someday. For now, let's hurry. Hurry. Even if you say that, the stairs are currently blocked, you know. I can go down from the outside, but since Fin-sama will be coming with me, that would be impossible, right? We can't use that kind of plan. We don't know who will be watching after all. Saying so, I started changing the order of the 7 portraits hanging inside this room. Unable to understand my action, Mia tilted her head. What are you doing? A little game. You start playing games at a time like this. Yeah, I'm playing. But sometimes, playing games can be useful as well. Saying so, I finished changing the order of the portraits. Some of them are in the same position while some are in different positions. When I confirmed that, I removed the portrait at the center. Then, a hole that shouldn't have been there earlier appeared behind the portrait. Putting my hand in the hole, I pressed the switch that was inside. In response, a hidden door appeared on the wall opposite the portrait. What? This castle has undergone various renovations every time we have a new emperor. The new emperors each add more secret passages and rooms in the shadows. Those hidden passages and rooms weren't all passed down properly. How do you know about such a room even though it wasn't even passed down from the previous generations? The hints of their whereabouts are not in the books that you would normally be studying, but in the diaries that the tutors judged to be worthless instead. I didn't study properly, but I passed my time playing around reading those diaries to find this kind of secret. It means that studying is not the only thing that can come in handy, isn't it? Exactly. This castle is my backyard. I have never lost a round of hide and seek or tag in my life. I guess this is the result of me playing around her. Let's use this to surprise our enemy this time. Saying so, I entered the secret passage with a grin. Chapter 228. The Crybaby Prince. After we moved downstairs using the first secret passage, we took multiple secret passages to get down to the lower floor. Then we arrived at the secret room where it is connected to a room in the inner palace. To think that this castle has a secret passage that leads right to the inner palace, I don't think that anything is impossible here anymore. I had fun going through them though. Fin was enjoying her trip through the series of secret passages while Mia was taken aback after she was dragged through so many of them. But, you have a naive side to her, Prince. A naive side? Where? You have been generously showing those secret passages to me, right? I think you are already aware, but I am a thief, you know. And how am I naive because of that? If I want to infiltrate this place, I can utilize them to my heart's content, you know. Ah, I see. Mia astoundedly sighed at my answer. It certainly seems a little foolish of me, her. Mia is certainly someone from another country. Moreover, she is also more or less a criminal. I have shown her multiple secret passages in the castle, not to mention that I planned our escape through the Emperor's exclusive secret passage. All of them are national secrets. But, if you want to try then by all means. I can't recommend it though. You think I can't pull it off, right? I am specialized in breaking into people's mansions, you know. That's not really something that a person should take pride in, right? That is, I am well aware of that. B. But that's not the point. Ulsama. I thought that you don't care about sharing such national secrets because of the situation we are in, but am I wrong? I thought that Ulsama thinks that if the secrets are leaked, you can just suppress it though. You are half correct. I do think that if Mia is careful, then she should be able to pull it off. But it is also true that even if it is leaked, there is nothing to worry about. Finn tilted her head. I point to the side of the aisle that leads straight ahead. Do you see a small hole over there? There's an opening. What is it? A trap. To get rid of anyone who plans to enter the inner palace through this passage. A trap. Watch out. Mi was surprised and immediately pulled Finn toward herself. That's a good reaction. Don't worry. It won't react when a member of the imperial family enters the aisle. I see. So even if it is okay for a member of the imperial family, if others try to use it, the traps will be activated. Apparently, there are some kinds of traps hidden in most secret passages and secret rooms. That's why if someone unintentionally discovers a secret passage in the castle, a member of the imperial family would check it out first. Most of them were built by the emperor of each generation because they have to hide something that they feel guilty about. That's why the trap that you usually find in these kinds of passages are quite nasty. Hidden rooms and passages that were not passed down to later generations. Why would someone build such a thing? The reason is that the emperor has something to hide. In the case of this passage, it was built so that the emperor can sneak out to visit the consort without getting caught by his empress. You might think that an emperor visiting his consorts is normal, but the empresses often hail from powerful houses of the empire. For an emperor that was afraid to lose his backing, he would need to keep the empress happy. Since the emperor knows that he cannot allow himself to get caught, since it won't just end with the empress getting angry, the trap here is unforgiving to intruders. In some cases, there is a barrier to prevent intruders from entering, and in other cases, there would be traps that will outright kill the intruders once they step inside the secret passage. The reason why the imperial family is safe from those traps is simply that we are family. It would be outrageous if your successor dies because of a silly accident. There are princes who love exploring the castle like me after all. That's why you should not use these secret passages if you want to break into the castle. Even if you don't die, you will make noises when the trap is activated. The Imperial Knights will never miss that. You wouldn't want to fight the Imperial Knights immediately after you escaped the trap, right? As expected of the Empire, the extent you people are willing to go is clearly different from the Dominion. I'm sorry, but people of the Imperial family are quite strange, aren't they? You don't have to apologize. The Adler House is a gathering of weirdos after all. Nothing can be done about it. For starters, trying to unify the whole continent is already too strange. Even if you managed to unify the continent, it's not like there would be no more conflict. The grudges of the people who got their home robbed away by us would be directed at the imperial family. Despite knowing that, my ancestor who decided to continue plundering everything to stop the circle of sadness. They must have mistaken themselves for a god or something. And we, their descendants, continue to have that misunderstanding. It is not up to me to decide whether that is a good or bad thing. That kind of thing is up to the historians to decide. However, I am sure that our ideal is not that respectable. Thanks to that weirdo of an ancestor, this ridiculous succession war has become our tradition to this day. It simply means that the imperial family cannot be normal, right? Finn skillfully followed up for me. Her view is not wrong either. As long as we stand at the top of such a vast empire, we cannot afford to be normal. After all, no one would follow an ordinary guy. The prince is certainly very strange, so I think that is true. I think of myself as a relatively decent person, you know. Right? Finn. No, that is a little. Finn said with a vague smile on her face. Why didn't you follow up for me in a time like this? Eric, Gordon, Xandra, and Trauneson. Unlike those people, I don't have any strange quirk, right? That might be true, but I think that the people you compare yourself to have one or two extremely strange habits though. Then at least I am better than Leo. How about that? I wonder about that. I think that it is a close match though. A close match. I have only heard good things about Prince Leonard, you know. What are you saying? There's no way that someone who aims to become an emperor doesn't have a screw or two loose, right? In response to my words, Finn said nothing and kept the vague smile on her face. That's weird. I don't think that I have any weird quirk though. I guess it's bad that Leo is my twin her. What a troublesome younger brother. Alsama can say that, but I am sure that he also shares the same feeling, you know. Siblings are like that after all. Then I will ask him when he gets back. As expected, I can't say that I am the most decent person among the imperial family either. There is still someone in my family that is still too normal. After a while, the exit was visible. When I opened the exit, we arrived at a storage room. Alright, I will leave the rest to you too. Leaving the rest to us? Are you not coming? Sorry, but there is a place I am more worried about, you see. His Highness Rupert's group, isn't it? Please take care. I will not be doing anything myself though. I will just send Grau to his place and hide. I will be hiding in the secret passages to keep watch on the situation and help you from behind. But don't attract too much attention, alright? If you are not near a secret passage, I can't help you after all. I understand. You are saying that I can go wild after this, right? If Finn gives you permission, that is. I will leave her to you. Yes, please leave this to me. Saying so, Finn bowed at me. Seeing that, I closed the exit. After the exit was completely shut, I changed into the appearance of Grau with illusion magic. Well, it's time to go help that one normal person of the imperial family her. Given Aloys's personality, my youngest brother, Rupert should be giving him quite a trouble right about now. Whether for good or bad, that child is too normal. While thinking so, I moved to the room next to the room where Aloys was given for his stay in the castle. Rupert should be with him now. Then. I don't want to leave. What if I die? Your Highness, please don't be so loud. I heard a loud cry from the inside. Hearing that, I sigh. Rupert, who has grown up under his mother's protection, is a crybaby who cannot be separated from his mother. It can be said that it is only natural for a 10-year-old child to act like this, but for a member of the imperial family, he cannot afford to rely on his mother forever. I guess I can't say that since I am also being spoiled by my mother even at this age her. Muttering so, I left the room I transferred to and quietly entered Aloys's room. Seeing me, Aloys looked like he just saw his savior. Grau. It looks like you have your hands full her. Who? I can't see his face. Scary. Saying so, the petite boy clings to his bed. A little curly brown hair and blue eyes. His expression looked like he was half crying. This boy is my youngest brother, Rupert. Although he was born into the imperial family, he is an ordinary child. If I am the dull prince, then I guess he would be the crybaby prince. Nice to meet you, Your Highness Rupert. I am Grau, a wandering strategist. Saying so, I gracefully bowed to the frightened Rupert. Chapter 229. A Child. I introduced myself to Rupert, but he is still looking at me with suspicion. Seeing him like that, Aloys followed up for me. Your Highness, Grau is a great strategist who fought against the 10,000 imperial soldiers with me. It was thanks to him that I managed to defeat them. There's a difference between a great person and a person you can trust. I won't trust him unless he shows me his face. Saying so, Rupert clings to the bed and refuses to move. Even though Aloys should already have explained the situation to him too. Your Highness. Please trust us. We will definitely protect you. Aloys is only 12 years old, right? You are not much older than me, so there's no way that you can keep me safe. It would be safer if I just stay in my room. Ages doesn't matter here, Your Highness. I will protect you as it is my duty as an imperial noble. There will be knights who will be fighting alongside me as well. Aloys looks at the knights who are also present in the room. The number is 5. All of them are knights from Simmel Earldom who faced the imperial army with Aloys. There's only 5 people, right? The opponent is Gordon Aniu, you know. The generals who support him are all skilled. If they are coming to seize the castle, then I don't want to go out with only this many knights. Rupert stubbornly insists on staying in the room. His thoughts were based on the wishful thinking of a child. Prince Rupert. Defending against a siege battle without any prospect of reinforcement is a foolish idea. Are you perhaps expecting some kind of reinforcement? Father will surely come for me. Even if he can't, there are imperial knights in the castle. They will surely. I see. Then you may stay in this room alone. I will make sure to relay your wish to Prince Arnold. When I told him to do as he pleased and tried to leave the room, it was Aloys who stopped me. Please wait a minute. Growl. If he is saying that he will stay in this room, then we can't move together. You have to quickly move out as well. The more time passes, the more control the enemy will have over the castle. I understand that. But I can't leave His Highness Rupert alone. How much do you think this prince is worth when he says that this room is more reliable than us? He is the younger brother of His Highness Arnold. He has that much worth to me. The Earldom of Simmel will never forget our debt to him. His protection was entrusted to me, that's why I cannot leave his side until I die. I will not abandon him. That's what he said, Prince Rupert. He is willing to give you his life even if you choose to cling to that bed and keep crying, you know. It's not like I asked Arnold Aniu to help me in the first place. He just did it on his own. I think you are misunderstanding something, so allow me to correct you. It wasn't out of kindness that Prince Arnold dispatched Aloys to protect you. It was your mother who desperately begged that dull prince. She told him that it is fine to leave her behind. It is you alone that she wants him to protect. Prince Arnold did not choose to send someone to escort his own mother and sent Aloys to your side instead. If you don't understand what that means, then you can say it now. If you have the nerve to trample on your mother's wish and your brother's feelings, then I will accept it. From under the hood, I looked straight at Rupert. Feeling the strong gaze directed at him, Rupert's body shook. Let's say that you choose to stay in your room as you said. The number of enemies is not only 100 or 2. This fragile door will not protect you. How much time do you think that it can buy? Do you think that your father can send someone to rescue you in time? Let me say this, Emperor Johannes is not so sweet and omnipotent as you think. If Prince Gordon starts the rebellion, the Emperor's priority would be his personal protection for the sake of preserving the Empire. If he is forced to abandon his children, then he will do it. Especially when it is a prince who has no prospect for the throne nor any achievements to himself like you. The Imperial Knights will come to help me. They are the Empire's strongest. Prince Gordon will try to cover the Imperial capital with a barrier to keep anyone from escaping and prevent any reinforcements from the outside. The Imperial Knights are guarding the key jewels. They cannot afford to protect you. I slowly closed off Rupert's escape routes with powerful reasoning. Although there was still some time to spare, the soldiers in the castle had already begun to move. The faster we can move, the more advantage we will have, but with Rupert being difficult, we ended up wasting that advantage. Aloys may think that he has to be considerate since he is only a 10-year-old child. However, we have no room to consider such childish emotions. You have 2 choices. Stay in this room or leave. If you choose to stay in this room, you will definitely be caught. It is unlikely that the Emperor will come to help you. If you choose to leave, your life will be in danger, but you will have the possibility where you manage to escape. If you are caught together with the other consorts and the Emperor's beloved Princess Krista, then he might actually do everything he can to rescue you. However, the possibility that he would come to help you when you alone got captured is 0. No way. The worst thing that could happen to you is if we succeed in escaping while you alone are captured. In that case, the Emperor will never come to rescue you. Who would help someone who threw away his chance of salvation? I would never help someone like that. Unless there is a reason compelling enough for me to do so, that is. And unfortunately, there is absolutely no such reason for me to help Rupert. Gordon would not find much value in him as a hostage. Considering the disadvantage of having a child as a hostage, he would choose to kill him first as a show of power. That's why Rupert must escape this castle. Hurry and decide. Will you escape with us or will you stay here? We do not have time to wait, you know? Even if you say that. Rupert started to cry at my harsh words. It may be a natural reaction for a normal 10 years old who was raised so closely by his mother, but the circumstances surrounding him are anything but normal. Seeing him like that, Aloys gently approaches such Rupert. Your Highness, I understand your feelings well. When the Imperial army marched to my land, I also wanted to cry. I wanted to close my eyes and wish that it was not real. Aloys, how did you get through it? I thought about the things that I must protect. I had to protect the people of my land. I couldn't abandon my mother. That's why I fight. Your Highness should be the same. Your esteemed mother is important to your Highness, no? UN. Then let's escape together. Even if your mother is caught, if you run away, her value as a hostage will increase. Even if that's not the case, if you escape while your mother is escaping as well, the enemy will be forced to split up. Not for the Empire, not because you are a member of the Imperial family, you can leave those thoughts behind. It is for the adult to think about such a thing. Still, even as a child, you can do your best to protect your mother. In response to Aloys's words, Rupert's face changed a little. He is timid and even now he looks like he could start crying at any moment, but he is not crying. Aloys, you are like an adult. I am also a child. I cannot do much yet, but as Grau says, time doesn't wait for us to grow up. Children often picture what they want to be in the future, but sometimes, crises like this visited us before we can grow up. That's where we are. There's no choice but to deal with it since it has already arrived at our door. If you wanted to be a knight, then this moment is the time that you have to become one. If you want to be a good prince, then the time is now. If we have something that you want to become in the future, then this is the moment that we can become one. But we are only children, you know. Even a child can be anything he wants. A child is a child. If someone thinks that they cannot become something, then it is simply because that person doesn't have enough insight. Right now, at this moment, I am your Imperial Knight. Please come with us with confidence. The Imperial Knights are the Empire's strongest after all. Saying so, Aloys reached his hand out for Rupert. Rupert took that hand. I thought about putting him to sleep and just take him away if this dragged on, but it seems that won't be necessary. Now, Grau, please tell us your plan. His Highness Arnold told us to meet up with him at the throne room, but the road there will probably not be an easy one. I understand. Leave it to me. The moment I answered, I heard the sound of footsteps from outside the room. Rupert inadvertently hugs Aloys, but Aloys's hand is already reaching for his sword. Although he is only 2 years older than him, the difference between them probably came from experience. What was that? The soldiers must be on the other side of the door. Saying so, I opened the door. Doing so, I saw several soldiers sleeping on the floor. I guess they were waiting for us to come out here. It was just right, so I used the sleep magic I was planning to use on Aloys on them. It is a magic that is not effective on those who are mentally strong, but if it is just common soldiers, then they would be falling into a deep sleep. Why, you are a mage? No, I'm a strategist. Saying so, I started walking out with a grin on my face. Rupert seemed to be unconvinced of that answer, but Aloys and the knights immediately followed me, so he hurriedly followed after us. While we walk, the noise from the lower floors is starting to get louder. So they gave up on trying to take the hostages quietly and start capturing the castle in earnest here. Judging from the sound, the army must have captured the middle levels already. When I looked outside, it seems that several soldiers are trying to leave the castle, but they are caught or killed by the other soldiers who are supposed to be their comrades. It seems that not all soldiers are willing to participate in the rebellion. They must have tried to relay the situation to Father. However, there should be no need for that. I think the other side should be starting to move as well. Muttering so, I glance at the arena. But that's all I do. Orihime is at Father's side and the Prime Minister is there as well. I'm sure that Gordon wouldn't doubt the success of his revolt, but he has taken Father too lightly. It is true that Father did not expect Gordon to start a rebellion. However, the Prime Minister is different. Let's see what our Imperial Prime Minister has in store. If it is as I expected, then Gordon would be in for a world of surprise. Chapter 230. It's been an hour since the tournament started. As she looked at the arena, Orihime noticed that the spectators were acting strangely. Moo. The spectators in the arena look like they are getting sick. And it is not just one or two people. Seeing people's complexion turned pale one after another, Orihime frowned. Your Majesty. What is it? Celestial Princess Dono? Do you feel something strange? Who? What a coincidence. So Celestial Princess Dono also feels that something is off to her. At best, it is only a feeling that something is off. Since the event is being held at midday, it is normal for a few people to get sick. That is a normal thought process. Even so, both Orihime and Johannes noticed that there is something strange going on. Bring all the VIPs here. If something happens, I will protect them all with my barrier. I am grateful. Franz, do you agree with this plan? There is no problem. I will immediately arrange it. It would be rude if we just call them here. Empress, go invite them. As you wish. Saying so, Franz and Brunhild leave the room. When she saw Johannes ask for approval from the Prime Minister, the expression of suspicion floated on Orihime's face. After all, it is strange for an emperor to ask permission from his subordinate. Why does your Majesty need approval from the Prime Minister? I can't afford to interfere with the Prime Minister's plan, you see. I have left almost everything to the Prime Minister this time after all. So even if there is a rebellion, your Majesty will not move. Johannes's eyes slightly widen at Orihime's words. He then showed her a bitter smile. Did you hear that rumor from Arnold? That is no rumor. I know it will happen. There's a bad smell lingering in this city. Something will definitely happen, you know? It is not a certainty yet. So you will not move without a confirmation, right? I thought that your Majesty is better than this, but was that only my misunderstanding? Johannes let out a small sigh at Orihime's words. He then turned to look directly at Orihime. I do not mind how you think of me. I will never doubt my son without proof. My son is not so foolish to cause such great damage to the Empire. People will lose their lives because you are being emotional, you know. I am not being emotional. There simply is no proof. What if I make a mistake? If the Emperor apprehends one of the candidates for the throne without proper evidence during the succession war, the succession war itself will go to waste. Gordon has much control over the military. They will surely take decisive action to clear his name. If that is the case, we will end up with a civil war. If he moves, there will definitely be a civil war. That is Johannes's position. It doesn't matter if Gordon is actually plotting a rebellion or not. If Gordon is punished, those under him will not sit still without proper evidence. They might take action even without Gordon, and perhaps some will hold the emperor forever in contempt. The succession war is there to decide the next emperor. If the current emperor were to forcefully interfere, he will have to deal with the rebellion from all sides. It's not so simple to just end the matter with Gordon's head. Then what are you planning to do? Nothing. Personally, at least. That was Johannes's answer. If the emperor couldn't move, all he had to do was just let his subordinates handle it. That's why Johannes left everything to the Prime Minister. There should be a limit to what the Prime Minister can do. Since it is difficult for your Majesty to intervene personally, the Prime Minister shouldn't be able to take direct action either. The only thing he can do would be to prepare for what's coming. Exactly. All we can do is prepare ourselves. If he can break through everything and take the empire into his hands, then that's fine. That is one way to win after all. There were indeed a small number of candidates who tried to take control of the succession war through brute force before. However, none of them succeeded. You need the Emperor's permission to mobilize the army. It would be considered treason if you do so without permission. Not to mention that not only the other candidates, but you will also be turning the present emperor into your enemy as well. That's why the succession war mostly consisted of secret maneuvers and working behind the scenes. After all the candidates are well aware that it is foolish to turn the emperor into their enemy head-on. So causing a rebellion to win the throne is also a way to win. The essence of the succession war is to give birth to a strong emperor. If a strong emperor is born from the result, the process can be ignored. Saying so, Johannes leaned back on his chair. To Orihime, his face looked terribly aged. Even though he said that, his true feelings must be different. So Orihime thought, If my firstborn is still alive, I wouldn't have to be worried like this though. The deceased crown prince her. I heard that you didn't allow the succession war at first, but why did you only do that for the crown prince? Because everyone acknowledged him. It was obvious that he would win and there was no one who wanted to compete with him either. That's why there was no need for the succession war. Everyone was looking forward to seeing their ideal emperor. He was to be the one who ended this long history of the succession war. That was how it was supposed to be. If everyone is satisfied, there is no need for conflict. If everyone recognizes that he will become a strong emperor from the start, there is no need to compete. That's why the crown prince was supposed to be the first emperor to take the throne without going through the succession war. It was supposed to be the end of the tradition. No one doubted that he would accomplish many great things in his reign. Johannes was sure that he could come up with an alternate method to choose his successor. My ideal successor is no more. That's why this succession war was brought back. I tolerated it because I thought that for anyone beside him, the struggle of the succession war would be necessary. But sometimes I still wonder if that was indeed a correct decision. You seem timid, Your Majesty. Is that how the emperor of the empire is like? An emperor also has moments where he can be timid. I had expectations for my children. I thought that using this succession war, my children could grow stronger. However, even since the succession war began, I can't see them grow at all. On the contrary, I can see them growing more foolish. Even so, I want to believe that none of my children would be so foolish to shake the empire for their own gain. It was something like a wish. However, that wish does not come true. When the Empress and the Prime Minister returned with the VIPs, Oriheim felt a swirl of huge magic power. That swirl of magic came from underneath the arena. What? It's a curse. Oriheim promptly erected a barrier that covered the entire room and identified the magic that was activated under the arena. A huge barrier of hex magic. It was prepared underneath the arena and is now spewing curse into it. The sick people they saw were the ones who were affected by its effect before its activation. Inside the arena, people started to cough. Not only the spectators but also the contestants, soldiers, and knights who were participating in the tournament as well. It is not a curse that will instantly kill you, but it can easily render you to a state where you can't fight. To think they would be able to activate something like this on such a scale. They must have prepared it for a long time, right? Muttering so, Oriheim turned her eyes to Johannes. It is a weakening curse. They must have covered the entire arena with it. You will be fine as long as you are within my barrier, but if that's the case then we can't put up a proper fight. That seems to be the case. Saying so, Johannes turned toward the Prime Minister. If the curse is only affecting people in the arena, then all they have to do is get outside, but if the opponent planned to utilize such a thing, they shouldn't make it easy for them to escape. I see. I was wondering what Grimoire was doing underground, but it seems that they were preparing this. It's too late to reflect on it now. You do have an appropriate countermeasure, right? Of course, Your Majesty. However, allow me to apologize first. I have completely overstepped my authority. Please forgive me. While getting a bad feeling from his Prime Minister who lowered his head to him, Johannes gives him a nod. Since he has left everything to him, he has no intention to complain no matter what he did. Then, accepting the Prime Minister's proposal, Oriheim and the Emperor along with the VIPs tried to leave the arena. However, I have been waiting. Father. At the exit, Gordon was waiting for them, fully equipped. Behind him are soldiers armed to the teeth. They have surrounded the arena from all sides. Seeing that, Oriheim whispered in a small voice. So there really is a fool here. It seems so. I never thought that my son would be so deplorable. It is your fault, Father. You should have made me the crown prince from the start. It is your own fault for not showing me the caliber that would suit such a position, Gordon. Saying so, Johannes slowly pulled out the sword that he had hanging from his waist. My foolish son. At least take this as a mercy from your father. Give me your head now. If you do that, I will at least bury you as a prince. You must have gone senile, Father. Do you not understand your current situation? I have many generals supporting me. The army is now under my control. Right now, There is an overwhelming difference between our power. You have no chance of winning." Saying so, Gordon pulled out his sword and raised it high. Chapter 231. Filial Piety. Empire's Eastern Border. There was a huge building that was erected like a wall. It is the cornerstone of the Eastern Border defense. The Fortress of Eisenwald. It is the Imperial Army's base for Eastern Border defense as well as its front line. My, I wonder when I last arrived at my intended destination this fast. If you run here while ignoring your surroundings like that, it is no wonder you get lost, you know. An old dwarf and an elf girl. Originally the two of them should have no business being together. That was a completely out-of-place combination. It was Igor and Sonia. At the request of Silver, Igor immediately headed to the eastern border together with Sonia. On their journey, Sonia now understands why Igor always got lost. Igor travels at a different speed than normal people. Even with Sonia in his arms, he used instantaneous movement to run and simply ran past the points where he was supposed to turn. If Sonia didn't tell him to stop and see where they were going, Igor would have arrived at the northern border instead. "I guess I will have to be careful next time, huh? That is the habit that you couldn't fix for hundreds of years, right? I think you can't ever fix it, you know, your lost child tendency." Sonia astoundedly muttered so. This is the lost sword saint. It's already kind of his trademark. There's no other solution besides having someone who can rein him in or stop him at his side. This time they are doing the former, but Sonia doesn't want to experience that again. Being held by Igor and moving at his speed was too much for her. When she noticed that they were crossing a mountain, the dizziness from the speed made her feel sick. However, thanks to that, they managed to arrive at the eastern border early. "So how do you plan to turn back the Dwarf King?" "We can't turn them back. If I am here, Sokol will never attack. Moreover, it would be difficult to convince the stubborn dwarfs. That's why he must be thinking of a way to prevent the battle from starting in the first place. That's Silver. If it's only that, then I don't think Silver would need Oja-san's help though." Sonia mutters so as she walks inside the fortress. They have already given Igor's name and the permission to meet the Dwarf King has already been granted. The soldier who guided them here already returned to his mission after he told them the direction and sent them down this hallway. If he had to hurry back to his post like that, then perhaps they currently don't have enough manpower right now. Sonia thought. The eastern border can be said to be the most important border of the Empire. That's why it is rumored that the Eastern Border Defense Force stationed here is the strongest of the Imperial Army. This place is being managed by Marshal Liselot Lakes Adler, the first princess and the strongest general of the Imperial family. The Sokol Empire never took any military action ever since she took over the task of defending the eastern border. That's how feared she is. Even without Oja-san here, as long as she is, I don't think Sokol will ever attack though. That's what I told him too, but Silver brought up his favor, you see. I can't refuse him, right? Maybe Silver has wasted his favor on this. Sonia muttered so and clears her throat in front of the room. Inside this room, the Dwarf King and an Imperial Marshal are waiting for them. In order not to be rude, she needs to mind her appearances. However, Igor simply opens the door and enters the room. "Sorry for intruding." "What? Oja-san." He was so casual, as though he was just visiting a friend's room. He didn't even knock on the door. Surprised, Sonia immediately bowed and apologized. My deepest apology. This Oja-san has already gone senile. Haha. That little elf girl just said that Igor has gone senile, you know. This is too funny, said a bearded dwarf as he vigorously laughed. He started drinking alcohol from the mug in his hand like water, and like a dwarf would, he spilled a lot of the content on his beard as he happily commented on how funny he thought her earlier words were. "Ah, so that's the Dwarf King," Sonia thought. It's a scene she has often witnessed ever since she began living with the dwarfs, but this is the most vigorous dwarf she has ever seen. As expected of the Dwarf King, she began to suspect that the dwarfs elected their king by seeing how much alcohol one can drink. "It's a pleasure meeting you, Your Majesty. My name is Sonia Lespade. I am currently working as Elder Igor's attendant. I know. As long as it is within my realm, I always get all kinds of reports, you know. The old geezers were reluctant to let in an elf, but I told them that we should welcome you with open arms. It is merrier to have more young ones, right? The dwarf pours more alcohol for himself and continues to drink it with a smile. The pace at which he is drinking made her worried if he will drain all the alcohol stored in this fortress. Your Majesty, please take this. What is it? Your beard is wet, Your Majesty. In front of a woman, Your Majesty should be careful about your appearance. It is completely fine in front of a man though. Oh, I see. Sorry about that, Duke. Saying so, the dwarf king wiped the liquor on his beard and arranged his messy clothes. He then introduced himself to Sonia with a dignified voice. Come to think of it, I still haven't given you my name yet, Sorry. My name is Makar, King of the Dwarfs. You don't have to mind your words around me. I have known that old man since I was a kid after all. No, since you have become a king, I have to be more courteous, right? By the way, how's that alcohol, is it good? Can I have some too? What being more courteous? She involuntarily retorted in her mind and held her head. While she was doing that, the man sitting next to Makar called out to Sonia. Our esteemed dwarven guests don't mind about such details. That's a good point of the dwarfs. They're generous and always lively. I like them because they have no ulterior motives. What about you? I am of the same opinion, Duke. Sonia immediately replied and bowed. On top of being able to talk on friendly terms with the dwarf king, the king also called him a duke. Combined with the previous information she received earlier, Sonia suspected that this person is Duke Rainfeld. He looks like a dwarf in terms of body shape himself, but perhaps he was raised as an imperial noble. The atmosphere he is giving out is nothing but elegance and composure. His impression is that of a successful merchant. And that impression is not wrong. Duke of Rainfeld is a noble that has a territory located in the southeastern region of the empire, but his influence extends over the whole eastern region. The current Duke Rainfeld has a commercial talent and a wide range of abilities. He has connections with various nobles and is a highly evaluated individual both as a duke and as a person. It seems I also forgot to introduce myself. I am Jürgen von Rainfeld. I am one of the dukes of the empire, but you don't have to mind yourself around me. Being an attendant to Elder Igor is much more amazing after all. No, that is. Haha. It is as the duke says. No one has been able to work with this old man for hundreds of years. It's a big deal, you know. Makar said so as he drank his alcohol while loudly shouting how fun. At his side, Igor also started joining him before she knows it. Seeing the two, Jürgen smiles. This is different from what she heard, thought Sonia as she posted a question to Jürgen. Duke, my apologies, but if I am not mistaken, wasn't the Dwarf King decided to invade the Sokol Empire? Yes. You are correct. Jürgen casually acknowledged Sonia's words. He then gently looked at the desk in the back of the room. Originally, it was the place where the master of this fortress, the Marshal, sits. However, that seat is empty. Everything was all according to that person's plan. The Dwarf King is here to strengthen our border defense. I want you to take care of the eastern border for me. That person asked me so and arranged this. Taking care of the eastern border? Don't tell me, the Marshal is currently absent. Yes. That person is now moving in a different location. If possible, I want to go with her. But since she told me that she could only entrust this place to me, I had to accept her request as a man. Haha. You really are an idiot, Duke. If this information gets leaked, Sokol might just start invading us, you know. You will definitely die if that's the case. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will still be punished. How stupid. Isn't your Majesty also in a similar position? What are you saying? We dwarfs owe the Empire. Moreover, I have been taken care of by that princess many times already, and that princess told me to take care of you, you know. If I don't accept her request, then it would dishonor the name of the Dwarf King. Saying so, Makar keeps drinking more and more alcohol, all the while saying that he never has this much fun before. I love idiots like you. Seriously, the imperial family of this country really are all idiots. I can't have enough. The father is one, the daughter is one, Now she entrusted the border defense to the Duke that is famous for being a great merchant. The Duke is also an idiot. You agreed to do it even though you have nothing to gain, right? I am only here physically. When it comes to battle, I will leave it to your majesty and the soldiers of this fortress. I am only here to take responsibility after all. So that's why Silver wanted Ojisan here. If that's the case, then is the Marshal currently at the imperial capital? If nothing happens, the father and daughter should be able to meet after a long time. And if something happens, not to mention the enemy, even her allies wouldn't notice her presence. No matter what, it will be a surprise for His Majesty the Emperor. Saying so, Jürgen started to grin. Section. The moment Gordon raises his sword, a clear voice echoed in the imperial capital. Fire. At the same time, countless arrows attacked Gordon and his group who surrounded the arena. As the Emperor watched the scene, the Prime Minister apologized again. Please forgive me. There was only one person in the army that I could trust. Don't tell me. Johannes opened his eyes wide and looked at the group that attacked Gordon and his men. Every one of them was wearing a hood to cover their face, but what could be seen underneath those hoods was the army's uniform. Dashingly leading the hooded soldiers is a woman donning a blue cloak. In the Empire, only the 3 marshals can don a blue cloak over their military uniform. And the Empire has only one female marshal. Her long golden hair was blown by the wind. Seeing her figure, Gordon immediately shouted, How? Is it so surprising for an imperial marshal to rush to His Majesty's side to protect him? Or was it that surprising that I came here to protect father? When she said that with a light smile, all of her subordinates took their hoods off all at once. Standing there are the elites of the Eastern Border Defense Force. Know your ignorance, Gordon. I am more of a good daughter than you think. Attack position. Kill that woman. That's my line. All men, draw your swords. By the order of your marshal, slaughter the rebels. Thus the imperial army collided with one another in the imperial capital. Chapter 232. Imperial Marshal. What is Liselot doing in the capital? What about the eastern border? I secretly asked her to come here to escort you, Your Majesty. Regarding the border, she said that she has already appointed an appropriate proxy to oversee its defense. Franz said so in a small voice. Franz and Liza only exchanged one secret letter. Franz explained the situation to her and asked her to come to the capital to guard the Emperor, and Liza agreed. They did not exchange any extra information because their conversation might be leaked. That's why Franz didn't know who is currently guarding the eastern border. Although he can think of some candidates, he doesn't know who exactly it is because Liza told him to focus his mind on this side instead. Thinking that when it comes to the defense of the eastern border Liza would never make a mistake in her selection, Franz didn't push the question. The important point was how to get Liza into the capital without anyone noticing her presence. If the Sokol Empire thinks that she is still manning the border, they will never make a move. That's Franz's thought process, and it is actually a fact. I did say that I will leave everything to you, but what is the point of pulling the key to our border defense to the capital? Moreover, why did she come here when you called for her while she never gave me a visit no matter how many times I sent her a letter? Franz sighs at the point where his emperor is getting upset about. When he was wondering what to say, Eric spoke to them from behind. Father, let's continue this somewhere else. We are standing out in this place. It is as His Highness Eric says. Let's go, Your Majesty. Gununu. With an expression that shows that he is still not convinced, Johannes falls back together with Franz to behind Liza's line of defense. There, Franz explains the next part of his plan. Your Majesty. First, we must escape the capital through the east gate. Escape? Are you telling me to abandon the capital? It seems that more generals are supporting His Highness Gordon than I anticipated. The brave has already made his preparation. Let us join him. We will defeat the rebels later. Hearing Franz, Johannes turned his gaze to the imperial sword castle for a moment. There were still many of his consorts and children being left there. However, Johannes soon takes his eyes away from it. To abandon the imperial capital means abandoning his people. As an emperor, he can't afford to selfishly care about his wives and children right now. Orihime then speaks to such Johannes. Be relieved. Your Majesty. Arnold is moving at the castle. He is good at moving around behind the scenes. I am sure that he can do something about that place. I am a little worried, but I shall believe your words. In response to Orihime's words, Johannes's expressions soften a little. Then he turned toward Franz. I understand your plan. But it would be bad if we are trapped inside the imperial capital, no? If it's Gordon, he will surely aim to activate the celestial sphere. There is nothing more we can do about that. I have already instructed the captains of the Imperial Knight Order to guard the rainbow celestial jewels in the castle. If he cannot get his hand on at least 3 of them, he can't activate the celestial sphere. Also, in case of emergency, we can have the brave use the holy sword to cut open the barrier as well. If possible, I don't want it to come to that though. We cannot choose our means, Your Majesty. The timing where both the dignitaries from the United Kingdom and the Dominion are absent is suspicious. It is highly possible that they are cooperating with His Highness Gordon. Moreover, if the saint's abduction was only a diversion, then it is quite possible that the kingdom will join in as well. The more time we spend on His Highness Gordon, the more dangerous our border will become, Your Majesty. Johannes instinctively clicked his tongue at Franz's words. If this problem not only involved Gordon but foreign countries as well, the seriousness of the situation jumped up. Other nations are afraid of the Empire because they are a strong nation. They recognize that no matter what they do, the Empire will remain unwavering. However, this rebellion is one of the few opportunities where they can shake the Empire. The chaos created from this situation might be even greater than the time when they lost the Crown Prince. He thought that his son wouldn't be so foolish to cause such a situation. Even if he managed to defeat Johannes and gain control over the Empire, what would be waiting for Gordon is a weakened nation that will be constantly at war with multiple countries. Other nations will demand a steep price for their cooperation, and the people of the Empire will not recognize Gordon's claim over the throne. The 2 principalities in the south might use this opportunity to launch their assault to take control over the mainland as well. Although there will be the war that Gordon so wished for, it would be an all-out war on all sides that clearly will disadvantage the Empire. Did he not foreseen this, or did he choose to do it while knowing full well what will happen? Either way, right now Johannes can only see him as a fool. In Johannes's eyes, he saw Liza and Gordon facing each other in the middle of the battlefield. His daughter and son are trying to kill each other. They were his children that used to compete with each other. His hesitation lasted only for a moment. Johannes raised his voice to give his command. His voice can be heard throughout the whole battlefield. Marshal Liselot, I do not mind if you kill him. Teach him the foolishness of going against the Empire. After he gave that command, Johannes turned back and headed for the East Gate. Section. Hearing Johannes's command, Gordon snorted. For me? What foolishness? This is exactly because father has grown weak. If he had the same strength he had before, I would never resort to a rebellion. It sounds like you are blaming father because he forced your hand. Of course. That is exactly how it is. If father is his former self, he would have immediately realized that the Empire right now needs a strong emperor. Eric is weak, and now that spoiled brat Leonard is competing for the throne too. For the Empire's own sake, we need a strong emperor. It is because he didn't notice that truth that I chose to rebel. Liza quietly takes a stance with her sword as Gordon justifies himself. Gordon had his greatsword ready in his hand and prepared to attack her, but as if that greatsword wasn't there in the first place, Liza's sword found its way to Gordon's neck. Gordon's neck didn't part from his body because he managed to move it back in a hurry, but Liza's slash did leave a scratch on him. I thought that you were a fool, but it seems like your foolishness is much greater than I thought. If you are that confident in yourself, then you should just win the succession war through your own power. The fact that you started a rebellion here means you have admitted that you stand no chance against Eric or Leo. You know that full well and cowardly resorted to a rebellion because of your weakness. This is why you can't even take the position of a marshal. I am not weak. My military might cannot be measured in that ridiculous succession war. The succession war is a battle for the weak who resort to roundabout ways. It was already a mistake to try to judge me with it. Isn't resorting to cheap tricks and plotting a rebellion in secret exactly the roundabout way you so despised? Everything you did was all hypocrisy. The imperial family is there for the sake of the empire. If you forget even that and choose to cause disasters to our country, then you are disqualified both as its member and a general. I pity father for having a son like you. Don't make fun of me. What do you know when you ran away to the border without even trying to join the succession war? Saying so, Gordon puts magic power in the greatsword in his hand. The greatsword shines and the light wraps around Gordon. It seems you have prepared a good magic sword, her. Are you not confident in your own power? Me. I will not allow any insult from you. I will crush the likes of you in an instant. Then come. In the name of the Marshal of the Empire, I shall take your head. Gordon swings down the sword with all his strength. Liza moved back and avoided it, but Gordon's heavy blow caused the ground to collapse. A magic sword that strengthens your physical strength, her. That certainly suited you. This is my power. You have no chance of winning. I will cut your head off and throw it in front of father. Liza stays silent. Without minding that, Gordon started his pursuit. He brandished an attack to the side. Liza received it. Then, I left the border and came here because I didn't want father to fight you himself. After losing our elder brother, his heart is already scarred enough. Even so, if you choose to rebel, he will have to cut you down. That's why I came. I don't want father to be hurt any more than this. Naive. Have you become emotional because you have secluded yourself at the border for so long? Say whatever you like. Your crime of having father ordering me to kill his own son is heavy. You will pay for your impertinence to him with that head of yours. Gordon. As she finished saying that, Liza parried Gordon's sword. Then the two started fiercely exchanging blows without any intention to relent to others. The nearby soldiers are also caught in their exchange. Their swords wouldn't stop until either one of them died. When the soldiers around them started to think so, suddenly a huge barrier, the firmament Kugel, celestial sphere, covered the entire imperial capital. Chapter 233. Highness. At the time Liza appeared in the imperial capital, there was a room on the lower floor of the imperial sword castle. There was nothing special about the room. In front of such a room that can be found anywhere in the castle, Xandra was standing in front of its door. As expected of the Prime Minister, her. To think that he would hide 2 rainbow celestial jewels inside such an ordinary room. He really is brilliant. Saying so, Xandra touches the door. However, 2 people stepped up to stop Xandra. Please do not move, Your Highness Xandra. Please remember your position and quietly allow yourself to be detained. One of the men is in his early 30s. His hair is cut short and gives off the impression of a warrior. The other man is still young. He seems to be in his late teens. He has light brown hair that reaches his back. His expression is blank and it is hard to guess what he is thinking. Both are wearing a white cloak that shows that they are part of the Imperial Night Order, same as Elna. Hearing the voices of the two, Xandra slowly turned around. How strange. I wonder why 2 of the esteemed captains of the Imperial Night Order are here. Just in case I did send soldiers to the dummy room you supposed to be protecting, you know. Their assault was strangely weak, you see. We immediately realized that it was only a diversion. But I never thought that it would be you who sent them. Ara, is it so surprising? Captain Oliver of the 8th Corporation. The name of the man in his early 30s is Oliver von Rollbach, the captain of the 8th Imperial Night Corps. He has been a member of the Imperial Knights Order since he was a teenager. He is an experienced captain and is highly trusted by the Emperor. Naturally, I never thought that Your Highness would be involved in His Highness Gordon's rebellion. Who would have thought that you two would join hands? You have been at each other's throats for all this time after all. It is only temporary. I am merely using Gordon. The other side is probably thinking about the same thing as well. Let's get this over with, Oliver-san. She is only trying to buy time anyway. Saying so, the young man pulls out the sword from his scabbard. The young man's name is Raphael Ballant, captain of the 10th Corps of the Imperial Night Order. He is 19 years old. a genius swordsman who was recruited as an imperial knight at the age of 13. The youngest imperial knight on the record was Elna, who was selected at the age of 11, so his record is a little overshadowed, but unlike Elna, who is of the brave house of Amsberg, Raphael did not hail from any special bloodline. Let alone being a noble, it is not even clear whether he was born in the empire. The current emperor found Raphael as a baby on the battlefield. If he left him there, he would definitely die. However, the emperor could not take him in himself, so he entrusted him to an orphanage run and funded by the emperor himself. A few years later, the emperor who went to visit the orphanage found Raphael, who brilliantly wielded a wooden stick despite not being taught any sword skill by anyone. He was convinced that he has the talent for the sword and decided to raise him as a swordsman. The emperor's eyes were not wrong. Raphael soon became an imperial knight and eventually climbed to the rank of captain. Elna is already decided to be the next knight commander, but if there is no special case like her, Raphael was said to be so talented that he can take the position himself. With the debt of gratitude, his loyalty toward the emperor is strong, and he is seen as a knight who will carry the future of the empire together with Elna in the future. Xandra smiled at that young man. "You are so impatient, Captain Raphael. Won't you talk to me a little while longer? I am not good at talking to women. I am a man who only knows the sword after all." "Is that so? What a shame. I do not think it is something I should feel bad about though. What should we do? Should we knock her out?" With that said, Raphael points his sword at Xandra. On top of the fact that Xandra, who wields forbidden magic, can attack them at any time, the nature of her attack is unpredictable. Raphael expresses his worry without a change in his expression. Hearing that, Oliver tries to take Raphael down a notch. "Raphael, no matter how she is as a person, she is still a princess, you know. I don't want to hurt her as much as possible. She is a rebel who already participated in 2 rebellions. I don't think that His Majesty would treat her as a daughter anymore. That will be up to His Majesty to decide. Listen here. Don't be too violent with her." Saying so, Oliver unsheathed his sword. He then turned to his back. There, a brown hair maid, Xiaomai, was standing. "Would you please kindly step away from Her Highness Xandra, my lord? She dressed like a maid, but I can feel intense killing intent from her. Judging from how you handle yourself, are you an assassin? I will leave that to your imagination." "I see. Then I will hear you out after I defeated you." Saying so, Oliver clenched his sword with both hands. On the other hand, Xiaomai also took out her dagger and prepared to fight. Thinking that the maid is intending to take him head-on, Oliver grinned. "Looked down on me, her. There are all kinds of imperial knight captains. I don't know about Elna von Amsberg, but if it is only someone at your level, I can take you on. Then come and try." Saying so, Oliver and Xiaomai rushed at each other and collided. The time when they exchanged blows was only a moment. Xiaomai was immediately blown away by Oliver and stuck against the wall. Goo. Enduring the pain, Xiaomai tries to stand up. On her face is a smile, because at the end of her line of sight, a sword protruded from Oliver's stomach. "Why? I don't hate you. Oliver-san. Why? Do you betray us? Raphael?" Raphael swings the sword that he stuck inside Oliver's stomach out sideways. Oliver, whose stomach was half torn, spit out blood and crumbled to his knee on the spot. The word "why" is still rampaging in his head. He started thinking about the possibility. The reason why Xandra managed to find the room where the Prime Minister secretly hid the rainbow celestial jewels was probably that someone leaked the information. There are only a few who know about this room. But he never thought that it would be Raphael. Raphael's loyalty to the current emperor was that strong. "If I give you my reason, will you forgive me?" Probably not. Seeing that he can't stop his blood, he calmly analyzed the situation and realized that he doesn't have long to live. A swordsman of Raphael's caliber would never miss a vital spot when he got the opportunity to attack from behind. Moreover, he used the chance to tore out his stomach. His injury is so serious that his internal organs would spill out if he doesn't hold it back with his hand. Still, Oliver did not let go of his sword. Then, the traitor must be purged. Oliver threw his sword with all his might. Raphael boringly swatted it away. However, using that time, Oliver jumped out the nearby window. When Xiao Mai looked out the window, Oliver was already gone. It seems that he re-entered the castle through a nearby window. Chase him. We can't let him escape. He will die anyway, you know. He will probably try to inform the Knight Commander, but he wouldn't be able to reach the throne room in that condition. We can't leave it to chance. Hearing Xandra's hysterical voice, Raphael's face was slightly distorted. However, he immediately put the sword back in his scabbard and started walking away. Seeing that, Xandra entered the room. As expected of a captain of the Imperial Knight Order, I do not think that I will be able to move for a while. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Please take care of that person. I will be going after Oliver-san. Please be careful. He is a captain of the Imperial Knight Order who resorted to throwing his sword away to escape. He will not choose his means. I understand. It was because I was wary of him that I asked you to help create an opening. I won't let my guard down. Saying so, Raphael leisurely walked away. However, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Xiao Mai. That's right. Please relay my message to Highness that I have performed the job as instructed. Which Highness should I relay that message to? The Highness that you serve. Certainly. I will make sure to relay your message later. After that exchange, Raphael starts walking again. After that, Xandra brought the 2 rainbow celestial jewels from the room along with the one Gordon prepared to the ceremonial hall called the Hall of the Celestial Sky, located in the middle of the castle, and set the 3 jewels on the pedestal at the center of the room. Then as a final touch, she used her blood to activate the celestial sphere. Ahahaha. Now you cannot escape. Father. I will never forgive you for locking me and Mother away. Xandra's cruel smile floated up as she continues to laugh maniacally. Chapter 234. A Decent Strategist. What? The sky is getting weird. Rupert was scared at the sudden activation of the celestial sphere. That being said, Rupert is not the only one who was surprised by it. But it was not the activation itself that is surprising. It was the timing. Growl. It is too early. While keeping my answer short, I look towards the arena. It is not long after the turmoil started. Gordon probably went there to capture Father, and the Prime Minister acted on his countermeasures. But the Prime Minister should not expect the celestial sphere to be activated this fast. Hey, what is happening? It's the Firmament Kugel, a defensive spell that protects the Imperial capital. It can only be activated by the Imperial family. Once activated, no one can enter or leave the capital. At the full power activation, you will be able to see a 5 colors pillar of light extending from the castle reaching to the sky. After hearing my explanation, Rupert looked at the top of the castle. The pillar of light only has 3 colors. In other words, the spell was activated at the minimum output. There's only 3. Then it means that the enemy has obtained 3 of the rainbow celestial jewels. There are 2 in the throne room. The Knight Commander is probably guarding them right now. It would be almost impossible to get through her. The other 2 captains should be guarding the other. To think that anyone can break through their defense this fast. This is bad. The worst scenario is that we have been betrayed by the Knight Commander. However, if she really betrayed us, then it made no sense that they activated the celestial sphere with only 3 jewels. If she really turned out to be a traitor, they should have no trouble gaining control over the castle, and the castle should already be overrun by now. In that case, the possibility is that one of the other 2 captains or both of them has betrayed us. What should we do? The throne room that we are heading to is safe, right? Without understanding the seriousness of this situation, Rupert raised a question. How should I explain it to him? While I was thinking so, Aloys gently held Rupert's hand. All right, Your Highness. Please listen to me carefully, okay? You can use up to 5 jewels to activate the celestial sphere. There are 5 of them in the castle, and even His Highness Arnold, who is very familiar with the castle's layout, doesn't know where exactly they are. That is how strict the security around them was. Our enemy's objective is to obtain those jewels. That's why captains of the Imperial Knights Order are guarding them. Besides the Knight Commander who is currently guarding the throne room, 2 other captains in the castle were assigned to guard the other jewels. Then, the knight commander was already killed. We do not know that. But if that is the case, then I can say for certain that the enemy has someone who even the captains of the Imperial Knights cannot even hold out for long. Think of it that way. I can only think that the enemy is on the same level as the hero or an SS rank adventurer. Tears started to spill from Rupert's eyes at Aloys's words. Hearing his explanation, he probably can't help but think that there is such a strong opponent among the enemies. In fact, there is a possibility of that. However, if the enemy has such a strong person on their side, we should have known of their presence. That's why it is not the most viable possibility right now. And Aloys knows this well. If the enemy has such a strong person, then we can't. For better or worse, if the enemy truly has such a strong person on their side, we would have known. They may have kept that person hidden really well, but there is a possibility that is more likely to be the case than that. Ha! It is not that the captains failed to buy time for us, but it was the captains of the Imperial Knight Order who were assigned to guard those jewels turned over to the enemy's side. If that is the case, then we can understand the speed at which they activated the Celestial Sphere. Captains of the Imperial Knights betrayed us. Rupert widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. Well, of course. For the Imperial family, the Imperial Knight Order is our final line of protection. If they betrayed you, you would find it hard to find someone to trust. They wouldn't betray us. The Imperial Knights are the strongest. They pledged their loyalty to the Emperor, and there are only 13 captains in the order. Father was the one who handpicked them himself. There's no way that they would betray him, Your Highness. They will never betray Father. The Emperor is. It seems that rather than the betrayal of the Imperial Knights, he is more shocked at the fact that they chose to betray the Emperor. For Rupert, Father is an existence that is above the cloud. It is because he sees him like that, Rupert yearns to be like him. I'm sure that in Rupert's eyes, Father is a perfect and absolute existence. However, even the captains of the Imperial Knights are humans. So is the Emperor. If you are a human, then there are times that your feelings can change. If you are a human, the glamour you have will fade with time. If we can grow, then we can age as well. It is not strange for the relationship you once have to change. Then, it is fine even if they betrayed him. Just because their feelings changed, it is fine for them to break their vow. Even though he should be scared right now, for the first time, strong words came out of Rupert's mouth. I'm sure that he is glaring at me with those teary eyes of his. It seems that Rupert cannot forgive the unreasonableness of betrayal. Maybe this is one of the traits of the Adler family. I gently put my hand on Rupert's head. A promise between ordinary people is different from the vow of the Imperial Knights. They have pledged to protect the people, the country, and the Imperial family in front of the Emperor. That's why they are trusted. Despite the Emperor did not commit any tyranny, if they truly have chosen to betray not only the Emperor but all the citizens of the Empire as well, I will not forgive that. After all, I don't think that something like that can be forgiven. If you share the feeling as me, then don't forgive them. Alright, let's go. With the Celestial Sphere activated, the enemy should be looking for hostages in the castle. You don't want the enemy to get their way any more than this, right? We will not allow them even a single hostage. That's why we can't get caught. Are you good at playing tag, Prince Rupert? A little. Rupert looks down. Rupert is not really an athletic prince. He is average in both study and physical ability. He is shy and has few friends. In the first place, he is always together with his mother. Even playing around is counted as an experience. If you have done it repeatedly, you will become good at it. If you are slow on your feet, you would find a way to escape without relying much on running. However, there is nothing you can do without experience. Sometimes there's an exception where a person is good at something without ever experiencing it before. But Rupert is not like that. That's why being near him has its worth. Then rest assured, a strategist is there to help you deal with things that you are bad with after all. I promise you that I will get you to the throne room. I can't boast about it, but I am somewhat a decent strategist myself. You can put your trust in me. You are so modest. If you are only decent, then the other strategist in this world would only be second-rate, you know. Saying so, Aloys smiles. He then turned his eyes to Rupert. I do not know about others, nor can I see the future. That's why I cannot pledge my lifelong loyalty to you, but right now, I swear that I will not betray you. No matter who I have to fight against, I will definitely protect you, Your Highness. Aloys's words were very calm. The fact that he didn't say that they would run away together is probably stemmed from his resolve. He will surely become Rupert's shield in case of an emergency. Aloys has already resolved himself for that. Understanding his feelings, Rupert nodded. Me too. I will believe in Aloys. Thus we keep making our way toward the throne room. Arc 26. The time for counterattack. Chapter 235. Strategist's Outlook. We were walking toward the throne room at the top floor of the castle. We have started traveling from the middle floors of the castle, but we haven't encountered any enemies so far. The enemy is probably busying themselves trying to take control of the lower and middle floors right now. It is not like all soldiers will fall in line, and there are Imperial Knights in the castle as well. Their number will be inferior to the enemies, but each of them is an elite. Considering that they are fighting in the castle, it would not be strange if the enemy soldiers are being pushed back by the Imperial Knights right now. That being said, the situation has turned for the worse since there may be a traitor among the Imperial Knights. Some of them might betray us. If that is the case, we will have a situation where the Imperial Knights start to fight against each other. They are elites, but the traitors will have the element of surprise. That should provide a huge difference. It might be good to hurry. Aloys, who cautiously peeked over the corner, muttered so. Behind him, Rupert raised a question. Even though we managed to get here without any difficulty, we never encountered any enemy soldiers along the way, you know. We haven't encountered any friendlies either, Your Highness. There should be a lot of butlers and maids in this castle. This huge castle cannot maintain itself after all. Even so, we didn't see anyone on our way here. No matter how high up we go, it is too strange that we haven't seen anyone so far. It is good that we didn't encounter any enemy. It just means that they are struggling on the lower floors. However, it is off that we haven't found even a single ally on our way here. Just where did they disappear to? Maybe everyone has already evacuated. Where to? That is. They have two choices. To go up or down. They surely know that the enemy is on the lower floor. If there is still work, they should be able to hear the sound of swords clashing and angry shouting below. If that is the case, they will choose to move upstairs. Even so, despite our fast pace, it is strange that we haven't seen anyone at all. Evacuation is difficult. After all, they don't know where they would be safe. In a group of 10, there will definitely be 2 or 3 people who raise such a question. Even so, it is strange that there is no one left here. Then why is there no one here? The answer is simple. If I am on the enemy's side, I will send an elite unit to the throne room first. Quietly, that is. If we cannot find anyone, then we can expect that the enemy has arrived at the upper floors before us. Then the throne room is not safe. Normally that would be the case, but right now the Knight Commander is personally guarding the throne room. In a place where no magic can be used, a swordmaster like her would not be easily defeated. You can think of the throne room as a safe place for now. Then why do we need to hurry? If the enemy was informed that their elite unit cannot take over the throne room, they will dispatch reinforcements. If we remain where we are, we will be caught in between them. Exactly. I affirmed Aloys's excellent answer. No matter what, we still have to get to the throne room. After all, it is the current safest place in the castle. However, the enemy will also try to break through that place. The more time we waste, the more our movement will be restricted. Even a leader wouldn't be able to help us then. It seems that there are no enemies here. Let's go, Your Highness. In response to Aloys, who checked the corridor for us, we started walking again. Then when another corner came into our sight, soldiers wearing the Imperial Army uniforms appeared around the corner. They seemed surprised at our appearance for a moment, but they immediately responded with a smile. I see that you are still safe, my lords. We are on your side. Please calm down. A soldier came out to speak with us when he saw that the knights' hands reached for their swords. Seeing their smile, Rupert breathed out. However, I immediately grabbed Rupert's hand and pulled him toward me. After all, these soldiers have a terribly bad smell. That would be impossible. While saying so, I put my hand behind myself and use a hand sign to tell Aloys to step back. Aloys, who understood the hand sign, pretended to instruct the knights to calm down and slowly began to step away. It is a one-way passage. The number of opponents is 5. We have 6 people on our side, but Rupert cannot fight, and I don't count myself as a combatant either. That would leave us with a numerical disadvantage. Aloys seems to have trained his sword skill at the castle, but it would be better to not expect much from him. We need to use a plan here. It can't be helped that you are suspicious of us, my lord. We are also confused after all. Then tell me who you are working for. We are currently acting under the command of the Knight Commander Alida. We were tasked to bring the non-combatants in the upper floors to the throne room. The Knight Commander is commanding the soldiers. We separated ourselves from the other soldiers since we did not participate in the rebellion, my lord. Your story makes sense and doesn't make sense at the same time. We only have your words to go by. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? My deepest apology. We can do nothing but ask you to trust us. While saying so, the soldiers slowly approached us. They even tried to circle around our backs. While I was buying time, I instructed Aloys with another hand sign to enter a nearby room. If you want us to believe you, then how about you stopping your advance first? We are in a hurry, my lord. The enemy is approaching us after all. Then give us proof that you are on our side. We have no such proof. Then answer my question. Why is there a bloodstain on your clothes? It wasn't their attitude alone that was suspicious. Their clothes are stained with blood. The blood splashed on us when we cut down the rebels. I see. That's funny. While saying so, I bend my knees and prepare to run. These guys are definitely enemies. What is funny, my lord? You got bloodstain on the front of your clothes when you cut down the rebel? Above all, it is impossible for the Knight Commander to trust someone like you so readily that she would order you to protect the non-combatants. Her priority should be the protection of the throne room and the imperial family. If she is going to give you such an order, it would be to protect the young princes and princesses first. They did not react to Aloys nor Rupert. If it is a leader, she will definitely include that in her order. When he heard my words, the smile disappeared from the soldier's face. At that moment, I embraced Rupert and started running. Aloys and the others were already in front of the room. I signaled them to enter and opened the door for us. Once we entered the room, the knights immediately closed the door. From the other side, we could hear the sound of the soldiers tackling against the door. How did you know that they are enemies? Even if what they said were true, their attitude was completely wrong. We checked the corner every time we had to make a turn because we were being cautious of running into an enemy. But when they walked around the corner, they were casually walking and accidentally ran into us. That gave away their position. They were not being hunted, they were the hunter. To be able to see through them in only a moment. As expected of Grau. They were just being careless. They must be from a different unit that tried to take over the throne room. Their true mission is probably to capture anyone who tries to get there. Since they can't capture the throne room, their main unit cannot focus on the throne room if someone comes in from behind them. After all, depending on our movement, their main unit might be caught in a pincer attack from behind. I understand, but we do not have anywhere left to run either, you know. Rest assured. Prince Rupert, it's your time to shine. Try opening the drawer over there. As he was told, Rupert opens the drawer. At first glance, it was a normal drawer, but this drawer has double panels. Try removing the panel on the bottom. At the bottom, like this. When Rupert removes the panel, he can see a key underneath. Picking it up, this time I have Rupert reach his hand into the drawer. There should be a keyhole in there. Can you find it? I found it. Rupert immediately inserts the key inside and turns it. Doing so, the wall slightly moved open and a hidden door appeared. This is Apparently this castle is full of hidden rooms and secret passages. Prince Arnold told me about them. That prince really seems to be familiar with this castle. I didn't know about it at all. But now we are safe. Saying so, Rupert tries to enter the hidden passage. However, I stopped him and put a finger on my mouth. It's a gesture for him to be quiet. I then tell the knights and alloys to hide in the room. A room inside the castle is full of stuff. There are many places that even an adult can hide behind. I took Rupert and hid behind the curtain. As we finished hiding, the door burst open. Where did they go? They are not here. No. Take a look. There's a hidden door. They must have gone through it. So they panicked and forgot to close the entrance. Follow them. The soldiers confidently open the hidden door and enter inside. Seeing that they all went in, I came out of the curtain and closed the hidden door behind them. Use the key to lock it, Prince Rupert. Amazing. Now they are trapped. How did you know that they would go inside? People believe what they see. If they thought that we ran or hid in there, they would follow us in. Moreover, I didn't just lock them in there. I dropped them straight to hell. What? Seeing Rupert cocking his head, I put my hand on his head. Most of the secret passages and hidden rooms in the castle were made by the emperors of previous generations. Naturally, they have installed plenty of traps to keep away intruders. Only the imperial family alone is an exception. That's why, just in case, I had you open and close it yourself. Then, what about the soldiers that went in there earlier? Who knows? I don't know what kind of trap is in there, but they shouldn't be able to get out of there anytime soon. Since they cannot expect any rescue either, they will probably die instantly or suffer there until they die. Either way, there's no doubt that they just stepped into hell. Hearing my words, Rupert's shoulders started to shake. He probably feels the weight of their death here. I will not say that it is okay. But as long as someone tries to take your life, you have the right to fight back. You and I just exercised that right. So remember this well. When you try to kill someone, your life can also be taken away like this. The enemy also has the same right as you after all. Hearing that, Rupert quietly nodded. That is probably too early for a 10-year-old child. However, this situation doesn't allow Aloys or Rupert to be treated as children. Let's go. Just a little more and we will reach the throne room. The enemy has come to attack us as expected, but that is no longer the case. From now on, it's time to start the counterattack. Chapter 236. The Knight Commander. Personally, I do not often have the impression that someone is dangerous based on their strength. After all, the other SS rank adventurers and Elna are one of the most out-of-norm people on this continent. I could say that they are monsters that casually took a step beyond the limit of mankind. Right now I am currently having that impression. Something that I haven't experienced in a long time. That is how strong a leader who is protecting the entrance to the throne room is. She seems so invincible that the act of entering the throne room looks like an impossibility. The enemy unit that is trying to breach the throne room is an elite one. Their number is over 100 and most of them have already turned into a cold, lifeless body in front of the throne room. They were all single-handedly cut down by a leader. Goo. All men to assault formation. We are going to take her down together. The man who seems to be their commander tried to encourage the soldiers. However, the commander has already lost one of his arms. No, I should say that he is lucky to escape her at the cost of only one arm. There are about 10 of them left, but not one of them is unharmed. They were the people who were lucky enough to escape a leader's blade. However, right now they are trying to jump back in and getting through with a mass assault. The door to the throne room is large, but it is impossible for 10 adults to rush through all at once. They will eventually have to take turns. And that is what a leader wants. A clear sound reverberates. Fast. That was the word that came to my mind. A leader cut off the head of all the soldiers that rushed at her. The only one left is their commander. Ridiculous. My unit has trained so hard. If a well-trained unit can defeat an imperial knight, then His Majesty wouldn't use us so heavily, you know. Damn it. Why do you still obey the Emperor even with that kind of power? Don't you hate him? That Emperor killed your younger brother, you know. a desperate attempt at persuasion. However, it is also something that accurately pierces the gap in a leader's heart. A leader has a reason to resent the imperial family. Since I was directly involved in the incident, that was something I was worried about as well. However, my younger brother took responsibility for his actions by taking his own life. It was not His Majesty's fault. If someone is responsible, then it is our family's fault since we failed to teach him the harshness of the world. My only regret is that my family has caused a great deal of trouble to His Majesty. Do you not love your family? I love them. However, I have spent a lot of time at His Majesty's side since I became the Knight Commander. How he has been a friend of my father since childhood, how much he thinks about the Empire. I know that all too well. Between His Majesty, who has spent his everyday meeting with people and dealing with paperwork that came to him from all over the Empire, and a self-entitled younger brother who acted out because he was only content with the fame of our house, don't you think that it is clear who I will favor? Elida said so and decapitated the commander. She then looked at us who were observing the situation around the corner. I am glad that you are safe. Your Highness Rupert. Elida gently smiled at Rupert, who peeked out from behind my back. However, Rupert's face cramped up. After all, there are countless corpses piled up around Elida, creating a sea of blood around her. When Elida noticed that, she apologized and used wind magic to blow the corpses and blood to the other end of the passage. With this, it is a little cleaner. Your Highness, this way please. Ah, UN. So it was Earl Simmel who escorted His Highness. You have my gratitude. No, I only acted as I was told. It is all thanks to His Highness Arnold and Grau, his strategist, that I managed to bring His Highness here. Aloys said so and bowed his head. However, Aloys's expression was like he had said something he shouldn't have. He probably thought that it was bad to give out my name. She did say that she sides with the Emperor to the enemy, but she probably didn't hold any favorable feelings toward me and Leo, who was the direct cause of her brother's death. However, Elida showed an unexpected reaction. I see. So His Highness Arnold started to move. Was it His Highness who brought you to the castle, Grau? The strategist that repelled 10,000 Imperial soldiers. Indeed. I do have the intention to help Aloys even without his request though. With the situation as it is, it would be better if I refrain from asking about your true identity here, correct? That would be helpful. At least, if you don't use that illusion magic, I might be able to trust you more readily though. You want me to show you my real face? Forgive me, but as long as the Imperial army is hostile toward me, I will have to do this as a safety measure. Elida quietly nodded to my words. It seems that she will not ask any more questions. After that, Elida escorts Rupert into the throne room. However, I stop following them. Grau, are you not coming? Rupert puzzledly tilted his head to the side when he saw that I didn't enter the throne room. I give him a nod. Yes, I still have something to do. But there should be a lot of soldiers below us, right? Grau said so yourself. Exactly. There are still many enemies left. It would be safer to stay here, but there are still many that are in need of help. Prince Arnold is planning to let all the possible hostages escape outside the castle. It is indeed a good plan, but that is impossible for him to accomplish alone. Grau. Rupert uneasily looked at me. I can see anxiety in his eyes. However, Rupert took a deep breath and spoke to me again. Arnold Aniu and Krista Aniu are still out there. Can I entrust them to you? I understand. Rupert brightened up at my words. In the short while that we were together, Rupert has grown. He came to be able to think not only about himself but Krista as well. I don't think that a child should grow up in a situation like this, but I am still happy at my brother's growth. Aloys, I will leave Prince Rupert in your care. Yes. Please be careful too, Grau. You too. Now then, Sir Knight Commander, I will be excusing myself. Shall I have one of my subordinates accompany you? I smiled at Elida's offer. Rather than a support, I'm sure that she wanted someone to keep an eye on me. That's why I shook my head. I shall refrain. I would stand out too much together with your subordinate after all. I think that you are already standing out enough given your appearance though. I have some plans to deal with that. Your worry is unneeded. Alida didn't say anything more. She probably thinks that it is useless even if she pushes her subordinate on me. Alida herself shouldn't have many men to spare as well. As the Knight Commander of the Imperial Knight Order, I am ashamed to ask you this, but please protect the Imperial family. I cannot move from this spot. You don't need to say that. For a wandering strategist like me, I can't take a liking to a rebellion like this. After all, this is the most condemned act on the battlefield. As someone who lives on the battlefield, I can't calm down unless I can teach these people that it is impossible to reach true success with a betrayal. I will have to teach them what miserable end awaits the traitors. Saying so, I left the throne room. Then, I briefly activated my detection magic. The closest group right now is Krista and Traunison. It seems that they failed to join up with my eldest brother's aides, but apparently Krista is still safe. The Imperial Army doesn't seem to be aware of their location yet. Rather, it seems that they can't see the room they are currently hiding in. It is so ironic that the army betrayed us while the kids who have just met each other only a few days before are still holding each other's hands here. At Krista's side is Wendy, the dignitary from the elf village. Krista probably took her out of her room. That must be why the plan was messed up and they failed to meet up with my brother's aides. Still, Wendy's illusion is hiding them from the Imperial Army. They should be able to hold out somehow before I get there. There is one concern though. Traunison, will it be okay? Your rationality. On top of that, Rita is also at Krista's side. That would be like a heaven for Traunison. It would be nice if he doesn't burst with joy and go crazy before I get there though. Well, even like that, he is quite capable. He probably wouldn't do anything stupid in a serious situation like this. Definitely. Probably. That's what I want to believe. Let's hurry. Muttering so, I deployed a transfer gate. Chapter 237. Traunison. I transferred to a room a little further away from where Krista and the others are hiding in. There, I undo the illusion and revert to the appearance of Arnold. Just like that, I quickly open up a secret passage. This passage will lead me to where Krista is. I ran through the passage and came out inside the closet in the room they are hiding in. Then, do-foo-foo-foo. 3 little girls. A dreamy little girl, an energetic little girl, and Lollifu. Precious. So precious. I feel like anything is possible for me. While muttering such a thing, a pervert is peeping at Krista and the girls from inside the closet. Moreover, he is doing push-up for some reason. I don't know whether because he is tired or excited, but he is panting heavily. For the time being, he looked so disgusting, so I just stepped on him. Oi, what are you doing? That voice, Arnold. What are you intending to do, stepping on your brother in a situation like this? I don't remember raising such a child, you know. I don't recall being raised by you though. Also, Traunison, I stepped on you exactly because we are in an emergency, you know. My brother is about to commit a crime after all. Yes. Gordon just started a rebellion. We have to stop him. No, I didn't mean Gordon alone. You were about to commit a crime too, Traunison. Me too. Impossible. Which part of me that look guilty? Traunison shouted so as if my accusation was unthinkable for him. In response, I shouted back without intending to lose to him. Every part. From head to toes. No matter where I look at you, you are guilty. Every part. You intend to deny my whole existence. Is it a crime to look at little girls? Obviously. Weren't you just panting while looking at them? It was because I was doing push-ups. Then why were you doing push-ups inside a closet in the first place? Obviously, to protect the girls in case of emergency. Holding a sword for a long time is tiring, you know. And you just started training now. It's already too late. Nothing is too late for me. Saying so, Traunison resumed his push-ups. I think that would just tire him out though. You can't just conjure up your muscles, right? When I thought so, the closet was opened. It was Krista. Traunison, noisy. My deepest apology. Miss Krista. But it's Arnold's fault. Don't blame others. If Aniu starts yelling, Wendy will be afraid, so be quiet. Yes. I'm sorry. Ah, I was able to talk to Miss Krista. Fun. Are you envious of me now? Arnold. The hierarchy here is completely clear. After directing a gaze filled with pity at Trauneson, Krista pulled on my arm. Ulnia-sama, welcome. Come here. Then, me too. Trauaniu just stays there. Wendy is scared of you. Yes. Krista said so, and Trauneson obediently shut the closet door. For Krista to tell him not to approach them, he must have done something her. While thinking so, I was guided to the center of the room. There, Wendy and Rita are having a small tea party with tea and pastries. Ulni, welcome. I am glad that you are safe. Your Highness. Rita cheerfully greeted me as usual while Wendy modestly bowed at me. Well, this place is so peaceful. Totally different from Rupert's side. Well, the three here had their fair share of danger after all. Both Krista and Rita's lives had been endangered before, and Wendy was forced to cooperate with the Dark Elves just until recently. Compared to that, I guess they can still deal with this level of situation. I'm glad that you three are safe. Was it Krista who helped Wendidono? She will get caught if she stays in her room. I am truly sorry. Because of me, your plan had gone awry. Don't mind it. It is because of Wendy's illusion that we managed to hide so far after all. Krista said so and smiled at Wendy. Even so, this is Krista who is always expressionless that we are talking about. I am glad that she can smile now, but it seems that Wendy is that important of a friend to Krista. Since they are friends who shared a secret with each other, their relationship might be similar to mine and Finn. Ulni, how's the castle? The throne room is still under the Knight Commander's protection. Other than that place, the castle is mostly overrun with soldiers. There are still only a few on the upper floors, but I think they will push up soon. The Rainbow Celestial Jewels, which is their aim, is inside the throne room. If Gordon did not prepare any jewel in advance, it will be essential for him to take control of the throne room. In case he prepared one, it means that there are 3 Rainbow Celestial Jewels that he still can't get his hands on. If he thinks about a countermeasure for the Holy Sword, Gordon's goal would be to have 4 of them in his hands. That's why he will aim to get one of the remaining 3. 2 are inside the throne room, and even I don't even know where the last one is. This is the Prime Minister we are talking about. He must have already moved them away from where it was originally stored. It would be hidden in a place that could not be easily found. In the end, the most certain way would be taking the ones in the throne room. But since there is one more hidden in the castle, if they can find it, they will not have to deal with a leader. That's why they will not pour all their effort into the throne room alone. No, they can't. Such a nasty plan. The reason why the enemy can't gather their forces in one place and currently had to disperse all over the castle was probably that their thought could be read from the start. All that left is to minimize the damage in case there is a traitor among their ranks. Well, the Prime Minister probably didn't place that much importance on that measure. He did place most of the jewels under the trusty captains of the Imperial Knight Order after all. The problem is that the trusty captains turned out to be traitors. Trauneson. Can you hear me? What is it? I am busy doing push-ups though. Then please keep doing that and listen. Is there any merit for an Imperial Knight captain to turn to Gordon's side? Almost none at all. If a captain truly betrayed us, then it is safe to assume that the captain bears a heavy grudge against father. Or perhaps, they had some circumstances that forced them to do so. So they will not pledge their allegiance to Gordon? What would they do under Gordon, who heavily relies on the army? If they want to become successful in the army, then they wouldn't become an Imperial Knight in the first place. Moreover, Gordon's rebellion is too risky. Whether it succeeds or not, the chance is only 50-50. Right. Even if they can defeat father, the lords of each territory will never recognize his claim. Correct. The lords would favor different princes or princesses to become their emperor. The only people who can compete with Gordon are only Leonard or Eric. However, Leonard is currently outside the capital. Since he is not at the emperor's side in a crisis, he will be seen as unreliable instead. It seems that Trauneson's thought is the same as mine. In that case, it is safe to assume that someone is using the flashiness of Gordon's rebellion to lurk in the dark. I get a feeling that that person is trying to stir up the situation. I can clearly see the dark threads that are manipulating matters from behind the scenes, but I can't trace it back to the real mastermind. No matter what I do, all I have are only speculations. Moreover, I do not have time to carefully look into it in the first place. After all, we have to deal with Gordon first. So he provided a good cover her, that Gordon. I do think so. I don't know what the person himself is thinking though. It seems that the mastermind doesn't care even if we find out. After all, he made it so that everyone thinks that it is impossible for him to manipulate the situation so far. When I thought so, the soldier's shout began to echo outside. Apparently, our long-awaited escorts have arrived. Everyone, get ready to move. Trauneson, I think they've arrived. It seems so. Saying so, Trauneson came out of the closet covered in sweat. Seeing that, Wendy let out a short scream and went to hide behind Rita. That will leave a scar. It's Trauaniu's fault. It's because you suddenly started interrogating Wendy. You did that. I couldn't control myself when I saw Lolafu, so I blanked out a little. Trauneson seems to regret his actions. Seriously, if he isn't like this then he would be considered a good person. Krista said that it was because of Wendy's illusion that they went unnoticed, but the fact that this is an inconspicuous room also played a part. It was probably Trauneson who chose this room. Although it was something that can easily be overlooked, he did a good job. Trauaniu, smelly. Gan. My own sister told me that I am smelly. Krista has no mercy on Trauneson. Lizaranu also instructed her to call him Anu instead of Nisama as well. In a sense, the person that Lizaranu is most on guard against is Trauneson. Trauneson, who turned deeply depressed, shifted his gaze toward the door. He then speaks in a dignified voice. You may enter. Wings of my brother. With permission given, the door was opened. Chapter 238. The Old Generation. It's been a long time. Your Highness Traugott. Marx and Manuel, at your service, Your Highness. When the door opened, 2 men knelt before Trauneson and gave their greetings. Both have bright blonde hair and eyes of the same color. The elder brother, Marx von Raiffeisen, is a fearless, good-looking man. The younger brother, Manuel von Raiffeisen, has a gentle appearance, and perhaps due to his baby face, he looks much younger than his elder brother. As wings of the Crown Prince, if they had the chance to continue to support him, they would become quite influential people in the empire. Even the emperor himself thinks that it is a waste that they would only serve the Crown Prince. The only person who could move them would probably be Trauneson alone. Good work, you two. I'm grateful that you are willing to listen to my unreasonable request. What are you saying, Your Highness? You are the younger brother of our lord, the late Crown Prince. We shall rush to your aid whenever you are in crisis. I appreciate your loyalty to my brother. I apologize for using your loyalty to him. I swear, I shall never use my brother's name like this again. Their loyalty is toward the deceased Crown Prince. Trauneson never mistook that. That's why he thanked them for their loyalty and vowed not to use it anymore. That would be the best way to grasp people's hearts. It would be considered a great move if he deliberately pulled that off, but I'm sure that his words did not come from that kind of calculated move, but his true intention instead. He is truly sorry for using their loyalty toward our eldest brother. It must be because Trauneson is like this that they came to his aid. We and our subordinates have already taken control of this floor. Let's move out, Your Highness. I understand. Arnold, I will leave the children in your care, okay? Yes. Trauneson said so and left the room. After that, the Raiffeisen brothers follow him. When we left the room, the people who seemed to be their subordinates were watching the surroundings outside. There are about 10 of them, but these people are all the former subordinates of the late Crown Prince. I can see strength oozing out from how they handle themselves. Even though they have been away from the battle for quite some time, every single one of them should be strong enough to handle an A-rank adventurer by themselves. The Raiffeisen brothers who lead them should be even stronger. The elder brother, Marx, was once considered as a talented man who could go toe-to-toe with Lizaranu, while even the younger brother, Manuel, has the ability on par with an AA rank adventurer. Their battle senses should be dulled and they shouldn't be as powerful as in their heydays, but it is helpful to have this much strength on our side right now. Manuel Dono. Please do not mind the honorific, Your Highness Arnold. Then, Manuel, did you disguise yourselves as soldiers and infiltrated the castle? The Raiffeisen brothers and their men are all wearing military uniforms. The black military uniform of the Imperial Army. I did consider such a plan myself, but judging from their appearance, it seems to be quite effective. That's correct, Your Highness. The soldiers were gathered by His Highness Gordon, but only the higher-ups know each other. The lower-rank soldiers can't distinguish themselves. However, it seems that they have decided on a secret code that they can use to identify their ally. What is the code? Apparently, it is, for Her Highness Xandra. I heard it when they were checking each other and it indeed worked, so I assume that to be their code. Xandra? Is it because they are cooperating? I can't say for sure. However, despite the fact that His Highness Gordon is outside the castle, the celestial sphere was activated. There must be others in the Imperial family who cooperated with him. Among all the Imperial family here, Her Highness Xandra is the most likely. Besides, the two have long been in conflict. Within a rebellion started by His Highness Gordon, it would be unexpected for an outsider to mention the name of Her Highness Xandra to them. That was probably why they chose it. I nodded at Manuel's explanation. So it is almost certain that Xandra is cooperating with Gordon her. But the soldiers don't know that, so they use her name as a secret code. As a code, I can't say that it is that good, but if the code is too difficult, it can still cause confusion among their ranks. I guess that's their limit. Many soldiers under the enemy's command are confused. Most of them were skeptical while obeying the orders of their superiors. The order given to them was also vague. They were told to take control of the castle and capture everyone inside. It seems that only a few of them were actually given detailed orders. So they do not have complete control over their men here. I have no intention to give Gordon an excuse, but it is indeed a daunting task to completely control all the soldiers. The generals that are participating in this rebellion are extremists. They simply want a war so that they can use it to obtain military achievements. Their only desire is to advance their career and bring honor to their names. They are supporting Gordon because they have something to gain. Even if it's not Gordon, taking control over those people would be a difficult thing to do. Trauneson explains. Hearing him, Rita nodded. I thought that she managed to learn something using this opportunity, but judging from her expression, it seems that she doesn't really understand anything here. Still, it was indeed a difficult topic. It is easy to manipulate those who seek to benefit themselves, but once they grouped up, that would be difficult. Why? You can bait one of them with what they want, but if you group them up, their interests will conflict. If you favor a certain person, others will be dissatisfied and distance themselves from you. That being said, Gordon should know that well. He's the type that would leave things like that alone. For Gordon, who never trusted others and only relied on his own strength, anyone who refused to follow him is unneeded. He probably thinks that there are many replacements he can choose from. That's correct. I thought of him better in the past, but recently, he has grown worse. He doesn't trust anyone because of his arrogance. Nothing good will come from relying on other countries to start a rebellion. Gordon may think that he can suppress it with force, but once a rebellion occurs, chaos will spread inside the country. Moreover, now we have to deal with outside threats as well. There's nothing good coming from it at all. Even so, Gordon still did it. He even joined hands with Xandra. He must have done it out of desperation. And it was me and Leo who drove him into the corner. Even if it is only a small part, we do share the responsibility for this rebellion. Couldn't we handle it better? I couldn't help but think about such a thing, but there's no point regretting anything now. The fire has already started. Putting it out should be the highest priority. When I was thinking so, Marx, who was walking in front of us, signaled us to stop. Come out. I know that you are there, Marx said as he looked at the corner. A person appeared from the corner. The man has his stomach wrapped up in a bloody bandage. His expression is ghastly pale. He is also donning a white cloak. Standing there is the captain of the 8th Imperial Night Corps, Oliver von Rollbach. Isn't that a face I haven't seen in a long time? Captain Oliver, what happened? That wound. Oliver is in the same generation as the Raiffeisen brothers. He had been serving father as a captain in the Imperial Knight Order since the two were still serving the Crown Prince. Naturally, they are familiar with each other. Ha, ha. The 10th Corps captain. Raphael betrayed us. Impossible. Raphael should adore His Majesty like his own father. I thought so too. But it seems that's not the case. Please relay that to the Knight Commander. I can't move anymore. Saying so, Oliver leaned against the wall and slid down to the floor. Blood spills on the wall and Oliver himself also vomit a small amount of blood from his mouth. His wound is quite deep. He probably came here while fighting off his pursuers. It's clear that his life can't be saved anymore. Captain Oliver, for the loyalty you showed to the Empire, I thank you. Please stop that. Your Highness Traugott. Being thankful to a fool like me. I couldn't protect anything. The only thing I have left is shame. Oliver smiles deprecatingly. For Oliver, who has served father for a long time, this is the biggest blunder of his life. And there is no chance for him to correct it. Everyone had lost their words. However, only Rita alone was different. There is no shame in it at all. Rita thinks that you are amazing. You came here without giving up after all. Saying so, Rita held Oliver's hand. Perhaps he found his hand much colder than she thought. She flinched a little, but she never let go. To think that I would be comforted by a child. Rita is not a child. Rita is a knight candidate. One day Rita will become an Imperial Knight and protect Siyu-chan. I will become a knight who never gives up like you. Just how much those words have saved Oliver. Hearing her words, he smiled and stood up with all his power. If a child is going so far for me, then I can't allow myself to show any more of my embarrassing side her. Let's go to the throne room together. If we treat that wound then, it's already too late for me. I can't go with you. Oliver takes off his white mantle. He then used the sword he was holding to cut the bloody part of it off. Ah, that's proof of an Imperial Knight. Yeah, that's right. That's why I am giving it to you. Take good care of it. Oliver put the white mantle on Rita. Rita, who just received a mantle that can only be worn by an Imperial Knight, was confused, but Oliver only gently stroked her head. Go, my junior. If you are Her Highness's Imperial Knight, then never leave her side. In a situation like this, those who remain at the Imperial family's side are Imperial Knights. Fight for them with pride, Knight Rita. Oliver said so and slowly looked at the way he came. A large number of soldiers are coming our way. Leave this place to me. I will buy you some time, Raiffeisen brothers. I pray for your luck. Lucka. Right. Maybe that's exactly what I need. Your Highnesses. Please tell His Majesty that this Oliver apologized for his blunder. After he said that, Oliver started walking toward the soldiers. In response, they began to rush at him. I carry Krista while the Raiffeisen brothers' subordinates take care of Rita and Wendy. After all, children can't catch up with our pace. It's not so bad being a stepping stone for the future generation. Come at me. Which one of you will take the head of Captain Oliver of the Imperial Knight Order? My head won't come for cheap, you know. Oliver shouted and started engaging the soldiers. As we ran, Rita kept her eyes on Oliver's back until it couldn't be seen anymore. Chapter 239. Perfect Positions. When the Celestial Sphere was activated, Liza decided to stop her fight with Gordon and head to escort the Emperor. Seeing that, Gordon mockingly smiled at Liza. What's wrong? Running away? Marshal. I don't care what you think. I didn't come here to defeat you. I came to protect father. If you cannot even understand that, then it is appropriate that you remain a general forever. Gordon, who received that harsh reply, grit his teeth and ordered his men to pursue her. However, his men couldn't get past Liza's men. He was forced to reorganize his troops before beginning his pursuit. Using that time, Liza immediately headed to join the Emperor. Father. Are you safe? Yeah, for the time being. Emperor Johannes looked up at the sky. It was the first time that the celestial sphere covering the sky of the capital looked so eerie. It has been 25 years since Johannes took the throne. Although he has seen the sphere before in an operation test, He never thought that it would be used to confine him inside the capital like this. Letting out a sigh, Johannes posts a question to Franz, who is standing next to him. Is this also a part of your calculation? I did expect this to happen, but this is the worst kind of development. If the celestial sphere was activated this fast, it is possible that the imperial knights in the castle were killed, or that they have betrayed us. I hope it is the former. I agree with you, Your Majesty. However, this is the time to act. Marshal, my apology, but could you secure us a base of operation? We have already secured the area around the East Gate. Liza immediately replied. A separate unit had already taken control of the East Gate beforehand, as it was supposed to be the escape route for the Emperor. Since the imperial capital is surrounded by high walls, unless you can fly, the only way to leave are the gates. Naturally, the enemy is also aware of that, and they had already dispatched units to secure each gate as insurance. As the unit tasked to control the gate was under the mindset that they were the one doing a surprise attack, Liz's unit managed to ambush them and took them down in no time. However, no matter how far we escape, we are outnumbered. It is impossible for the force you prepared outside to destroy the celestial sphere, right? In case that Your Majesty is stuck inside the capital, the brave will take command. Please hold on until they arrive. Is he planning to use the holy sword on the capital? I wanted to avoid it if possible, but right now we have no other choice. He wanted to let the Emperor escape without resorting to that if possible. That was the reason he summoned Liza here, but now it is impossible for them to escape anymore. The situation is forcing them to put their hope on the forces outside. This is rare for you, Prime Minister. Normally you would be able to avoid people forcing your hand like this. I have no excuse. Once this incident is over, I'd like to take responsibility for this with my life. It is not your fault, Prime Minister. Don't say such depressing things in a situation like this. No, it is my responsibility. I thought that I could use this chance to rid us of the pus that infested the Empire. But I didn't think that it had infested us to this extent. It is my responsibility, as I can't root them out, Your Majesty. Franz thought that this case can be dealt with by summoning Liza here. After all, Gordon's rebellion was expected. On top of that, Franz wanted to use this chance to smoke out those who are lurking behind the scenes. Franz never underestimated Gordon, but he never thought that he would be able to cause such a large-scale rebellion either. Especially when Gordon has been overconfident in his power, he was under the impression that even if Gordon causes a rebellion, he can somehow deal with it. It was only as simple as mustering stronger force than Gordon could gather to his side. In fact, Liza alone should be enough to suppress Gordon's rebellion. However, even the Imperial Knights joined the rebellion. Moreover, more generals agreed to join Gordon than he expected. Gordon alone cannot accomplish this. Even with Xandra involved, the damage caused by this incident is too great. There is an invisible hand that is manipulating the situation from behind the scenes. He thought that there must be someone like that and tried to smoke them out, but even in this crucial moment, they are still cautious and never show him anything that he can trace back to them. As a result, Gordon's rebellion has gone out of his control. For Franz, who has stabilized the Empire for so long, this was a defeat and a blunder that he wants to make up for with his own life. However, we can discuss who to blame later. Besides, it is my own son that rebelled. I am the one who bears the heaviest responsibility. Johannes said so and looked to the front. It is easy to grieve or face down in regret. But doing that would mean he is waiting around for Gordon to defeat him. His predecessors would not allow him to leave this world without clearing the mess he caused. If he is an emperor, then it is natural for him to deal with this. If I am killed here, it will be passed down to later generations that causing a rebellion is effective. That is what we must avoid the most. That's why I will not die here. Please rest assured. Even if Father says that you want to die, I will never let you. After Liza said that to Johannes, she gave an order to the soldiers in the area to withdraw to the East Gate. There are soldiers and the men from the imperial capital garrison around who don't know about the rebellion, but she did not include them into their force. After all, she can't be sure if they are enemies or allies. They who only stare blankly at Liza and the emperor so far were the people she cannot bring herself to trust so readily. That's why she shouted, "All soldiers, listen to my command. If you are loyal to the emperor and the people of the empire, then protect your people. Whoever took advantage of this turmoil and bring harm to the people will be considered the enemy of His Majesty the Emperor." Liza shouted so as she straddles on her horse. It is not possible for her to bring them under her direct command, but leaving them alone would be a waste. That's why Liza gave them instructions. Protect the people. Hearing her words, many of them started to act. Evacuating the spectators who were left behind the arena, helping those who were frozen with fear, there was a lot left for them to do. As if it was natural, they took off their military uniforms. After all, the only thing the people know is that Gordon has led the army and started a rebellion. Since the people were afraid of those in military uniforms, they took them off to make it easier for the civilian to trust them. With this, they will at least help the citizens evacuate. Yumu, the problem left is the castle here. If this is prolonged, they can take their time to conquer the castle. They might resort to using hostages to force our hand as well. I am fine. But Lizelot, will you be alright? As long as Liza is his enemy, Gordon will definitely aim for Krista, her sister. That is a natural development, but Liza only smiled. I believe in my brothers and sister. I am sure that they will not quietly let themselves become hostages. I see. Please don't worry. I have already resolved myself. Father's protection is my highest priority. Sorry. Liza quietly nodded to the emperor's word. She then shifted her eyes toward the castle. It is not that she is not worried about them. When Johannes was still young, there were many wars with other countries. That's why, as a part of the imperial family, she had stood on the battlefield from a young age. However, after Johannes began to settle down, such wars began to disappear. That's why her younger brothers and sister don't know the battlefield. The campaign that Al and Leo took part in as their first campaign was only something on the level of bandit subjugation. Moreover, their presences weren't even needed there. However, Liza knew. Her brothers and sister are growing up in their own way. I will leave that side to you. After she muttered that to herself, Liza focused on what she could do here. She doesn't think that she will lose to Gordon, but if the battle is prolonged, her men will be fatigued. In the end, humans cannot overcome the violence of numbers. How many days can they hold out? Will the reinforcement arrive in time? She wants to expect help from inside the capital, but right now she is forced to expect help from those outsides. Fortunately, the people who are perfect to deal with this situation from the outside are currently not inside the imperial capital. Black Twin Prince her. Was it a well-calculated move or a simple coincidence that they are in the perfect position to handle this, I wonder? Leo is outside together with Elna, while Ul, who knows all about the castle, remains inside. Their positions will cause problems for the enemy while their ally will benefit from it. That's why the future moves of those two will be important to solve this situation. Everyone knows how Leo has grown, but those two are twins. If Leo is growing, then so does Ul. Liza was certain of that. However, regardless of their moves, they will need time. She has to earn them as much time as possible. Telling herself so, Liza escorts the Emperor to the East Gate, which will act as their emergency base. Chapter 240. Each specialized field. Going back a little in time, shortly before the Celestial Sphere activated, Finn and Mia, who infiltrated the inner palace, were surprised at a large number of soldiers they found there. Hiding in the room, the two watched the soldiers. There are quite a lot of them. Maybe they are planning to take control of the inner palace first. Even so, I think that this number is still strange. Finn quietly analyzes the enemy's intentions. First, she must grasp the situation and analyze them. That is what Ul always does. The inner palace is wide. But to use this number of soldiers to take control over it is strange. If they want to capture all the consorts inside the inner palace first, they should mobilize more men. If that is the case, then that shouldn't be their immediate goal. Then what is their aim here? If their main goal is not to take complete control over the whole inner palace, then it must be somewhere smaller. Capturing Mitsubasama? But that wouldn't make sense given where they are going. The place where the soldiers are heading to, and where they are most concentrated, is in the opposite direction of Mitsuba's room. From there, Finn made a deduction. It seems that they are most likely trying to free that person. They are trying to free someone? The 5th consort Zuzan and the 2nd Princess Xandra. They need someone with the imperial family's blood to activate the celestial sphere. From His Highness Gordon's personality, he isn't the type that would directly command his men here at the castle. I am sure that he will directly head to confront His Majesty. In that case, they need someone of the imperial family to activate the celestial sphere inside the castle. That's why they are trying to free Her Highness Xandra. I don't think that my theory will be that far off from the truth. She must be thinking of making her move after the celestial sphere is activated, but if she gives Gordon her cooperation, then it will be easier for her to make a move. Finn thought so and told Mia her plan. If their purpose is not to capture the consorts, then this is our chance. Let's head to Mitsuba-sama's side. Understood. What do we do about the other consorts though? There are 5 other consorts in the inner palace. From the 3rd to 7th consorts, the 4th and the 5th are on the enemy side. Our allies are the 6th and 7th consort. The only one I can't read what she is thinking at all is the 3rd consort alone. Leaving the room they were hiding in, they headed straight to Mitsuba's room. They walked down the hallway without hiding themselves, but since the soldiers went in the opposite direction, Finn thinks that they will be okay. Above all, even if they encounter an enemy, she has Mia at her side. She doesn't want to be too cautious and wastes precious time now. If they can join up with Mitsuba before the enemy makes their moves, the difficulty of escaping will be greatly reduced. The 3rd consort. She is the mother of the 2nd prince, right? Yes, since she is the mother of the Prince Ulsama is most on guard against, I am sure that she will do something. Eric's mother. There was no doubt that she is the person worthy of paying their utmost attention to. It is either that she take advantage of this situation and do something, or taking the initiative to escape first. While under the impression that she will surely make a move, she couldn't grasp what she will do accurately. If it's Ulsama, he would be able to predict what she would do. Finn-sama is already amazing. I was completely clueless about those things after all. Amazing, me? Then I think it is because I have a great role model. Before I came to the imperial capital, I was not good at using my head after all. Right now I am still no good though. Everything Finn does is an imitation of Ul. Being the closest person to him, Finn looked at Ul and followed his example. However, there is also a limit. The amount of experience they have is different. Ul, who has played tricks on others since he was a child, used his head in various areas while Finn only lived quietly inside her territory. No matter how closely she observed him, she cannot perfectly imitate Ul. It was impossible for Finn to analyze the enemy's aim so accurately like him. However, Finn didn't think that it was something that she should be depressed over. It is something like an added value. Naturally, it is better that she can do it, but even if she can't, nothing will change. People have their own specialized field. The current Finn understands that. I am not good at thinking too. I always think that it would be easier for me if I could use my head more, you know. Humans are lacking as living beings. It is because we are not perfect that we have our strengths and weaknesses. But that is okay. People are together to compensate for each other after all. That was the reason Ul chose to support Leo. If it is in the nature of the people to compensate for each other, then a person who inspires helps from others is suitable to be a ruler. An emperor doesn't have to be perfect. He can rely on people around him. As long as there are people who wish to support or help him, then that's enough. That's Ul's way of thinking and the reason why he wants Leo to be an emperor. However, the two are twins. They are on the opposite ends of the spectrum, but their characters are very similar. Both Leo and Ul have the qualities that inspire people to support them. Leo inspires others by showing how he is always aiming for a new height, while Ul, despite his lackings, inspires others by showing how he does his best. That's how they attract the people around them. People around Leo try to push him further, while people around Ul try to pull him up. Which one people want to support will be up to their preference. However, there is a decisive difference between the two. Whether they are willing to become an emperor or not. That is the first and foremost condition to become an emperor. Leo chose to become an emperor while Ul chose to support Leo. If there is something different in this dynamic, then there must be an opposite world line. Even so, this sibling would support each other. However, in this world, Ul chose to be the one who supported his brother. If so, then it is her role to support Ul at his side, Finn thought. Then, that's why I don't think that someone who relies on no one but themselves can become an emperor. Will you help me? Mia-san. It is already too late for that. I have already pledged this bow to you after all. Hearing Mia's answer, Finn smiled. Then, Mia quietly whispered to Finn, "Please go ahead first. I will finish this soon." Saying so, Mia took out her bow and turned back. It seems that the soldiers have already arrived behind them. Finn leaves the soldiers to Mia and hurries to Mitsuba's room. Once she arrived, Finn rushed into Mitsuba's room. "Mitsuba-sama, are you safe? Finn-san, run." Inside the room, Gianna was also together with Mitsuba. However, there were not only the two that were inside the room. They were maids who took up arms and imperial guards of the inner palace. She couldn't tell enemies from allies. Some of the maids and guards are protecting Mitsuba and Gianna while others try to kill them. The room looked like a battlefield. The enemy already dispatched their forces. If they take their time here, the soldiers will soon catch up with them. She needs to hurry. When Finn thought so, one of the female guards noticed Finn and rushes at her. "It's the Blaumo. Catch her. Finn-san." Mitsuba's voice echoed in the room. However, Finn does nothing to the hand that reached out to grab her. She knew that it would be useless no matter how she resisted. And it is also because she knew that it wasn't necessary. "I leave this to you. Mia-san." "Leave it to me." Mia appeared from behind Finn and kicked the guard who tried to grab Finn away. The kick sent the female guard crashing into the opposite wall. Witnessing that, all attention was directed toward Mia for a moment. "You all look the same, so it's hard to tell. If you are on Finn-sama's side, then throw down your weapon. If you don't, I will blow you all away." Mia gives a warning and holds up her weapon. Strong magic power was emitted from the bow. Mitsuba, who felt the danger right away, immediately issued an order. "Drop your weapons." In response to her command, the maids and the guards who were protecting Mitsuba and Gianna immediately dropped their weapons and rushed to Mitsuba's side. The remaining enemy maids and guards pointed their weapons at Mia, but they didn't have any chance to use them. "Have you ever seen a scattering arrow?" Mia said so and fired a magic arrow that gave off a dazzling light. It scattered into countless arrows and blew all the enemies to the wall, incapacitated them. Chapter 241. Worth. After she incapacitated the enemies, Mia immediately turned to face Finn. "Are you okay, Finn-sama?" "Yes, thanks to you." "How about you, Mia-san?" "That level of enemy is an easy win for me. I'm used to dealing with multiple opponents after all." Finn bitterly smiled at Mia's bold statement. Mia, who acted as the chivalrous thief in the Dominion, is always outnumbered. She often has to deal with a large number of opponents. Naturally, she possesses the ability to defeat multiple opponents at once, but not only that, she also knows how to prevent her opponents from using their number as an advantage as well. One could say that she is the perfect person to rely on in a situation where they are surrounded by enemies such as this. Now Finn is convinced of the reason why Il spent so much of his money to recruit her to his side. "Mitsuba-sama, Gianna-sama. I'm glad that you are safe. Finn-san, why are you here?" "Of course, to rescue the two of you. We have no worth as hostages. We will only slow you down. Just leave us behind and escape. You should be more aware of your worth." What Mitsuba said was true. The emperor will not waver even if Mitsuba or Gianna are taken hostages. If Leo was inside the imperial capital, Mitsuba's value as a hostage would increase, but Leo is currently outside while Ul is not even considered a threat by the enemy. That is why their value as hostages is low while Finn's is much more valuable. That was why Mitsuba told Ul to put aside her protection and told Finn to escape by herself. Her decision truly seems like it would come from Ul's mother, Finn thought. Objectively evaluating her worth without any bias and making a calm judgment on the spot. Some would say that her decision is admirable, but Finn was saddened at it. Whether it is Ul or Mitsuba, she wanted them to take better care of themselves. To be able to extend their kindness to others while unable to do the same to themselves, in a sense, that is twisted. And it wasn't just Finn who thought that way. So it is because his mother is like this that Prince turned out that way. It is a problem when someone doesn't do anything for others because they only care about themselves, but the opposite is also true, you know. Right now we have to look at the big picture. Just go. Excuse me, but since I have already come this far, no matter what you say, I won't leave empty-handed. Please feel free to decide your own value as you see fit, but we will help you anyway. I've said the same thing to your son just before we arrived here. Hearing Mia, Mitsuba has a troubled expression on her face. How should I persuade her? I don't even have the time to do that in the first place. That was the expression on her face right now. Finn smiled and gave Mitsuba a suggestion. How about we talk more about this while we walk? It seems I have a choice. Mitsuba gave up on persuading them. After all, she doesn't want Finn to remain in this place any longer than this. Thus, everyone started to move. Of course, when a large group like this moves, it will attract attention. However, once the soldiers came into view, Mia immediately blew them away. Rather, this instead helped Mia spot the soldiers easier. Ah, this place is too wide. Can't we use the secret passage? We can't use it since Ulsama is not with us. We have no choice but to break through them. What is that prince doing at a time like this? It will be difficult to break through the wide and complicated inner palace. However, Finn doesn't reply to Mia's complaint. After all, Ul himself should be conducting secret maneuvers around the castle right now. Soon, Finn and her group arrived at a straight path that directly led to the castle. The castle is just ahead. Please do not let your guard down. There should be more of them there. Roger that. Saying so, Mia tries to take the lead, but she stopped herself when she noticed something. She then quietly whispers, "There are curse traps ahead. And it's more than 20 of them. The path ahead is covered with curse magic traps. Moreover, this kind of curse spell should already be designated as forbidden magic." Seeing that, Mia slowly turned around. "Your personality is quite rotten, isn't it? You think so? Since this is an obvious escape route, I think that it is normal to set up traps here though. That's not what I am talking about. I'm talking about the fact that you stood there smiling behind us while waiting until we got caught in your traps." Saying so, Mia glares at the person who appeared from behind them. A woman with her characteristic green hair. Seeing her, Mitsuba whispered the woman's name. "Susan." "Good day, Mitsuba. Where are you planning to go, I wonder? Don't you have to apologize to me on your son's behalf for getting me under house arrest first? It was your crime that got you confined. My sons didn't do anything wrong." "You think so? I see it differently though. From where I see it, if it was not for your son arresting my brother, I wouldn't have to suffer such miserable punishment and my daughter would have been one step closer to the throne. If that's the case, then it seems that we can't ever understand each other. So, have you joined Gordon's rebellion because your own brother failed in his? You don't learn your lesson at all, her. Shut up. It was all your fault. It was because you didn't properly educate your sons. You should have taught them that they are low-born filths born from a commoner. It came to this because they weren't taught that their worth is nothing compared to us nobility, you know." Finn frowned at Susan's words. What she said wasn't sarcasm, that was what she is truly thinking. Finn hated people who judge people based on their statuses. One becomes a noble because their ancestors left behind achievements deserving of a special position. That was what she was taught ever since she was little. It is a noble's duty to make an effort to not blemish the achievement left behind by their ancestors and not bring shame to the position they were given. If a noble takes pride in the privileges they were given instead of that, then Finn thinks that such nobles are better off not existing in the first place. "Why are you making such scary eyes? Blaumo, I didn't know that you have that in you, you know? I'm honestly surprised. If possible, I want to keep smiling. I always wonder how wonderful it would if I could do that. But this world is not so sweet. I understood that after I came to the imperial capital. And I also learned this. I need to fight to keep on smiling. Fifth consort Susan. I do not accept you. I do not accept Princess Xandra's claim to the throne. As a member of House Kleinet, I will not allow someone with such an ideal to become an emperor. So you at least have a mouth. But so what if you don't accept me? Are you planning to fight me now? Saying so, Susan slightly raised her hand. Then a large number of soldiers that were concealing themselves appeared. They cannot escape as long as they cannot break through that path. Still, Finn wasn't intimidated. Mia-san, as you wish. Mia shot out scattered arrows and accurately destroyed the traps. Seeing her traps destroyed with a single attack, Susan was surprised, but she immediately gave an order with a frown. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Please run. I will stall them. No. Above us. While running away, Finn urged Mia to look above. With just that, Mia immediately understood what she meant. That's a good plan. Just like that, Mia began to shoot countless arrows at the ceiling. The ceiling could not withstand the blows from her arrows and slowly began to collapse. Still, Mia never ceased her attack. Then, it's collapsing. Run. The soldiers charging at them were forced to retreat to avoid being crushed under the collapsing ceiling. Then, the ceiling completely collapsed. The exit connecting the inner palace to the castle is now blocked with piles of rubble. Seeing that, Susan was enraged. What are you doing? Clear those rocks now. You can't get away from me, Mitsuba. That's quite a scream. This should delay them for a while. Mitsuba-sama, Gianna-sama. We still have to run. Are you both okay? If it's physically, then I am a little worried, but it's not like I have time to complain, right? I will do my best to keep up. I will do my best too. After hearing Mitsuba and Gianna's replies, Finn turned to Mia and nodded. The stairs are surely under watch. Let's break through them. Now that's an easy to understand plan. Saying so, Mia excitedly holds up her bow. Chapter 242. The Whiteling Sisters. It's probably thanks to Oliver stalling the soldiers for us that we were able to reach the throne room relatively smoothly. However, there was a group that arrived there just before us. I'm glad that you are safe. Tori-san. Saying so, Alida bowed to my sister-in-law, Therese, who was among the group that arrived at the throne room. However, it was not Therese who led the group here. I'm glad that you are safe as well, third consort Sama. Thank you very much for protecting my sister. You do not have to thank me. Knight Commander Alida. It's natural for me to help your sister, answered a blue-haired woman in glasses. The name of the woman who is exhibiting a gentle smile as she replied to Alida is Camilla, third consort of the Emperor and Eric's mother. Like Eric, she is a person that gives an intelligent impression, but at the same time, she also exhibits the same coldness as him. If it's natural for you to help her, then it would be great if you can protect the other consorts as well though. I spoke out. Well, he is certainly a little strange, but he is a great person, you know. After reassuring Elna, Leo turned to the front. If Ul is really alone, then he can't help but worry about him, but he still has their family. It's okay. Nii-san is a person who cares about his family. With our family's lives on the line, Nii-san is strong, you know. His words were pure. A person who won't and can't do anything for himself. That is how Ul is. That's why if there are people around him, then he can rest assured. Looking at me, Therese sadly turned her face down while Alida squinted her eyes a little. To this pair of sisters, I am that kind of existence. It can't be helped. Good day. Prince Arnold, Prince Traugott, and Princess Krista as well. I am glad that you are safe. I can't say that this is such a good day though. For you to arrive here so quickly must mean that you were aware of this rebellion beforehand, no? Why did you choose to only bring my sister-in-law here alone? Because we would have a problem if she becomes a hostage. The Whiteling House was recently in conflict with His Majesty. My apology, but the Knight Commander is also a member of that house. If her sister is taken, she might consider betraying His Majesty. Tori-san did stand up against His Majesty for the sake of her younger brother after all. It would be problematic if the enemy exploited their familial bond. Saying so, Camilla smiled thinly. Seeing that, I can't help but frown. I can't stomach this woman. Even Susan would be better in my eyes. If you think that it will be problematic if the enemy takes hostages, then don't you think that also applies to the other consorts as well? They do not have the same worth as a hostage like Terry-san. I'm sure that you are unsatisfied because I didn't take your esteemed mother with me, but if I take Mitsuba, who Susan is bearing grudges against, that will endanger Terry-san instead. This is for the sake of the Empire. Please understand. For the Empire's sake. How about you honestly say that you left them behind as a decoy for your own escape? It seems that it can be taken that way as well. How unfortunate. I want to punch her in the face. I clenched my fist bearing that thought, but I didn't do anything. If I hit her here, it will cause a problem. Moreover, what she said is not wrong. That way of thinking is similar to my mother's. She left them there because they don't have much worth as hostages. That is understandable. Even with my mother's popularity among the commoners, the emperor will only lose some credibility in case he chooses to abandon her. Compared to the possibility of a leader's betrayal, that is nothing. I glanced at Alida. What Camilla basically said earlier was, I brought your sister here because you might betray us. That should be outrageous for a leader who values her loyalty above all else. However, Alida's expression was cool. Do you have nothing to say, Knight Commander? None at all. It is natural to suspect me. My brother committed a sin while my elder sister tried to help him by asking for Her Majesty the Empress's help. It is a matter of course to doubt me, their sister as well. I do not think that you will betray us, Knight Commander. I simply wanted to crush all the possibilities. Now, Terry-san, let's head inside. Yes. Camilla-sama. Camilla and Therese enter the throne room. I gaze at her back with disgust. Ulnia-sama. What about Oka-sama? Finn already went out to help her. Even so, the enemy is probably pouring all their effort to capture them right now. There are many hostage candidates in the inner palace. The enemy will have to disperse their force to capture them all. I am betting on Mia to be able to defeat them one by one, but the fact that Camilla and Therese are here means that Susan will concentrate all her forces on Mother. There's no doubt that it will be difficult to escape them even for Mia. Moreover, if they captured Finn, it will be my fault. I endangered Finn, a highly valued hostage candidate, because I trust her with my mother's safety. Seriously. Nothing goes as planned at all. Will Finn and Okasama be okay? They have an escort, but I think they will not be able to get here so easily. That must be the same for Miss Camilla too, but well, she is a snake-like woman. She probably slipped through their defense somehow. If she was aware of the rebellion in advance, she might have been observing the soldiers' movement as well. Even so, it was no coincidence that Mother was made into a decoy. Trauneson, please watch over the 3 children. I will head to pick them up through the secret passages. Alone. I have a pessimist strategist on my side. I should be able to avoid the danger with his help. That's worrying. Why don't you take someone as an escort? We have more men guarding the throne room now. I will dispatch my subordinate to escort you, Your Highness. Alida proposed so. Honestly, that would be a nuisance. It is one thing if I can have a large number of escorts, but if it is only a few, then they will only serve as a handicap. After all, I can deal with almost anything by myself. That's why I declined. I will refrain. I am not going out there to fight, and the route I will take will not be an ordinary one either. That's why I want you to make sure the area around the throne room is safe. I can't make a move if this place is filled with enemies after all. But will it not be too dangerous? It will certainly be dangerous, but it would be a waste to assign someone to guard me alone. Also, it would be dangerous to disperse the force here too much. That troublesome woman is already inside after all. I talked about Camilla. Even if she knew of the rebellion in advance, her being here this fast is too strange. It's not like Camilla has strong personnel ready at her side. She only has armed maids and the Imperial Guards. She might be able to get here so early because she is in cahoot with the enemy. That's possible, isn't it? In this situation, we have to doubt everyone. I will trust you to keep an eye on her. If that is the case, then I will comply. Please leave this place to me, Your Highness. Alida said so and withdrew. Nodding to her, I sent Traunison and the others into the throne room before I turned back. However, a leader called out from behind me, "Your Highness Arnold. Is there anything else?" Knight Commander Alida. My brother suffered for 7 days and 7 nights. My father took care of him during that time, and I was also with him at the end. Together with my family. That is the natural result considering what he did, but it would be a lie to say that I am not angry. Obviously. Even I, if Leo is punished because he committed a crime and punished because of it, I would be angry too. Thank you for your understanding. To be honest, I can't help but think what would happen if you were not by Finsama's side. However, even now, you still remain at her side. That was something my younger brother couldn't let go until his death. This might only trouble your highness, but please keep that thought in mind. If your highness dies and leaves Finsama to mourn for you, I will not know what my brother died for. Please, for the sake of my peace, please live. I never expected her to say that. Nothing was clouding over her blue eyes. That was probably her true feelings. Such a strange person. Don't you think that it would be better if I die? Who will be saved by that? If it brings Finsama's smile, then I'm sure that Lorenz will be satisfied. It may only be naive thinking, but at least the person he loved will be smiling. It was exactly because he couldn't think that way that Lorenz picked a fight with me though. Well, if that is what she thinks, then she might be saved if only a little. I have no reason to refuse. I understand. I don't have any intention to die from the beginning though. Please accept my sincere gratitude. I wish you good luck. Saying so, Alida sent me off with a smile. Chapter 243. True Nature. Get out of my way, Mia shouted so and blew away all the soldiers who were blocking their path. Using that chance, Finn and the others ran through the opening she created, but the soldiers steadily showed up to keep them from advancing. They managed to reach the middle floors, but the number of soldiers kept increasing as they advanced. There's no end to them at all. They must be focusing their forces on us. That seems to be the case. Finn nods to Mitsuba's words. In that case, there are 2 possibilities. Either all the possible hostages were already in the enemy's hand, or that they all managed to safely escape. Finn thinks that it is the latter. With all moving behind the scenes, it's hard to imagine the others falling to the enemy's hand. If that is the case, they must have escaped to the throne room already. The problem is the timing. At first, Ul was evacuating the possible hostages at the same time. That way, the enemy will have to disperse their forces. However, Finn's group was delayed. There were more enemies in the inner palace than they expected, and they had a hard time breaking through. Due to that, they are now the target of the enemy's concentrated assault. Bitterly thinking that she could have done better, Finn looks at Mia's complexion. She still looks fine, but it's not like she isn't tired. If the enemy keeps using their number like this, they will eventually get overwhelmed soon. I must do something. Finn began to impatiently think so as they arrived at a crossroads. At that time, Mia suddenly turned around. Then, get back. Mia pushes Finn into the intersecting corridor and shields Mitsuba behind her. Then, a blade of wind flew through the place where Finn was standing and shattered the wall behind them. Ara. Don't move around so much. If you move I can't kill you, right? It was Xandra who appeared in front of them. There were many mages behind her as well. I can tell just by looking at you. You are the daughter of the consort we met earlier, right? Your eyes look exactly the same. While saying so, Mia positioned herself in the middle of the corridor. Although she had to push Finn to safety, she is now separated from her. It is now impossible to join up with her without defeating Xandra first. Xandra is a user of forbidden art. Be careful. Be careful. You think that I am someone you can defeat as long as you are careful? You look down on me too much. Saying so, Xandra stomped the floor with her right foot. With that as a trigger, countless shadows appeared from Xandra's feet and headed toward Mia by traveling on the surface of the walls and floor. I have never seen such a spell before. It looks so disgusting. While saying so, Mia shoots the approaching shadows. Seeing that, Xandra smiles. Naive. The shadows didn't only head for Mia. They are also traveling on the wall toward Finn. Xandra has a triumphant expression on her face, but Mia shoots arrows at the shadows that are heading toward Finn without even looking at them. The arrow she shot accurately destroyed all the shadows. It seems that the only naive thing here is your eyes though. Don't get ahead of yourself. Know how rude it is for a mere escort to stand in my way. Saying so, Xandra creates a sphere of light in her right hand. Feeling an unpleasant premonition from that sphere, Mia immediately covered Mitsuba and the others the moment Xandra threw it at them. The sphere of light slowly advances toward them while gradually becoming larger. Its speed is not a big deal. The problem was its nature. The sphere of light instantly turns the walls and floor it touches into dust. She has never heard of a spell that turns everything it touches into dust, but she can't deny its existence since it currently exists in front of her. It seems I can expect such a thing from a forbidden art user her. Mia makes Mitsuba's group fall back. On the other hand, Finn was left behind. After leaving behind a trail of destruction on the isle, the sphere of light disappeared at the dead end. The spell didn't cause any physical damage to them, but the distance between them and Finn was widened. Thinking that the situation has grown worse, Mia readies her bow. Xandra stood at the middle of the crossroads. She is in the position between Mia and Finn. Now, which one should I pick? Xandra-sama, please do not harm the Blaumo. She has great worth as our hostage. They were worried that the riled-up Xandra would get carried away and kill Finn. Surprisingly, Xandra obediently nodded to that request. I know. She is worth a lot against the Emperor after all. Thank you for your understanding. His Highness Gordon will be pleased. The soldier bowed. In response, Xandra waved her left hand without saying anything. Then, the soldier's head dropped to the floor after it was cut off by a wind blade. For me. Who cares about Gordon? Taking hostage? Capturing her? I won't settle with just a half-baked method. Everything was because of you, Finn von Kleinet. It was because you who have the title of the Blaumo started cooperating with Leonard and Arnold that they started to get full of themselves. Because of that, I had to live through that awful experience. I can't calm down unless I get to toss your lifeless head at them. With that rage, Xandra turned her back on Mia. Mia shot an arrow toward her back that was full of openings, but it was blocked by the barrier created by the mages under Xandra's command. You people sure are troublesome. Mia shoots a full-power arrow at her and easily breaks the barrier, but Xandra knocks it down with a whip. She could do that because the arrow was slowed down enough by the barrier. Ah, so annoying. Judging that she can't let this situation go on like this, Mia decided to focus on defeating the mages that set up the barrier. However, using that time, Xandra approaches Finn. Seeing that, Finn shouted, Mia-san, please take care of Mitsuba-sama. Finn-sama, I will be okay. I have a plan. Please believe in me. Saying so, Finn turned back and started running. Seeing that, Xandra slowly follows after her. After all, she knows that Finn alone cannot escape from her. Like she was hunting an animal, Xandra occasionally shot magic at Finn while slowly chasing her down. Come on, come on. You will die if you don't run faster, you know. Coo. Finn was blown away a little and fell down by the aftershock from the magic, but she endures the pain and continues to run. The place she arrived at was Ul's room. Ha ha. Ara, what were you thinking running into Arnold's room? Is there any gimmick hidden in this room or something? Xandra mocks her and enters the room with a smile. Then, she sweeps her eyes at the interior before she begins to laugh. Ah. You ran here because you expected Arnold to help you. That dull prince. If you don't know, I will tell you, besides his cunning, he is no hero, you know. Those kinds of qualities were all sucked up by Leonard long ago. He's just a powerless coward. That's Arnold's true nature. You made a mistake thinking that he would help you in this situation. You do not understand Ulsama at all. And you want to say that you understand? Don't make me laugh. If he's someone who can overcome this situation, then he wouldn't still be called the dull prince after all these years. If you planned to rely on Arnold, then just accept your fate and die. You would be satisfied too if you die here, right? You picked the wrong man to rely on. Accept your foolishness and die. Saying so, Xandra creates a wind blade inside her hand. On the other hand, Finn fearlessly stares at her. She deliberately took the risk of separating herself from Mia to create this situation. Xandra, who prioritizes her emotions first, will not let anyone else deal with Finn. Finn knew that she has that kind of personality. After all, she was always listening to Ul's analysis at his side. That's why she bet on the possibility that Xandra would chase after her alone. And her bet paid off. Finn's job ended when she successfully created this situation. That's why she muttered this word. Please. What? Are you trying to ask for mercy now? You are still afraid of dying her. Xandra misunderstands her word and begins to laugh. However, what she did not notice was that a man in a grey robe has appeared behind her. Chapter 244. Help. I appeared behind Xandra as Grau. Finn did well in creating this situation. It will cause problems if I use magic as Grau, but it is still 100 times more preferable than appearing in the castle as Silver for no reason. Thinking so, I gather magic power into my right hand. However, at that moment, naive, Xandra turned around and attacked me with her whip. The whip that was imbued with magic power possesses unusual speed and power. I took a step back and avoided it. You can't take me by surprise that easily, as expected of the former candidate for the throne. Even rotten as you are, it seems that the imperial family can't be looked down her. Former candidate. I will kill you. I am the future empress of this empire. I can't say that I am impressed with someone who set such a goal without taking a look at reality though. Angered by my provocation, Xandra repeatedly attacks me with her whip. While avoiding it, I look for a chance to counterattack. As I am not fighting as Silver right now, I can't afford to defeat her in one blow. Now, how should I defeat her? When I was thinking about how to take her down, Xandra ran out of patience and used her magic. It's the wind magic that Xandra is specialized in. The wind that was refined into a sharp blade was thrown at me. Evading it by a hair's breadth, I took a step forward. Xandra is good at magic battles and medium-range combat, but she is weak in close quarters. If I strengthen my physical ability with magic, I should be able to handle her. I judged so and approached her. However, my body stopped moving. What? Ha 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 ha. Did you think that I never took any countermeasure against that ages-old conception that a mage is weak in close combat? Of course, I wouldn't be so careless. Looking down, there is a shadow binding my legs. Clicking my tongue, I tore off the shadow, but at the same time, it also created a fatal opening. It's over. Coup. It was the wind blade that Xandra released earlier. It was flying back from behind me. I twisted my body to avoid it, but my left arm got cut off by the wind blade. Seeing blood spurting out from my arm, Xandra loudly laughed. However, I grin at her. Did you find something funny? The pain got to your head or something? Pain? Whatever are you talking about? I paid the injury no mind and proceeded towards Xandra. Seeing me ignoring my missing left arm like it was nothing, Xandra took a step back. In the meantime, I regenerated my left arm. No way. Unable to hide her surprise at how I immediately regenerated my left arm, Xandra took 2 to 3 steps back. What's wrong? Is that all you got? Coup. Don't mess with me. Even if you can grow your arm back, you can't survive if I cut off your head. Saying so, Xandra cut off my neck with another wind blade. Seeing my head drop to the floor, Xandra was convinced of her victory. Serve you right. You died because you were overconfident in your regeneration. Overconfident. What is it that I am overconfident at? My head responded to Xandra from the floor. The head that should have been cut off is still being able to speak. For the first time, fear can be seen in Xandra's expression. No. Way. What's wrong? Is this your first time seeing someone still alive after you cut their head off? It's a lie. This is impossible. You are not human, aren't you? A Dullahan. No. I am human. I'm just a little bit different from others. Saying so, my body picks up my head and holds it in my arm. Then, I slowly approach Xandra. Afraid, Xandra created a sphere of light and threw it at me. If you turn into dust, then you can't regenerate yourself. As Xandra says, when the light touched me, I turned into dust. On the other hand, Xandra doesn't smile at her victory this time. It seemed that she was still wary of me. However, after she saw that I didn't revive even after she waited dozens of seconds, she finally calmed down and smiled. What a mess. Are you talking about yourself, Princess Xandra? I called out from behind her. Xandra turned around in fear, but I wasn't there. There was only black smoke. However, it gradually gathered and took the form of a person until it eventually became me. Impossible. Now, Princess Xandra, are you good at playing tag? The moment I said that, a large amount of smoke spewed out from my body. Sensing the danger, Xandra bolted out to the corridor at high speed. Ha ha. Impossible, impossible. It's a lie. There's no way that's real. There must be a trick to it. No one can survive my forbidden art. Impossible. Impossible. Your Highness Xandra, are you safe? How do I look safe to you? You damn trash. Hurry up and kill that monster. It was the soldiers and mages who rushed to Xandra. Reunited with her allies, Xandra regained a little of her composure. She probably thought that at least now we will be at a stalemate her. But, the moment their bodies touched by the smoke, they melted. Not metaphorically, their bodies literally melt away. Hi. There's no escape, Princess Xandra. Damn it. Someone. Is there someone around here? Hurry up and help me. I am a princess, you know. I am Xandra Lakes Adler. I order you to help me. If you help me, I will raise your position. So help me already. Help me. Xandra screamed. Section. After she looked at Xandra, Finn raised a question. Grousama. What is this? Illusion. She will have to play tag with me in the illusion for a while. Saying so, I glanced at Xandra, who stood there and kept muttering to herself. When I appeared behind her earlier, I cast an illusion spell on Xandra. I made the illusion at the level where she can break it by herself, but even among all the illusions I have created, that one is quite well done. The reason I don't want to use illusion magic to show others such nightmares is that people's minds can be broken with it. Well, it should be fine in Xandra's case. Even like this, she is still one of the imperial family and a great mage herself. She should be able to break out of it with her own power. What are you going to do with Her Highness Xandra? She has no worth as a hostage, and even if I killed her, Gordon would just absorb her subordinates to serve under him. It's easy to kill her here, but it would bring more benefits to us if we make them fight each other instead. Her subordinates will probably not abandon Xandra even while she is in this state. They will surely think of a way to get her to a safe place, and that should delay them enough for us to reach the throne room. Hearing my words, Finn exhales in relief. She probably thought I was going to kill her. Killing her is an option. It was an easy and simple move. However, nothing can be solved that way. The root of the problem right now is not Xandra. We can't get anything back even if we take her life now. Plus, it wouldn't be worth killing her in front of Finn. I think that a crime should be punished by the law. After all this is over, I think that it would be better if His Majesty passes down his judgment for Her Highness Xandra himself. Right. Given that Xandra survived until then, that is. Leaving us aside, Lizaranu wouldn't forgive this pair of mother and daughter after all. There is no evidence, but these two are in some way involved with the death of the second consort. Once they showed that they are willing to become our enemy, Lizaranu probably won't show them any mercy. There's nothing we can do about that anymore. It's not that I personally don't want her to die, but right now the demerit of killing her simply outweighed the merit of leaving her alive. In any other situation where there is no disadvantage of taking her life, I wouldn't show her any mercy. I'm sure Finn doesn't want her killed, but she is a special case. Those who fall prey to Xandra's plot and the people who suffered from this rebellion will surely call for a death penalty, and that is probably the punishment Father will give her after this is over as well. It is only a matter of sooner or later. Rather, Xandra might be happier dying right here right now rather than facing her punishment. After all, she will have to receive the grudge of our people as she dies. One could say that it is a suitable end for Xandra though. For the time being, she will stay like this for a while. Let us hurry to the throne room. No, I only took Mitsuba-sama and Jayana-sama out of the inner palace. We collapsed the path connecting that place to the castle, so they should be focusing their efforts there. We should use this opportunity to take the secret passage to get third consort Sama and Teresa out while we can. I smile bitterly at Finn's words. Although it is dangerous, she still thinks about them. She grew up. However, that's a good idea, but both the third consort and my sister-in-law are already in the throne room. What? How? They used my mother as a decoy and escaped the inner palace. I can't say I like their method. That's why everyone beside you is already in the throne room now. Mother's group should be almost there as well. Using a detection barrier, I confirmed that my mother's group is already near the throne room. The reason the soldiers' movement is sluggish is probably Xandra's presence on this floor. Xandra is not Gordon's subordinate but a collaborator. Still, she has no intention to let Gordon win, and Gordon doesn't trust Xandra either. They put constraints on each other, and they have to be vigilant of one another. That's why they are dragging each other down. They are like water and oil. They can't work well together. Then everything went well, right? Yeah, thanks to you. You did well. You really helped me this time. No, I only imitated Ulsama. I didn't do anything great at all. I don't think that it is that easy to imitate me though. While smiling bitterly, I pull Finn toward myself. Then I open a transfer gate. If there are no people around, then there is no need to sneak around in the secret passages. Let's just teleport there. Alright, it's time for us to make our exit. Yes. Saying so, I and Finn teleported to the upper floors of the castle. Chapter 245. Escape Route. After we teleported to the upper floors and approached the throne room, we found Mia's group waiting for Finn there. Finn-sama. Mia-san. Once she spotted Finn, Mia jumped into Finn's chest. I'm glad. I was wondering what I should do if something were to happen to you. It's okay, Ulsama came to help me. If he could come out to help you, then he must have been nearby in the first place, right? He should have come out sooner. Don't be crazy. It's not like there are secret passages everywhere in this castle. While replying so, I bowed to my mother. I'm glad that you are safe, mother. Yes, it's all thanks to Finn-san, you know. I told them to run away by themselves though. She is such a troublesome child, isn't she? I agree. But I have always been saved by that. Unlike me, who only makes calculated moves, Finn acts according to her morals. If she thinks that action is correct, she will take it. If she thinks that it is wrong, she will reject it. It sometimes causes deviations in the plan, but it does lead to results that I cannot accomplish by myself. This time as well, I lowered the priority given to my mother. However, Mia and Finn decided to head to my mother's side. If they gave their priority to my sister-in-law, they would have missed her, and I don't know what will happen to my mother if that was the case. In the end, I made the decision based on the result I wished for. However, as long as there are lives involved, the result is everything. Why, Your Highness? What about Rupert? Please rest assured. He is already inside the throne room. Ah, thank you. When she heard that Rupert was safe, Gianna's eyes teared up. Mother then gently hugged Gianna. Seeing that, I asked my mother a question. Don't you want to ask me about Krista? Traugott is by her side, right? She will be okay. Well, that's true. I sighed at my mother's strangely high evaluation of Trauneson. Those who are familiar with Trauneson's upbringing usually acknowledge his abilities. After all, they knew that he grew up together with the Crown Prince and received the same education as him. The only problem is his personality. He is very unpredictable as a person after all. Even if he has the ability, there is rarely an occasion that he would demonstrate it. One could say that it is a waste, but that could be said to be his good point as well. Then shall we go? We are the last group after all. Saying so, we headed to the throne room. Section. I am glad to see you safe, Your Highness. You too, Knight Commander. How is the situation here? There were several raids after Your Highness headed back down, but there has been no movement from their side since then. That is probably because of Xandra's presence on the middle floors. She probably disrupted their chain of command. While having such a conversation, I entered the throne room with a leader. Inside are Camilla, the third consort, my sister-in-law, Therese, Rupert, Krista, and Trauneson. There were many escorts and dignitaries inside as well as the castle servants. Rupert. Ah, I'm so glad that you are safe. Mother too, I'm glad. When Diana spotted Rupert, she ran up to him and gave him a hug. It was a moving reunion of a mother and her child. Although it is not to their extent, Krista also rushed up to Mother. Okasama, I'm glad you are safe. Krista too. You are not injured anywhere, right? For the time being, all the people who were likely to be held hostage in the castle were gathered here. Looking at the situation, the dignitaries from the Dominion and the United Kingdom would be on the enemy side. They are probably not even in the castle right now. Ara, Mitsuba-san. I am happy to see that you are able to get here safely. I was worried, you know. Thank you for your concern. Camilla-sama. Camilla smiled and called out to my mother during that moving reunion. I wanted to ask how she could say that, but right now I have no time for that. Trauneson. Have you informed the Knight Commander about the situation in the castle? Of course. Is that so? Then you should already know that Raphael betrayed us, right? Yes. I don't see him as someone who would betray us, but I do not think that Oliver is lying either. It doesn't matter why he betrayed us. What is important is that he did. I don't know how many of Raphael's men are on his side, but we should assume that the 10th Corps is on the enemy side. If that is the case, we cannot trust in the safety of this place either. That is true. With him as an opponent, I will not be able to move freely. If we got cornered during that time, then it will be over. We have this many people to slow us down after all. Saying so, I sweep my eyes over the throne room. The castle servants that managed to escape to the throne room all looked uneasy. It was probably because they heard that this place will not be safe either. Seeing me like that, Elida asked what I am planning to do with her eyes. That being said, we are escaping. Even if you say that there is nowhere to escape to though, Elida said. Judging from how she said it, she probably doesn't have any intention to disclose the Emperor's secret route her. Well, of course. Once we use it, that route will be known, making it unusable in the future. If the enemy can't take control of the castle by normal means, using a secret passage that connects the castle to the outside to infiltrate the castle is a viable plan after all. Elida probably can't disclose it at her own discretion. Given Elida's position, that is understandable. Well, I already know that, and I don't expect her to share it with me either. I grinned at Elida and headed to the corner of the throne room. There, I triggered the mechanism that opens the hidden passage. If it's the escape route, then we have this one right here though. How did you? For the first time, Elida lost her cool. Seeing her expression mixed between surprise and confusion, I nodded in satisfaction. Father told me about this place 11 years ago. I never thought that I would have the chance to use it though. His Majesty himself. Even if you are a prince, teaching someone such a secret is. Elida puts her hand on her forehead and sighs. That probably gives her a headache as the Knight Commander her. The fact that I was the one father taught such a secret to is probably the root of her worry. She will probably have to start an investigation on what secret was leaked and to whom it was leaked to once this is over. As long as it is known, this passage will no longer be a secret. Certainly, this passage can lead us outside. Are we going to evacuate everyone through this passage? Yeah, the problem is that this passage isn't that big. Originally, this passage was designed to let the Emperor and his aides escape. It was not designed to allow a large number of people to pass through. If we are going to evacuate this many people, it would be necessary to divide the people here into several groups. Then I and Teresa-san will go through first. Please have some Imperial Knights escort us. Camilla said so as if it was the most natural thing. On the other hand, I frowned. As long as we can only use one escape route, it is natural that the person who uses it first will be the most unlikely person for the enemy to discover. In that case, I think that we should prioritize the Imperial family first though. We should prioritize the people with the highest value as a hostage first. It would be a problem if Teresa-san fell to the enemy's hand, no? If that's the case, then sister-in-law Therese and Krista should be in the first group. I can't recommend putting two of the most valuable hostages to be in the same place. I think that we should put them into separate groups. I do not mind accompanying Her Highness Krista myself though. Saying so, Camilla glanced at Krista with her snake-like eyes. Krista involuntarily hides behind Mother. Personally speaking, I wanted Camilla to be in the last group to escape this place. However, as a consort, she is the highest-ranking person here. I cannot refuse her without a solid reason. With no other choice, I sigh and comply with her suggestion. I understand. The first group to leave will be you and my sister-in-law. We will attach the Imperial Knights to escort you two as well. Thank you. It's nothing. But may I ask you to do something for us? What is it? I am willing to assist any way I can though. Camilla smiled after saying so. I respond to that with an evil smile. My bad, but my principle is to pay back the favor in full. I will never forget that you used my mother as a decoy. Knight Commander. Are those rainbow celestial jewels displayed at the throne fake? Yes. They are dummies. 2 rainbow-colored jewels are displayed behind the throne as if to show off to the enemy. For people who are unfamiliar with it, they would think that those are rainbow celestial jewels. However, even if this is the throne room, the Prime Minister isn't so bold to display them like that. That's why those are dummies. However, common soldiers shouldn't be able to tell the difference. Then, please take a dummy with you. With the Imperial Knights escorting you, the enemy soldiers should be fooled. What did you say? Camilla made an expression as if she couldn't believe my words. After all, I just told her to become a decoy. Even so, she just did the same thing earlier. I will have her get her own just dessert. Chapter 246. Those who reap benefit. Camilla looks at me with hatred. However, I respond to her with a smile. This is for the Empire. Please understand. I returned the words she used as her excuse exactly as it is. If she can use my mother as a decoy for the sake of the Empire, then it is only reasonable for her to do the same by taking the dummy jewel and attract the enemy's attention. Camilla took a deep breath to recover her calm and started presenting her argument. Prince Arnold. Why do we need to take the dummy out of here? As long as Knight Commander Alida is here, the enemy will think that we are protecting the real thing, no? I can't help but think that your plan presented too many risks while offering few benefits though. Please rest assured. The real jewel will be taken out as well. What? Camilla looked suspiciously at me. Alida and the 1st Imperial Knight Corps are protecting the throne room. She probably couldn't understand why we should abandon this kind of protection. And in fact, the protection they offered here is quite strong already. For any average opponent, they wouldn't be able to break through them. However, the enemy no longer consists of your average troops. With Captain Raphael's betrayal, it is no longer a good plan to stay here. He will eventually come here with the enemy's generals, and that would be difficult for even Knight Commander Alida to defend against. I don't think that I will lose in a fight, but I admit that I am not confident that I can protect the rainbow celestial jewels. Camilla asked if that is true with her eyes, and Alida calmly replied. In a one-on-one fight, there are only a few people who can beat Alida. Moreover, no magic can be used inside the throne room. The enemy can only rely on their swordsmanship to break through her. Winning against her in that condition is unrealistic. However, it is still possible to stall her. For Raphael, that is. In that case, it will be up to Alida's men to stop the enemy's advance, but even for the elite Imperial Knights, they would eventually get overwhelmed with numbers. Especially when we have to allocate some of them to protect Camilla's group. Then please leave the real one to us. It is a well-known fact that sister-in-law Therese and Knight Commander Alida are sisters. Moreover, as the wife of my eldest brother, my sister-in-law is someone whose face is widely known throughout the country. With that being the case, who would Knight Commander Alida entrust the real jewel to? Of course, the enemy would think that she is the obvious choice. We cannot entrust her with the real thing exactly because of that. If she has to act as a decoy, she will be put in great danger, you know. Is Knight Commander Alida fine with that? Ever since my sister became the crown princess, she has already joined the imperial family. Not to mention that it is our duty as someone who hails from the house of Whiteling, it is her obligation to devote herself to the empire. As Camilla-sama said, my younger brother left a stigma on our house. No matter what we do or what we become, that stigma will always be attached to us. Such a stigma can only be cleared through action. Anu, I am also risking my life here. Please accept this task. This is for our father as well. I understand. I will fulfill my responsibilities too. Persuaded by a leader, Therese agreed. However, Camilla frowns at that. Considering that she is doing this for the Empire, we should be grateful that Therese decided to act as a decoy for us. However, this will disadvantage Camilla. First, she will be in a dangerous position. She just scared Krista by saying that Krista and Therese should be our top priority. Now she can't say that she won't go with Therese. Moreover, Camilla's biggest concern is the case where the enemy doesn't react to Therese, who acts as a decoy. If they were that quick to react with me and Finn when we headed down to the lower floors through the secret passages, then it is strange that Camilla could make her way up here without any fight at all. Even though we had a hard time going through secret passages, she said that she made her way up here only by exploiting the enemy's opening. It would be more believable if she told me that she knows a route that isn't known by others. It will be different if she moved at a very early stage, but then it brings up a question of how she could do that. And if that is not the case, then how did she discover a route to the upper floors even though the castle is crowded with soldiers? No matter what she says, she is suspicious. Even if I take out the personal feeling when she used my mother as a decoy, Camilla still looks suspicious. This is a test. If the enemy doesn't react to Therese, then Camilla will almost certainly with them. If that is the case, even Camilla's son, Eric himself, is the same. In most cases, the person who stands to gain when things go wrong is suspicious. Of the Emperor's 6 consorts, Zuzan and the 4th consort are on the rebel side. All that remains besides her are the Empress, Mother, and Diana. The Empress's son, Trauneson, has no intention of ascending the throne. In that case, if Mother and Diana die, and the rebellion is suppressed, the inner palace will mostly be under Camilla's control. In the unlikely event that my father died, the Empress that stays at his side will be in quite a dangerous position as well. If that happens, Camilla's position will solidify even more. Both for Eric and Camilla, their obstacles will be gone after this rebellion is over. Gordon will get rid of their obstacles for them, and later they will have a just cause to get rid of Gordon. With that line of thinking, I can faintly see the figure of the mastermind. However, Eric will surely not leave any trace behind. If anything, Camilla is more likely to leave such a trace for us. If the enemy does not try to apprehend Camilla during the rebellion, she will be doubted afterward and the evidence of their involvement might be found. Camilla-sama, please take care of my sister-in-law. If Therese-san agreed, then I cannot say anything more. I understand. It seems that she can't find any reason to refuse anymore, as Camilla obediently accepted it. As expected of Eric's mother, she does know when to give up. Well, it could be that I am wrong and I jump to conclusion here, but with the decoy attracting the enemy's eyes, we can secure the safety of the real jewel. The thing that will decide the match is the 4th rainbow celestial jewel. The more time passes without the enemy obtaining it, the more advantage it brings for us. On the contrary, if Gordon obtains the 4th one, then the celestial sphere will be strengthened. That's why we cannot allow him to get it. Everything will be for nothing if it falls to his hands after all. Anu, this is the dummy jewel. Please be careful. Thank you, Elida. Then, I'm going. If we survive, let us meet again with a smile. Saying so, Therese goes into the secret passage. Camilla follows after her with her maids and guards, and the Imperial Knights last. After a while, we will have to send Krista out too. I look at the pedestal on which the dummy jewel was placed until earlier. There was a gimmick under it, and when I messed with it, the bottom opened up. A jewel about the size of a fist was hidden there. That is the rainbow celestial jewel, isn't it? It's super beautiful. Mia whispered so while looking at it from behind me. However, I sighed while holding the second jewel. This one is a dummy too, as expected of the Prime Minister, I guess. That is a dummy too. Mia shouts as she couldn't believe that this is a fake too. That's only natural. You can feel the magic power from this jewel, a large amount at that. I could say that it is a waste to make it a dummy. However, That's exactly why it can be used as a dummy. If this one is also a dummy, then can I assume that Knight Commander is holding on to the real one? Your Highness has keen eyes for noticing it. Yes, I have the real one with me. Saying so, Alida took out the Real Rainbow Celestial Jewel. Its appearance is exactly the same as the one I am holding. No, I should say that the dummy I have looks exactly like the real thing her. Judging from appearance alone, they are indistinguishable. However, those who are sensitive to magic power will notice the difference. The Real Rainbow Celestial Jewel holds much more magic power inside. The amount of magic power is so tremendous that it seems like it is containing an abyss. I have to say, you are quite good at distinguishing the real and the fake, Your Highness. I have been like this since a long time ago. I am confident that I can even beat Leo in this, you know. Alida may have said that because of the time with Letitia's fake dead body as well. Because I am a liar myself, I am good at seeing through such a thing. I doubt everything around me after all. While I was thinking so to myself, Alida took out 2 bags. Both of them looked the same. One of them holds the dummy while the other holds the real one. Please take care of it. I will leave how to utilize it entirely to you, Your Highness. Is that okay? Leaving it to me like this? After you have led so many people to this place, I am expecting a lot from you, Your Highness. Well, thanks. I guess I will do whatever I like with it then. Saying so, I took the 2 bags and headed toward Krista's group. Chapter 247. What I Can Do. When I arrived at Krista's group, Trauneson spoke to me. What are you planning to do? Arnold. I will leave the real jewel to Trauneson. The problem is the dummy. Entrusting it to Finn is a good plan. But if I want a convincing decoy, a member of the Imperial family is better suited. When I thought so, Rupert stepped up. I will. Take it. Rupert. If it was the previous him who offers to do such a thing on the spur of moment, then I would never consider it an option. I have to do something. If he only does it because of such an ambiguous determination, then I will be troubled. However, Rupert's eyes didn't show any such ambiguity. I asked Grau to take care of Anu and Anu. Since he accepted my request, he is still in the castle, right? Yeah, he is lurking on the lower floors. Then I will do what I can. It is too cowardly to only ask someone else to help me. I will do what I can too. If that's being a decoy, I think I am perfect. Saying so, Rupert showed me a bitter smile. The timid Rupert is certainly a perfect decoy. I glanced at Trauneson. He then gives me a small nod. After seeing that, I smile and look back at Rupert. All right, Rupert. Listen to me carefully. Yes, Arnold Anu. The most important part of being a decoy is for you to think that you are not a decoy. No matter what anyone says, you have to think like you are the real target. Right now, the most important thing in the capital is inside the bag you have. That's why you must think about your safety as a top priority. You have to run. Just run and meet up with Father. That is your duty. Yes. I will keep it in mind. Do you really understand? Even if someone is in danger right in front of you, you mustn't help them, you know? What? Even if Trauneson is in danger, even if Krista is in danger, you must head straight to Father. That will attract and mislead the enemy. You understand that, right? But if the real thing is in danger, even if I take the dummy and run away, if you come back to help them, you will reveal that you are holding the dummy. Think only about your own safety. Trauneson will not be able to help you either. It is exactly because both of you act as if you are holding the real thing that the enemy gets confused. It will be hard, it will be painful, even so. Can you do it? Rupert is a little hesitant. What I am asking him to do is to be ruthless. Even I have to ask myself if I can do it myself. When it seems that he arrived at his answer, Rupert raised his face up. I understand. I am holding the real one. Good. I will trust you with it, okay? Saying so, I stroked Rupert's hair. Then I handed the other bag to Trauneson. Please take care. I understand. Trauneson will take care of Krista. Mia and Finn will take care of Rupert. Four Mothers Group, please act together with Finn and Mia. Saying so, I took a step back. Seeing that, Finn raises a question. What about Ulsama? There is something I have to do. The plan I and Grau have to enact together. Finding the last jewel, right? My mother sees through my goal. I quietly nodded, thinking that I can't get anything past her at all. I think that the Prime Minister hid the last one in a place that won't be discovered so easily, but if it is inside the castle, the enemy will eventually find it. If that is the case, then the enemy will have 4 jewels in their hands. I don't know if the Holy Sword can break through the barrier if that is the case. I want to take every single one of them away from the castle. Will that be okay? What if they capture you after you find it? You would have done their work for them, you know. I have a plan. For that sake, Knight Commander Alida, I'm sorry, but can I ask you to cause some diversion? I originally planned to make a move myself, Your Highness. Will me heading to retrieve the other Rainbow Celestial Jewel be enough? Right. That is the most natural course of action. If possible, I want you to take down the Celestial Sphere too. Taking it down is impossible, Your Highness. Only a member of the Imperial family can remove the jewels. With the enemy solidified defense, it would be difficult to break through them. Escorting Your Highness there would even be more difficult. I understand. Sorry. If I'm Leo the First could go with that idea though. When I apologized, Alida slowly shook her head. Then she said something that I very much didn't expect. No, the fact that Your Highness remains in the castle has helped us enough as it is. To be honest, I never expected that we would be able to evacuate this many people. This is probably the result of your actions, Your Highness. I never expected that I would see the day I received such praise from the Knight Commander herself. This is the first time, right? If Your Highness did something good, it is natural for you to be praised. It is exactly because Your Highness only gets serious in an emergency like this that you are considered a lazy person after all. Please continue to get serious like this from now on as well. That would be impossible. When I laughed it off, Alida frowned at me. While shrugging at her, I turned my gaze toward Trauneson. The second group that will be heading out is Trauneson and Krista. They will be guarded by my eldest brother's aides, the Raiffeisen brothers, and their men. They probably don't require any additional men from the Imperial Knights. Well then, Arnold. Take care of yourself, okay? Ulmia-sama. See you later. I nodded at Krista. Seeing that, Krista entered the secret passage. Following her are Trauneson, Rita, Wendy, and the guards. Then after a while, it was Rupert's group's turn. Then, Arnold and you. Please tell Grau to take care. Yeah, I will tell him so. Aloys, I leave Rupert to you, okay? Yes, Your Highness. I will definitely protect him. Saying so, Rupert, Aloys, and the knights entered the secret passage. After that, it is Mother's group. Oh. Do push yourself but don't die, okay? That is quite a difficult order though. Mother smiled and entered the secret passage, and Gianna bowed at me, then followed her. Just in case, several Imperial Knights went with them as their escorts. And the final group is Finn and Mia. Mia, take care of Finn, all right? You can leave her to me. But will it be okay on your side? I don't think that suspicious strategist is that reliable though. When you are working behind the scenes, it is better to act with only a small number of people. Then I will teach you the move that will definitely help you survive. Listen, okay? When you are in danger, scream your lungs out. I'm sure that someone will come to help you. That's quite like you, Mia. I will remember it. Saying so, I turned my eyes to Finn. Finn herself doesn't say anything extra. She just said the usual words. I wish you luck. Yeah. After that short conversation, Finn's group entered the secret passage. The remaining are the castle's servants. However, I will leave their evacuation to the Imperial Knights to carry out. Alright, I'm heading out. In truth, I do not want Your Highness to act alone, but as long as you can produce the result, I cannot complain. I don't have any worth as a hostage after all. Besides, I can move around freely. That is my strength. Even so, please do not be overconfident. If Your Highness gets caught, they might kill you immediately. If you find it impossible to proceed, please immediately come to me. I will definitely protect you. Got it. I will do so. Giving a nod to a leader, I leave the throne room with a smile. Then I walk to the mountain of corpses a leader swept aside. I picked out a still intact military uniform and tore it off from the corpse. It's an unpleasant thing to do, but this is the only way I can get my hands on the military uniform, so it can't be helped. Holding it in my hand, I move away from the throne room. Then, when I entered the secret passage, I used magic to clean the uniform and put it on. With a hat as the finishing touch, my disguise is perfected. Now then, I guess it's time to begin infiltration her. I walked through the secret passage with a grin on my face. No enemy would expect a prince disguising himself as a soldier. Chapter 248. Sunset. When Finn entered the secret passage, the sun was about to set. Gordon's rebellion that started at noon could not conclude in one day, and it has to be carried over to the next day. Marshal, the enemy's attack is starting to let up. So they don't want to continue their attack in the dark her. That Gordon, it seems like he started to use his head a little her. Liza talked to herself while looking at the enemy army in front of her. Liza's force at the East Gate consists of around 2,000 men, while Gordon's army that surrounds them is about 8,000. The reason they could withstand the assault of an army 4 times their number was because of Liza's command and the overall quality of the Imperial Knights and her men. It was the result of many conditions being intertwined. However, that doesn't change their situation. There was still a large number of rebels, and the generals who didn't take part in the rebellion were captured, so they cannot expect any reinforcement from inside the imperial capital. They will be at a disadvantage if this situation is prolonged. However, if the brave or Elna can get here, the situation will change completely. Being in that kind of situation, Gordon did not force his army to attack at night. With the recognition that his soldiers couldn't compete with Liza's, Gordon is afraid of a counterattack in a situation where their visibility is unclear. Liza's soldiers are the border defense force. They were trained to battle in any kind of situation. A night battle will not cause any problems for them. They might even take the chance and break through their encirclement. If Liza can let the Emperor escape in the cover of the night, their side will be more advantageous. Liza wanted to do that in case the enemy attacked them, but that plan became unusable because Gordon chose to wait. How is the situation, Lizelot? If father is not here, I would ambush Gordon's camp and take his head, but since father is here that would be difficult. Right now we have only a few hands to play. That's... Sorry. Johannes dropped his shoulders when she implied that he is currently a burden. In response, Liza asks Johannes a question. Please leave the battle to us. More importantly, father, which side do you think will arrive here first? Elna and the brave, huh? Yes. Only a blow from the holy sword can get us out of this situation. There are only 2 people who can use the holy sword inside the empire. Elna, who went to rescue the saint, or the brave who prepared himself in advance. Which one do you think will arrive first? Hearing Liza, Johannes turned silent for a short moment. Thinking with common sense, the brave should arrive here earlier than Elna. Elna, who headed out to rescue the saint, will not come back until she completed what she set out to do. On the other hand, the brave can move at his own discretion. The difference here is too big. However, if someone is going to come, then it would be Elna. Why do you think so? Arnold is in the castle. The Amsberg house's loyalty is high. Even though they can take over the empire by force anytime they want, they have always acted as a sword to the imperial family. Elna is no exception. She has already given her loyalty to Arnold since she was young. The same goes for Leonard. If they know the situation, they will desperately try to come back here to save him. That must be what Arnold is aiming for. Father is saying that Arnold planned this. He is very observant. He saw through the saint assassination ruse. It's hard for me to think that he wasn't aware of Gordon's suspicious movements. Nevertheless, Arnold sent Sebas to Leo's side. He probably did that to prepare them in case of an emergency. If so, the 2 will immediately head back here after they rescued the saint. I see. The reason he didn't head out himself was to motivate them to come back here as fast as possible. That's an Arnold-like plan. He is good at using people, but is even better at using himself. Arnold has little value as a hostage, but both Leonard and Elna have tremendous value if they fall into the enemy's hands. By choosing to stay behind, Arnold became a shackle for those two. If Ul is inside the imperial capital, returning to the capital will be Leo and Elna's top priority. There is no doubt about that. They will come back as fast as they can and fight Gordon. Was the reason he sent Sebas to their side was to stop them from going out of control? Perhaps. Besides, Sebas is easy to use. He will be a very powerful force when they decide to attack the capital. If that is the case, then Ul is probably making his moves inside the castle, isn't he? I expect that. Do you remember the time Arnold and Leonard used to search for the secret passages in the castle? Yes, I remember. They always boast that they discover a new secret in every letter they sent me. Back then, I was wondering if they would eventually write me the layout of the whole castle, but it seems that it did become useful now. When it comes to the castle, Ul knows it better than anyone. I guess I could say that the time he spent playing around wasn't a waste. Saying so, Johannes reminiscence. He used to scold Ul many times when he played in the castle. Ul never showed any remorse when he scolded him, but he is now looking forward to the result Ul will get from his exploration. Life really is full of mysteries. Just a while ago, I would never have thought that something like this would ever happen. Of course, I never thought that there would be a time I would expect something from Arnold either. This is really strange. If we can see the future, we wouldn't have such a hard time. Whether it be Aniu's death or Gordon's rebellion, we can't do anything about it once it happened. It is only a matter of how to deal with it. No matter how much we prepare, unexpected things will still happen. But it is not all bad. Sometimes, something can overcome our expectations as well. Ul is a good example. Ul has been looked down on as the dull prince by everyone in the country. Johannes is well aware of that. There were times when he thought that people went too far making fun of a prince, but with the person himself staying silent about it, as an emperor, he couldn't say anything. The only thing that could be done by Johannes was to tell Ul to get his act together. And whenever he told him so, small thoughts came up to his mind. Be more proud, be more motivated. With those in mind, Johannes kept scolding Ul while Ul always reflected them away. However, the situation changed Ul. Ever since Leo joined the succession war, he began to show a side that he never showed before. Everyone calls Ul the dull prince. Even if he makes some achievement, the starting point is just too low that it barely makes any difference in his reputation. I'm sure that Gordon despises and looks down on him. Perhaps, that might be Gordon's fatal mistake. If he can do that, then I guess no one can call him the dull prince anymore. I wonder about that. I'm sure that Arnold likes being treated as the dull prince. It is a fact that Arnold himself lacks motivation. Someone who can only get serious in an emergency is hard to evaluate properly after all. Thinking about it, it is understandable. Those who excel in something by putting in efforts are talented, but those who excel in something without doing so are geniuses. Ul is certainly the latter. Ul is a natural at outsmarting others, and it is hard for a genius to be evaluated. If people can see his worth, then I wouldn't be so troubled. Besides, Arnold himself doesn't want to be accurately evaluated either. I'm sure. He has a side of him that he can't show even to us. Johannes sighed after saying so. He then looks at Liza and speaks to her in a small voice. I might be conceited too. I do have pride as a good emperor, but I couldn't see through the true nature of my children at all. That's why a rebellion like this happened. Forgive me. I only bring troubles to you. It is natural for a child to help their father, and it is natural for a marshal to help their emperor. There is no need for you to ask for forgiveness. It is me who should apologize. I shut myself away at the border after Aniu's death. It was certainly painful, but as your eldest daughter, I should have stayed and supported you. After all, father was the one who suffered the most. If I was by your side, a rebellion like this wouldn't happen. Please forgive me. Hearing Liza, Johannes smiles. Then, this rebellion isn't all bad either. I finally get to talk to my daughter like this after all. Liza, you know what to do if the enemy manages to get through, right? Yes. If the time comes, I will definitely take father's life with my hands. Good. As an emperor, I can't allow my head to be taken by the rebels. If I am going to be cut down, it isn't that bad to have you be the one who does it." Saying so, Johannes left with a smile. Liza, who was left behind, glanced to the enemy army that's slowly encroaching them and shifted her eyes to the castle. "Please rest assured. After I cut you down, I will definitely send all the fools after you, father. I will have them apologize for their follies in the afterlife." While hoping that it won't come to that, Liza wiped the blood off her sword. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 27. Those Who Lack. Chapter 249. Those Who Hurry. The night Gordon ceased his attack. With the fight between Emperor Johannes and Prince Gordon continuing in silence, it is a quiet and eerie night. That night, there was a group rushing back to the capital. As expected of Saint Salma. "I'm surprised that you can keep up." The group was divided into two, sky and land. The land group is a cavalry corps consisting of over 1,000 cavalries. The sky group is the Griffin Knights and the knights who could fly at the same speed as the Griffins. It's Leo's group. But it seems to take quite a toll on her though. I know. If I use the holy sword like that it would be very tiring too. But right now we need speed. We have no time to waste after all. Elna whispered to Leo. Letitia used the effect of the holy staff to increase everyone's movement speed. Due to that, Leo's group managed to approach the imperial capital's vicinity within half a day. However, the price was also high. Even if the staff can increase their movement speed, it doesn't increase their physical strength. The soldiers of Nabi Ritter started to become stragglers while the Griffin Knights couldn't hide their fatigue. However, Leo, who should be the most tired of them all, was at the forefront of the group. Riding on a griffin makes his speed greater than usual, but it also consumes a considerable amount of stamina. However, that doesn't bother Leo. The fact that he is pushing himself doesn't change, but this is so important that he doesn't care about such a thing. Right. Letitia also understood our feelings and forced herself to use the holy staff. It would be rude to her if we take our time. Leo said so and glanced behind him. Letitia, who is using the holy staff, was riding behind another Griffin Knight. Because she is using the staff while she is exhausted, they don't know when she will lose her consciousness. Still, Letitia continues to use the staff. The important force that was prepared to protect the imperial capital has left to rescue her. Moreover, Al, who has allocated most of his forces to her rescue, is now in danger. Letitia blames herself for everything and continues to clench the staff in her hands. But that wasn't the only thing in her mind. If something happened to Al, Leo will surely break. With that feeling in mind, Letitia forces her exhausted body. Both for Leo and her own sake. I can't laugh it off if we get there and there's no rebellion to fight, you know? I wish that was the case. Veen always anticipates a lot of steps ahead and he said that a rebellion is very likely. I'm sure that something will at least happen at the capital. Veen anticipated Gordon's rebellion. He was acting with the Nabi Ritter in advance to prepare for it. Gordon's rebellion was within both Veen and Arnold's expectations. What they didn't expect was Letitia's abduction. The Nabi Ritter, who was standing by in a position where they can rush to the imperial capital at any time, is now quite far away from it. Letitia's staff is used to filling in for that miscalculation, but it still costs them time. That was what was worrying Leo. To pull off a successful rebellion, they would need to act fast. If they take their time, reinforcement will arrive to help the emperor after all. Gordon Aniu and the generals around him will not miss that. You think that the rebellion might be over when we arrive? Right. If nothing else, the rebellion might even be successful. His Majesty has the Prime Minister with him, you know. I don't think that they will go down without a fight. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know what kind of action will he take. The result will be judged by how much time they can buy for us. A half-hearted plan can only earn so much time. If he is planning a rebellion, it will be on the final day where the tournament is held. If the rebellion occurred the moment the tournament started at noon, then it would have already been about half a day since the rebellion started. Will they make it in time? The impatience was born inside his heart, but Leo forcibly suppressed it. Even if he gets impatient, they cannot go any faster. In other words, nothing will change. Oh. We'll be okay, right? I think he will be fine. Ni-san won't fight a battle he can't win. The fact that he sent Sebas over to us means that he will be okay even without his help. Let us believe in him, in Ni-san. Right, all will be okay. I'm sure he will have some evil plan as usual. Elna murmured as if to assure herself. Hearing her, Leo slowly takes a deep breath. Negative emotions are easy to spread. If he gets anxious, all the people who follow him will be anxious too. Yup, even if we are not in the imperial capital, there are still people we can count on. We have father and the prime minister. Besides, if push comes to shove, we have Trawanyu too. It will be okay. I started to get worried when you brought up His Highness Traugott though. I'm sure Ni-san is doing his best right now. At the same time, he will be waiting for us. Ni-san hates trying hard by himself after all. I'm sure he can't wait to leave the rest to us. So let's hurry. Right, I'm sure Al would do that. Saying so, the two hurried to the imperial capital. Section. East Gate of the imperial capital. Two people were trapped inside a room that was originally used as the soldiers' break room. It was Gordon's younger brother, Conrad, and Xandra's younger brother, Henrik. Erikaniu. I really didn't know anything about this. Please release me. Eric appeared in front of the two. His body was partially covered in blood. That was because he was fighting on the front line with his sword until just now. Although he is not that good of a swordsman, he never neglected his training. People do not follow a man who only has a brain. A person who can't hold up their sword in case of emergency can't win the trust of anyone. Eric, who had observed the Crown Prince for a long time, understands that well. He doesn't have to be strong, but he needs the spirit to personally stand on the front line and inspire the soldiers. Is that all you want to say? You didn't even ask for father's safety. Some prince you are, right? You. That is. If Erikaniu is safe, it means that father is safe, right? How delightful. Conrad yawns softly as he lies on the floor. Seeing that, Eric frowned at him. Henrik aside, did you hear anything about this, Conrad? If I know, I would have stayed in the castle, you know. It's obvious that I would be caught when the rebellion started, right? I do value my life, you know. Temph, I wonder about that. But you are also someone who is directly involved. After this is over, there will be questioning. Prepare yourself for it. Scary, scary. Well, I will at least resolve myself for it then. Saying so, Conrad started sleeping on the floor again. Seeing that, Eric left. He came to visit them because he thought that they might know something useful, but it seems that they don't know anything that can help him in the current situation. How was it? Your Highness Eric. Prime Minister Her. It was useless. Gordon and Xandra aren't the type that takes good care of their family in the first place. Those two probably got abandoned by them. It is that after all. I am also of the same opinion. But if that is the case, they won't do us any good as hostages. Right. It would be a waste to attach Imperial Knights to guard two people who don't serve any purpose. So, I'd like to borrow some Imperial Knights that you can still spare. Who? Do you have something in mind, Your Highness? There are still forces that can be moved inside the capital. I will go to them. The Prime Minister immediately guessed Eric's plan. I see. Even under the cover of night, it will still be dangerous to break out of their encirclement, you know. Moreover, I do not think that they will be willing to move so easily though. I am aware of the danger, but right now I am the eldest son. I have the duty to protect my father. Besides, negotiating is my thing. Hearing that from Eric, the Prime Minister gives his consent. And Eric, who received his approval, immediately took action. Chapter 250. General Istman. SOO, sleepy. In the end, we barely find anyone even though we searched all night her. That's obvious, right? All VIP immediately escaped to the throne room after all. The low-rank soldiers were not allowed to rest. They were exhausted searching the castle for hostage all night. I wonder if we can get inside the throne room today. Right. We covered almost everywhere already after all. But it was the Knight Commander who is guarding the throne room, you know. Will we really be able to do anything? It was like she was daring us to go there and die. Those words darkened the faces of the soldiers there. Among them, a voice raised a question. I didn't join this rebellion to get killed. Me too. It was because General Istman joined in. We had no choice, right? Stop it. You will get us in trouble if the others hear us, all right? But I understand their feelings well. They did not participate in the rebellion of their own free will. It was because their superior chose to participate, and it was easier for them to just follow orders. If they refused to fall in line, they would be killed. There was no other choice for low-rank soldiers like them. They do have doubts about this rebellion. After all, they don't know what is waiting for them at the end. If they could secure a large number of hostages, they could gain a sense of superiority. However, all the possible hostages have escaped. The easiest way to keep these soldiers' morale up is to get the result. You can dismiss any of their complaints if the result was produced. However, with no result whatsoever, the soldiers will start to get anxious. And that is especially true for a ragtag group of soldiers like this one. I heard this from the other guys you know. There's no way that I wouldn't make use of their doubts. I mixed in with the soldiers and started talking with a low voice. The soldiers, who had been wearing out due to lack of sleep and the stresses from the rebellion, listened to my story without questioning my existence. It seems General Istman was threatened to join the rebellion. As I thought her. The general was so loyal to the emperor after all. I thought that would be the case. That's not the only problem. Apparently, the highnesses up there don't really like the general's attitude in the first place. Even if this rebellion is successful, it seems that he will be executed in the end, you know. If that's true, I wonder what will happen to us. What? The general will get executed? That's impossible, right? If our general is gone, they would only send us a new general, right? I think that they wouldn't take good care of us though. They will probably send us to the front line immediately. Anxiety started to spread among them. Seeing that, I grinned and continued. At least, it would be nice if we can meet up with the general first. Right. We are the general's soldiers. We haven't seen him since the rebellion began, right? If we can hear what he has to say, we wouldn't be so worried like this. After I further fanned their anxiety, I left them. For them, this topic is no longer someone else's affair. Even if I left them alone, they will start to speculate things by themselves. In this manner, I continue to spread rumors among their ranks. The rumor I spread is not that far from the truth. General Istman has earned a lot of trust from his soldiers and father. I don't think General Istman, who is widely known as a man of character, would join Gordon's side for no reason. Well, after I instigated this much doubt in them, the soldiers should be getting a lot more curious about what their general has to say. While saying so, I head to the lower floors of the castle. If General Istman is at the castle, then he would be on the lower floors. However, there should be many officers on the lower floors as well. If they find a suspicious soldier like me, they will immediately call me out. That's why I changed my appearance with illusion magic. I don't want to use it if possible. Well, there's no other choice. I can't say I like disguising myself as a woman though. Saying so, I took the appearance of Xandra with illusion magic. While imitating the way Xandra walks, I infiltrate the lower floors of the castle. Then one officer noticed me and saluted. "Oh, Your Highness Xandra. Are you going to see the hostages?" The soldier's movement was sluggish. "Where is the general?" "Your Highness, we have a lot of generals on our side." "I'm obviously talking about General Istman here. Don't you even know that?" "Hi. My deepest apologies. General Istman is currently inside his room. Bring him to me. That is. Ah. The general was injured, so it will attract the eyes of the soldiers, so. You are saying that I should visit him myself? That's quite the courage you have there. This means that you refuse to obey my direct order, right? I can find a lot of substitutes for someone like you, you know? Saying so, I slightly wave my right hand. The officer who thought that I was about to cast magic immediately acknowledged my command and ran away. Hearing my angry voice, the officers on the lower floors gathered to see what was happening, but not one of them raised a complaint. After all, they know what would happen if Xandra gets in a bad mood. After a while, General Istman arrived, carried by several soldiers on a stretcher. Why is he on a stretcher? That was because General Istman's left foot was gone. Many officers look away when they see him. They are probably his subordinates her. We brought the general. Quite a sorry state you are in, right? General Istman. Like uncle like niece her, Your Highness Xandra. It seems that the blood of a rebel couldn't be purified even with the precious blood of the imperial family. What did you say? If you are going to kill me, then just do it already. If General Istman is killed here, his subordinates will surely rise up against the rebels all at once. He probably aimed for that her. He probably wants to at least leave behind a parting gift. I grab the general's chest and draw myself toward him. It seems you want to die, don't you? If you want to die so much, how about I personally send you to the other side myself? His Majesty's biggest mistake was leaving children like you and His Highness Gordon alone. Hearing that, I pulled myself closer to General Istman. And then I whispered into his ear. If I can get you out of this situation, will you lend me your help? Who are you? A wandering strategist, Grau. The strategist who helped Earl Simmelher. You need my help. It is much better than nothing. So be it. This will hurt a little. Play along. I don't mind. Do it. After the exchange, I removed my hand from General Istman's chest and hit him at the area around his wound on his left leg. Uff. Stop blabbering that impudent mouth of yours. Don't you care what will happen to your soldiers? I don't care what happens to me. Please, my soldiers alone. Thumpy. You should take that attitude from the beginning. Take him to that room. I have to talk to him alone. Saying so, I and General Istman started moving to the room. The people around me who seemed to be the general's subordinates are all staring at me with murderous intent. That's good. Not all the soldiers in the castle are under General Istman's command. However, most of the people near the front line at the throne room are his men. It was General Istman who was originally entrusted with the castle protection. If they left his men with him on the lower floors, they would have to be wary of his counterattack. Let's make their worry become a reality. If General Istman's men refusing to obey Gordon's command, the search for the remaining jewel will be easier and it will support a leader's side as well. Well, as expected, the enemy wouldn't use his men to guard the pedestal that activated the celestial sphere, but our situation will improve a lot if we don't have to be wary of them getting in our way. While thinking so, we entered the room. Chapter 251. Real and Fake. Hey, you. Yes. Bring me some tea and sweets. I'm thirsty. Yes, Your Highness. I will have my subordinate. I told you to do it. Hurry up. If you bring me some second-rate tea, I will kill you. I threatened the soldier that was standing by in the room as a guard. The soldiers trembled at the unexpected order and left to prepare tea. Now I am alone with General Istman. I immediately dispel the illusion and rush over to General Istman. I apologize for my rudeness. Don't mind it. What are you planning to do? Get you out of here and have your soldiers on the upper floors switch to our side. Easier said than done. We have enemies all around us, you know. I have a plan. Saying so, I turned back to Xandra. After waiting for a while, the soldier returned. I took the cup the soldier scarily offered me and sipped the tea inside. Then I throw the cup at the soldier. Hi. Disgusting. Do you want to die? My deepest apology. Fine. Bring all of General Istman's aides here. I will kill them all in front of him. But didn't you hear what I just said? You want to join them too. Hearing that, the soldier went out of the room as if he was trying to escape me. In the meantime, I explain my plan to the general. I will cast an illusion on you to trick the other soldiers' eyes. You will pretend to be injured by Princess Xandra and sneak out of this room. What will you do after that? Cause a scene. I will not send out any pursuer. Head to the middle floors and go to Prince Arnold's room. The prince will wait for you there. Escape through the secret passage with him. His Highness is. How pathetic. I am supposed to be the one who protects him. If you think so, then it's time to do your job. Nothing is over yet after all. Right. It is as you say. This time I will properly do my job. Saying so, General Istman grit his teeth and stood up by using the desk to support himself. Even though he can't stand upright with only one leg, the strength in his eyes did not decline. General Istman is known as a mild-mannered old man, but he is still a fierce man in battle. The person himself spent much of his life on the battlefield, and his figure can hugely inspire others. After a short while, the soldier brought back General Istman's aides. Every one of them stares at me. The moment the soldier who brought them here closed the door, I showed him a dream with illusion magic. He should be seeing a happy dream by now. Take the general and escape. Make preparation. Ha! What is going on? Remembering that I was still using the appearance of Xandra, I reverted to growl. General Istman then starts speaking to them. He's an ally. We are escaping to the middle floor. Why, yes. As you command, sir. Play along. We will pretend that General Istman was hurt by Princess Xandra. I gave them a short explanation and turned back to Xandra again. Then I threw items at the general's aides. Your cute aides will die here, General. Saying so, I threw more stuff at the soldiers. However, the aides couldn't keep up with my acting. That's why I whispered to them to prompt them to action. Scream. Call for help. Ha! Hurry it up. Don't you want to help the general? Do you want me to really hurt him? No. You are. Help. Xandra-sama is. General. Even with this you still refuse to obediently cooperate her. Then I guess I will do the same thing to your aides too. Saying so, I lightly hit one of the aides' left foot. He sensed my intention and exaggeratedly fell to the ground while screaming. Arg. My leg. Me leg. If the soldiers outside hear this, then they will think that Xandra went on a rampage and cut one of the general's aides' leg. After continuing the act for a while, I applied illusion magic to General Istman. Then I sent him out of the room together with his aides. Arg. Damn it. I immediately got out of the room and started shouting in a loud voice so that no one else could enter the room. Fearing Xandra, no one dares to approach the area around the room. Of course, they know that whenever Xandra is in a bad mood, magic can come flying their way at any moment. I started shouting at the people around me to distract them from the fact that the general escaped. However, when doing so, an unexpected person appeared. Seriously, what the hell was that? Unforgivable. He dared cast an illusion on me. I will definitely slaughter him. No. Killing him is not enough. I will make sure to keep him barely alive and make him suffer, and suffer. I won't let him die until he regrets what is done to me. The real one is hysterical. I can't possibly imitate that with my acting skill. While having that strange admiration, I looked at Xandra, who unexpectedly appeared. The soldiers seemed to be taken aback and couldn't say anything. To those soldiers, I gave them an order. Why is there a fake me here? Capture her. What is going on? If they are familiar with how Xandra usually is, the me who just threw a tantrum and cut off a soldier's leg is more authentic. On the other hand, the real Xandra also has the authenticity from that demon-like appearance of hers. It's you. You were the one who cast that illusion on me. Unforgivable. Don't make up such a pathetic lie. I am the strongest mage of the imperial family who wield forbidden magic, you know. There's no way I can be taken down by a mere illusion. Saying so, I signal the soldiers to capture Xandra with my chin. With the reason I made up earlier, it seems the soldiers' doubt was cleared up. Xandra, the strongest mage of the imperial family who wield forbidden magic, couldn't possibly fall victim to an illusion. That's what they think now. Xandra, on the other hand, is getting angrier. What are you blabbering about? Hurry up and catch that fake. Shut up. You fake. Don't imitate me. I can kill you all anytime I want, you know. If you don't want to be killed, then catch that fake already. That guy is just an illusionist. Like hell, we would believe that. Ah, really? Then die. Xandra suddenly muttered so in a calm voice. Her anger has reached its peak. She then swings her arm and cuts off the soldier's head with a wind blade. What a fool. I already expected you to act like that. Unforgivable, 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 unforgivable. I will slaughter all of you. That's my line. Capture her. I won't forgive anyone who impersonated me. The soldiers hold up their weapons, albeit hesitant. Whoever the real one is, they know that if they don't rush in, they will get killed by Xandra. Xandra is already in killing mode. The soldiers have no choice but to fight for their lives. Under such circumstances, I left the place, leaving behind an illusion of my Xandra. Now, this should keep them busy for a while. They will eventually notice that the Xandra they fight is the real one, but Xandra will not forgive any soldiers who doubt her in the first place. There was already a gap in Xandra and Gordon's alliance from the start. This will further deepen that gap. What a good feeling. It would be nice if they fight each other and their alliance collapsed. Thinking so, I teleported to my room with transfer magic and reverted my appearance back to that of a prince. The rest is whether General Istman can arrive here safely. In the unlikely case that General Istman fails to reach this room, I will have to make my move without him. There is no problem with that. It will just increase a leader's burden a little, and the blood of the soldiers who unwillingly joined the rebels will be wasted. Still, that would be a little painful to watch. That's why I hope that General Istman does his best and gets here safely. I wonder if the escaping group is safe. I did what I could, but I was still worried. There are many soldiers outside the castle. It would be difficult to sneak past them to get to father. I have no choice but to believe in them. Muttering so, I looked down at the cityscape of the imperial capital through the window in my room. Chapter 252. Sister's Room. Perhaps because Xandra is going on a rampage on the lower floors, the castle has grown restless both above and below. Meanwhile, General Istman approached my room. While dispelling the illusion I cast on the general, I wait for him inside my room. The door then slowly opened and General Istman, who was being supported by his aides, entered. So you've come, Your Highness. It was a disaster, General. Hearing so, General Istman took his arms off his aides and kneeled on the floor while bowing to me. My deepest apology. It is all my fault. Not only can I not fulfill the duty of protecting the castle His Majesty entrusted to me, I got captured by the enemy and my soldiers turned their blades to the imperial family. General Istman apologizes as tears pour down his eyes. The imperial family also bears the responsibility. It's Gordon who started the rebellion and Xandra who joined him. It is father and Erikanu's fault for failing to suppress them. And it is Leo and my fault to get cornered by them. So don't worry about it too much. You do not have to bear the fault of the imperial family, Your Highness. However, I will have you take up your responsibility as a general. Right now, there are many soldiers who unwillingly participated in the rebellion. As a general, they are your responsibility. Stop them. This is the task that no one else can do, General. If it is a general's duty to guide their soldiers, then this is exactly your purpose. I won't let you say that you can't do it. The lives of many innocent soldiers are on the line here. Stop them without fail. Hearing my words, General Istman clenched his teeth and stood up on his own without any support. Please leave it to me. I will definitely perform my duty, Your Highness. Good. Then let's go. Saying so, I take General Istman and his aides inside the secret passage. There is not much time. The sun has already begun to rise. Alida will start moving out from the throne room soon. The more time I spend here, the more sacrifice will be made and the more burden Alida will have to carry. That's why we walk there at a fast pace through the secret passage. It must be painful for General Istman, who is missing a leg and couldn't walk without the support from his aides, but he doesn't raise any complaints. His eyes are burning with a mission. General Istman probably intended to die in this castle. I know because people who prepared to die have a certain atmosphere particular to them. I won't say that it is a bad thing. Each person has the right to use their life as they see fit. However, General, do keep this one thing in mind. Yes, what is it? If you waste your life, I will not forgive you. General Istman opens his eyes in astonishment. He then slowly cast his eyes down with a nostalgic expression on his face. Your Highness, you have grown. I'm already 18 after all. So you have become that old now. Time sure goes by quickly. I always remember your highness as a mischievous child who always got scolded by his majesty, but now, you are exactly like how his majesty was in his youth. Stop that. I'm not good at being seen like that. Plus, let me tell you this. I already worked my life worth today. Once this is over, I won't leave my room for a while. You can't let that impression of yours slip to father even by mistake, all right? He will keep pushing troublesome things my way after all. So your highness does take this part after his majesty as well. I look unpleasantly at General Istman, who is now making a nostalgic smile. He then directed his smile at me. I thought that I could no longer face his majesty, but I am looking forward to having a chat with him now. Thank you, your highness. Give me a break. While muttering so, I approach the exit. After watching the surroundings and checking that no one is on the other side with magic, I opened the exit. This is the floor above my room. The soldiers around here should mostly be your men. That appears to be the case. Please leave this to me. I will take control of this floor first. I will ask you to do that. Also, Knight Commander Alida will go on an offensive soon. Do stay out of her way. Will she not require our assistance? Poor support will only slow her down. I see, that is certainly the case. I understand. What will your highness do after this? I will take advantage of the chaos and search for something. Do you have a clue where it is? He didn't ask what I will be looking for. After all, there are only a few things I would deliberately search for in this situation. Of course. I caused the fuss exactly because I want to create an opportunity to look for it after all. I do have a clue. However, it is a place that cannot be approached unless I cause some commotion first. If it's now, I can get to it. Will you be going alone? Grau will be with me. There's no problem. You need only to focus your mind on this end, General. Him-ha. Then I'm relieved. I wish you luck. Saying so, General Istman left the room together with his aides. After seeing them off, I returned back inside the secret passage, and after I turned into Grau, I teleported away. The place I teleported to was a room. A room fitting of royalty, filled with items of the highest quality. Perhaps someone has been sleeping here until a while ago. The bed here is in disorder. Seeing that, I have a fed-up expression on my face. I never thought that I would have to fish through my own sister's room. That's right, this is Xandra's room. Xandra, who had an illusion cast on her, would have been resting here. The reason for the commotion was to attract Xandra downstairs. Xandra, who was suffering from an illusion, would have been sleeping here, and in case she regained her consciousness, she will be lured out by the commotion downstairs. Considering the time I have to spend searching, I had to pull Xandra away from here first. In the first place, one would doubt if the Rainbow Celestial Jewel would be here, but the Prime Minister is good at outsmarting others. Xandra has high pride, so she would never allow soldiers to search her room. After all, it would cause a big conflict between Gordon and Xandra. Moreover, usually, they would never have thought that he would hide such an important thing inside the room of a potentially hostile princess. If it's not here, then it is probably inside Gordon's room. However, it is more likely to be in this place. Xandra was under house arrest inside the inner palace for some time now. That's why it should be easier to hide things in her room. Even if Xandra didn't work with Gordon, Gordon would never expect it to be hidden inside Xandra's room. It is a good hiding place. As long as the opponent is one of the imperial family, any hidden room inside the castle can be opened. The problem is, where did he hide it? No choices but to search everything here. A princess's room is large. While thinking that it would be better if I bring someone to help me, I sigh and start searching. Chapter 253. Breaking through the siege. When Al was making his move inside the castle, Finn and the others were heading to join Emperor Johannes. The secret escape route in the throne room led to the upper layer of the imperial capital, and their group is currently moving toward the middle layer. However, the emperor is currently at the east gate. It is even further beyond the outermost layer of the imperial capital. Moreover, Gordon has laid a twofold siege against the emperor. The first is the one encircling the east gate. The second one is in the middle layer to prevent anyone who tries to bring reinforcement to the emperor. Finn's group is approaching that. Breaking through forcefully here would be a bad idea as expected. Mia, who always prefers facing the enemy head-on, muttered so when she saw the enemy's defensive line is manned by a large number of soldiers. While smiling bitterly at Mia, Finn thinks of a way to get past them. If they cause a scene here, it will be difficult for them to go any further past this place. After all, this is not the enemy's final line of defense. According to the information from the scout, she knows that the Emperor has established a base at the East Gate. It is impossible that their encirclement has reached all the way to this place given the distance between here and the East Gate. With that reasoning, there will surely be another defensive line near the vicinity of the East Gate. If they choose to break through them by force now, they will definitely get caught inside a pincer attack. That's why they must slip through here unnoticed. However, it would be extremely difficult to get away without getting caught with Rupert, Aloys, Mitsuba, and Gianna in their group. This number of people will make them stand out too much. Mia and the Imperial Knights were assigned to guard them, but they are only their escorts. It would be unwise to have them fight a whole army. Then what should they do? If it's Ul, what would he do? Finn starts thinking. Ul is good at threading a narrow path even if their options are limited. He does this by observing both his allies and enemies and accurately analyzing the situation. Their quality aside, the enemy's number is overwhelming. On the other hand, albeit few, their escorts are of high quality. Their first goal is to get Rupert to Emperor Johannes. The secondary goal is to prevent anyone from becoming a hostage. Thinking so, Finn came up with an idea. Your Highness Rupert. May I talk to you for a second? What is it? Finn. Will your Highness be okay even without me or Mia-san? For a moment, Rupert didn't understand what she meant. However, Mitsuba and Aloys immediately noticed. Mitsuba turned her worried gaze toward Finn, but Finn smiled at her. Our priority is to get your Highness Rupert to His Majesty's side. I will act as a decoy for you. A decoy? Why? I am only carrying a fake, you know. There's no use bringing a fake to Father Right. Your Highness, have you forget? What you are carrying is the real one. You must bring it to His Majesty at any cost. This is the real jewel. Remembering what Ul said to him, Rupert stared at the bag. He promised him to act with that in mind. However, Rupert was strongly reluctant to put someone's life at risk to deliver something he knew to be fake. Finn then gently wraps her hands around Rupert's. I am very happy that your Highness worries about me, but this is the only way. I am certain that they will chase after me, but Mia-san will be there for me. Moreover, I also have a place I wish to go. A place you want to go? Yes. I don't know whether it is appropriate for me to go there, but I think that it will be worth a try. That's why I and Mia-san will take our own separate action. Please use that opening to get away. But if something happens to Finn, what should I say to Arnold Aniu? It will be okay. Everyone is doing what they can. Ulsama too and Leosama as well. Your Highness's brothers and sister are doing their best. Your Highness has to do your best too. After he got persuaded by Finn, Rupert reluctantly agreed and gave her a small nod. Finn then looks towards Mia. I am sorry, but may I count on you? Of course. Thank you. Let's head to the center of the middle layer. We are going to break through their siege. It will be quite a chase, you know. The more attention they pay to us, the easier the others can move. Now, Your Highness, please do your best to escape. It does take courage to confront your enemy, but you also need to be brave to run away as well. Killing your emotions and making the right decision is very difficult. But Your Highness is Ulsama's younger brother. I am sure that Your Highness can do it. Saying so, Finn started running. In response, Mia shoots an arrow toward the sky. The arrow scattered and accurately hit the soldiers, making an opening in their defensive line. What? Magic. It's an attack. Enemy attack. As the soldiers shout so, Finn runs through the opening together with Mia. The soldiers who saw her figure then shouted, Blaumo. It's the Blaumo. Catch her. It seems that you are quite popular, Finnsama. I usually do not like being shown favors by strangers, but I am grateful for that now. Saying so, Finn smiles and continues to run with Mia. While thinking what a big shot she is, Mia blows away the approaching soldiers. My arrows are wasted on you people, Desua. Don't come after us again, Desua. She got a skilled escort with her. She speaks funny too. What? Did you just make fun of my way of speaking? You. It's you, right? I will remember your face. I will blow you face up later. While shouting so, Finn and Mia head to the center of the middle layer. The soldiers' eyes were completely focused on Finn's group. After all, Finn is that famous. One could say that she is great as a decoy. Your Highness. We have to move as well. UN. Prompted by Aloys, Rupert turned his eyes away from Finn and Mia and started moving. The enemy's perfect line of defense was breached and Rupert's group easily broke through it. Then, while Finn's group is attracting the enemy's attention, Rupert's group went from the middle layer to the outer layer. Since the first encirclement is focusing their effort on the Emperor at the East Gate and the second encirclement lured away by Finn, their journey was surprisingly smooth. However, bad things can happen when you least expect it. When entering the main street, Rupert saw a group of people fighting in a distance. That's Her Highness Krista's group, Aloys shouts. Krista's group seemed to have been discovered and now engaging the enemy. The problem is that their enemies are not ordinary soldiers. Dragon Knights. The Dragon Knights of the United Kingdom are racing through the sky. Krista's group is under attack. I have to help them. When Rupert thought so, a person he didn't expect to be there came into his sight. At the place between Rupert and Krista's group, a small number of cavalry arrived through the alley. Leading them was a big man with red hair, Gordon Aniu. Then, after he swept his eyes toward Krista's group, Gordon glanced at Rupert, who is in the opposite direction. Gordon and Rupert met eyes for a moment. At that moment, Rupert's body was frozen with fear. Chapter 254. The Dragon Prince. Going back a little in time, Trow's group that entered the passage before Finn was the first to pass through the enemy's encirclement. This is thanks to Wendy. With her illusion, Trow's group easily managed to elude the enemy's eyes and sneak past their encirclement. After that, they proceed to head to the East Gate. However, there was one miscalculation. Considering the burden casting the illusion will have on Wendy, Trow chose to have her use an illusion to divert the soldiers' attention instead of turning themselves invisible. In other words, they could not elude the eyes in the sky. Once we cross the main street, the East Gate should be a little up ahead. There will be a siege there, but we will act as a decoy for you. Please head to the East Gate together with Her Highness Krista, Your Highness. I will leave it to you too. Trow agreed to the Raiffeisen brothers' proposal. A vassal's duty is to make a sacrifice for the imperial family. Trow doesn't take that for granted, but he understands that right now this is their only option. It is easy for him to raise a complaint here, but if he does that, he will end up unable to protect what he must. It would be different if he has the power to protect someone without giving up anything, but Trow doesn't think that he has such power. Everyone, it is just a little longer. Can you do your best until then? Okay. Rita too. I'm okay too. Krista, Rita, and Wendy answered. Only Wendy seemed a little tired. This is because she has already used her illusion many times today. It might be dangerous to rely on her any more than this. If she loses her consciousness while using her illusion, their whereabouts will immediately be discovered. With that in mind, Trow instructed the group to cross the main street. After observing the surrounding, they confirmed that there are no enemy soldiers around. It seemed like the perfect timing for them to cross. However, hearing the unique sound of the wind from the sky, they realized that it was a mistake. Your Highness. Marx, the elder of the Raiffeisen brothers, pulled out his sword and deflected the spear that was thrown at Trow. Defensive position. His order was immediate. The guards immediately get into a defensive position around Trow's group. In the meantime, the Dragon Knights slowly descend from the sky. So the Raiffeisen brothers could detect us from the sound alone. Her. It seems you haven't lost your edge, said the man straddled on a red dragon. Reddish blonde hair and magenta, reddish-purple eyes. Although he has a neat and tidy face, he is a mysterious man that possesses a sense of wildness to him. The name of this man is William Van Drummond, the second prince of the United Kingdom with the moniker of the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince of the United Kingdom. I heard that the Dragon Knights have a very strict code of chivalry, but it seems that it is nothing much given that you have participated in a cowardly rebellion like this. That's a harsh word, but we cannot refute that. I shall accept it. Yes, I am a coward. However, this is also for my homeland. Was it not for your homeland that you, who lost your lord and left the battlefield behind, are here right now? We have returned to serve His Highness Traugott. We did not come here for the sake of the Empire. This is our loyalty. William squints his eyes at Manuel's words. He then unsheathed the sword on his waist. How envious. I am glad that you were blessed with good vassals. Prince Traugott. I completely agree with you on that. They are wasted on me. So, Prince William, will you add my head to the list of your military achievements? Please don't be so modest, Prince. As the direct younger brother of the Crown Prince, you have quite a special position. Even now, you are acting outside the castle with your escorts. Perhaps you brought something of value out with you? For example, the rainbow celestial jewel that was entrusted with the Imperial Knight Commander. William said so and looked at the bag hanging on Trow's waist. Originally, William and his Dragon Knights were supposed to wait at the castle as he thought that the rebellion was Gordon's responsibility to manage. It was William's father, the King of the United Kingdom, who chose to support Gordon. William himself was against it. He personally came to the Empire because of his friendship with Gordon, but William wished for Gordon to take the throne without resorting to a rebellion. It would be a different story if the current emperor had a clear fault in his rule, but there was no such thing in Johannes's reign. This rebellion only serves the army. The absence of war was good for the people and is the result of the Empire's excellent diplomacy. The backlash is inevitable if Gordon chooses to use the military to force them to accept his rule. The nobles will not accept him as their emperor, and the other candidates will start their own rebellion in the regions that support them. If that happens, the Empire will be locked into a state of large-scale civil war. That would be the result that not only the United Kingdom but the Dominion also desired. The empire that reigns over the central part of the continent has been an immovable mountain for foreign countries that wish to expand their territory for many years. It is not that rare for their invasion to be repelled and their countries got counter-invaded instead. However, William did not like such a method. The people's hearts will not go with them when they take territory from a disturbed country. It would be like taking on a huge liability. Their grudge would probably remain for hundreds of years. Moreover, if they take the entirety of the empire, they will be in conflict with other countries and further wars will be born. The continent will enter a warring era. William suggested a wait-and-see approach to his father, but he was dismissed and his father decided to join Gordon. His idea was that the United Kingdom is an island country. They are in a location where they could observe the situation on the mainland without getting involved. William's idea has not changed even now. He still thinks that participating in this rebellion was a stupid idea. However, even if he thinks that way, it has already been done. Right now, William thinks that it is his job to turn this rebellion into something good. That's why Gordon's rebellion must succeed. For that reason, William was monitoring the situation from the sky when he received the information that the Imperial Knight Commander was guarding the Rainbow Celestial Jewel at the throne room. He thought that there must be some kind of escape route they can use to sneak out of there. At first glance, Gordon seemed to have an overwhelming advantage. However, it is still possible for the Celestial Sphere with only 3 Rainbow Celestial Jewels to be destroyed by the Holy Sword. If they can't get their hand on the 4th one, the rebellion might end in failure. It is not too late to defeat the Emperor after they secure the 4th jewel. Thus what they should aim at is the 4th Rainbow Celestial Jewel. That is why William, who accurately gauged the situation to be so, appeared in front of Trow's group. I have no idea what you are talking about. I do not mind if you wish to play dumb. I only need to see for myself. Saying so, William ordered his subordinates to attack Trow's group. The Dragon Knights are powerful. Albeit small, a dragon is still a dragon. It has a power that no ordinary soldiers can compete with. Even if Trow's escort is composed of the Crown Prince's aides, That was inevitable. While having to mind the Dragon Knight's sword and spear, they have to be wary of the dragon's fangs and claws. They are locked in a stalemate. However, that is exactly what William wanted. As expected of the wings of the Crown Prince. Even though you have been away from the front line, it seems that you are still my match. I don't want to hear that from a person who can deal with both of us at the same time while being so calm like that. William directly engages with the Raiffeisen brothers, but he managed to deal with them without taking a single step back. Seeing that, Trow thinks that his moniker of the Dragon Prince is not an exaggeration. However, that impression soon turned into caution. That was because William has a small smile on his face. Trow, who felt a sense of crisis from his smile, looked up at the sky. You have a good instinct, Prince. Ku. Looking up at the sky, several more Dragon Knights have arrived and are descending toward them. Delayed assault. William was aiming for the moment when Trow's escorts were distracted and his defense weakened. The descending Dragon Knights aim at Trow with a throwing spear. 3 spears were thrown. 2 were deflected by Trow, but all he could do to the third one was to deviate its trajectory. Ooah! The spear pierced the left side of his stomach. Trow frowns in pain. However, he does not collapse. He knows that he can't fall now. The bag he was hanging on his waist flew away from him from the attack. Trow keeps his eyes on the bag that fell on the road. Seeing that he prioritizes the bag over his own well-being, William was convinced. Take that bag. It's the jewel. In response to William's voice, the Dragon Knights immediately moved. The escorts tried to block their way. Their formation collapsed and the battle has turned to chaos. Meanwhile, they heard a despair-inducing sound. The sound of the cavalry. Trow turned his eyes to the direction of the sound. Gordon appeared from the back alley with a cavalry unit that seems to be his escort. This is bad. Trow shouted and headed for the bag. As he ran, a Dragon Knight attacked him. His shoulder was pierced. The Dragon Knight's eyes then turned to the bag. However, that was a fatal mistake. Don't look down on me. With his shoulder still pierced, Trow swings his sword with his other arm and cuts down the Dragon Knight. He managed to reach the bag, but the pain from his wounds caused his consciousness to dull and he ended up on his knee. While regretting that he had been neglecting his training, Trow ordered his legs to move. However, his legs do not move. During that time the enemies are closing in on him. He has to take the bag. In front of Trow, who reached his hand for the bag, someone picked it up. The hand was a familiar small hand. Leave it to me. No. Krista. It was Krista who picked up the bag. The Dragon Knights tried to stab Krista with their spears, but Rita repels them. Run to the street. Siyu-chan. UN. Once she reaches the narrow street where houses are lined up on both sides, the Dragon Knights will not be able to move freely. Gordon's group is also on horseback. If a small child runs away from them using the narrow street, he will not be able to chase after her properly. Her judgment was not wrong. That's why William ordered his men with the loudest voice since he arrived. Don't let her escape. While everyone was aiming for Krista, Rupert, who received Gordon's glare, was stiffened. What should I do? To confront him or to run? He knows which one he is supposed to do, but his leg did not move. Rupert had chosen to confront Gordon even though it is something that he shouldn't do the most. Rupert himself knew that he was wrong. Still, his body doesn't move as he wishes. His heart was frozen by fear. For Rupert, his older siblings were a symbol of fear. Among them, he was especially scared of Gordon. However, the voice of Aloys, who stood next to him, woke him up. Your Highness, I am with you. It will be okay. Alo is? Aloys grabs Rupert, whose face has gone pale. His hand was terribly cold. That was how much cornered Rupert felt. However, he has to make his decision, whether to help them or run away. Gordon was standing between Rupert and Krista. If Rupert moved to rescue her, he would surely get in his way. Your Highness, your order please. My order. Rupert was prompted by Aloys and looked behind Gordon. He saw Krista being chased by the enemies. He thought that he had to help. At least, he wanted to send Aloys to her. However, if he does that, Rupert will be stuck. As long as there is a siege around the East Gate, He needs to have enough force to break through it. If he helps, he cannot get to the east gate. However, what he has is a decoy. As long as what Krista is carrying is the real jewel, he must protect her. Rescue. The moment he muttered so, Ul's words floated in his mind. Even if someone is in danger right in front of you, you mustn't help them, you know. If you come back to help them, you will reveal that you are holding the dummy. If he rushes to their aid, the enemy forces will concentrate on them. If it is his duty to get away, then he mustn't help them. It takes courage to run away. Rupert now fully understands Finn's words. He doesn't want to abandon them. He wants to help them. He never thought that sealing those feelings away would be so painful. However, Rupert clenched his teeth and made his decision while shedding tears. We are running away. We have to attract the attention of those cavalries. Your Highness. I understand. Aloys covers Rupert as they cross the main street and head to the east gate. Seeing that, Gordon mockingly smiled at them. "Mph, what a coward. To think that such a fool is my younger brother. He makes me sick. Should we let them go, Your Highness? Chase after them just in case. There's no way that such a fool was entrusted with the real jewel. My bet is on Traugott. I will head to join that side. As you command. Chase them." The cavalry chases after Rupert's group. Gordon, who stayed back, then slowly headed toward Trow's group. After all, he could see that William had already captured Krista. Chapter 255. Wound of Honor. Krista was within William's reach. While the other Dragon Knights were locked in a stalemate with the escorts, Rita alone is in the position to protect Krista. William easily ran past Rita and grabs Krista's arm from the side. "Ah, Siyu-chan." William pulls Krista toward him and starts flying up on top of his dragon. He planned to take her directly to the castle. However, "Uwa, I won't let you go, Rita." As the dragon is ascending to the sky, Rita clings to the dragon's leg and tries to crawl up toward Krista. Seeing that, William gives her a warning. "Let go, girl. I do not wish to kill you." Rita is not a girl. Rita is an Imperial Knight. An Imperial Knight. Hearing that, William thought that the child was pulling his leg. However, he immediately changed his mind after seeing the white cloak on her back. That cloak certainly belongs to the Imperial Knight Order. It seems that's not a joke, her. Rita is not joking. Release Siyu-chan. If you don't, Rita will follow you all the way to hell. I really do envy the Imperial family. Krista never left any military nor political achievement. She is an ordinary princess. Even so, she has a person that is willing to give up her life for her. A child that is of similar age to the princess herself, calling herself an Imperial Knight, is desperately clinging to a dragon's leg. When William was around Krista's age, he didn't have any friends who would go so far for him. Some may have said that they would always protect him, but there was no one who actually acted on it. You are brave. For the bravery you displayed, I shall spare your life. Let go. William slowly lowers the altitude. It is the height where Rita can land on the roof if she let go of the dragon. She might be injured from the fall, but it will not be life-threatening. However, Rita uses that opportunity to keep crawling up. Rita won't leave Siyu-chan. You will die, you know. Even if I have to die, I will never let go. Rita climbs up the unbalanced body of the dragon and reaches for Krista. Krista also reached her hand out for her. With only a short distance between them, William ascended to the sky again. Rita, who lost her balance, had no choice but to pull her hand back and cling to the dragon. What are you doing, William? The reason William ascended was that Gordon has approached them from below. If he stayed there, Gordon might attack Rita. That's why William raised the altitude. Your help is unneeded. Leave this to me. Don't be a fool. This is not the time for that. It's your side that doesn't have time. Moreover, I also have my reason. If it was known that the Dragon Prince needed help to shake off a child, then I would become the laughingstock of the entire continent. If you wish to interfere, then prepare to receive my blade. Saying so, William takes a distance from Gordon. He then lowers the altitude again and speaks to Rita. Who did you get that cloak from? Captain Oliver. I see. So he entrusted it to you, her. An Imperial Knight captain would never entrust the white cloak with a child for no reason. Perhaps he saw potential in this child. It would be easy to crush this child's future. However, William found that to be unpleasant. Let's hear your name. Imperial Knight. It's Rita. I see, Sir Rita, it seems that cloak is still too heavy for you. That cloak is proof of strength. Once you have become someone who is befitting of that cloak, we will meet again. Saying so, William took the throwing spear that was strapped on the dragon, flipped it to the blunt side, and stabbed it at Rita. Rita, who was struck by it, was shaken off from the dragon. She fell on the roof, but Rita endured the pain and pulled out her sword. She then threw it at William. Uwa. Ua. Her sword flew directly at William's face. However, since it lacked speed, William bends his neck and avoids it. Still, the blade managed to scratch his cheek, leaving a small wound. On the other hand, Rita fell off the roof as she lost her balance. Splendid. After giving Rita a word of praise, William turns to Gordon. I have the rainbow celestial jewel. I'm going to head back to the castle. All right. I will activate it at the pedestal myself. Gordon triumphantly proclaims as he straddles himself behind one of William's men and ascends to the sky. Trow's group tried to pursue them, but they couldn't follow as they were already high in the sky. After all, flight magic is an advanced technique and only a few people can use it to combat a dragon in the sky. Ua. We are heading back to the castle. Your Highness. You can't go back with those wounds. This is only a scratch. Saying so, Trow tries to head to the castle while his blood is still pouring out from his wounds. However, Wendy stopped him. Your wound must be treated first, Your Highness. Miss Wendy. Your Highness has lost too much blood. Your life will be in danger if you continue to move. Trow had lost a lot of blood when he activated the Imperial flag. On top of that, he also sustained new injuries. If he heads to the castle like this, he will surely collapse on the way there. However, I have no need for my life. If I have to live without being able to protect my sister, then death is much more preferable. If Your Highness dies, you will not be able to save her. Please treat your wounds first. Trow tries to push Wendy out of the way, but Wendy refuses to move. Meanwhile, one of the escorts carried over the tattered Rita. She's not waking up. We need to treat her right away. Rita. Wendy worriedly looked at Rita. Her right shoulder was dislocated, probably because she didn't break her fall, and there are small scratches all over her body as well. Seeing that, Trow grits his teeth. Absolutely unforgivable. We will divide into 2 units. One unit will protect the children here and the other will head to the castle with me, Your Highness. That is too reckless. Our force is already small. It would be a bad idea to split up any more than this. Then I should stay silent and watch. That is all we can currently do. We have no choice but to put our hopes on Knight Commander Alida and His Highness Arnold, who is still at the castle. Trow wanted to refute those words. He didn't want to put his expectation on uncertainties. However, his body couldn't keep up with him anymore. Ua. His vision was shaky and he couldn't stand upright. It was due to the loss of blood. Please lay down. I will close the wound. Please lay Rita down here too. Wendy begins treating Trow and Rita. Her expression was like she was about to cry. Even Wendy herself wanted to go after Krista. Her heart was almost crushed from the anxiety when she was the captive of the Dark Elves. It was Krista and Rita who saved her. The time she spent with them was her time to heal. Moreover, when the rebellion started, instead of abandoning her, Krista came for Wendy. Wendy felt so much happiness from that. Still, Wendy has to make a realistic decision. If they forcefully push on, Trow will die and Rita will also be in danger. Wendy knew well that even if she could help Krista by doing that, Krista herself wouldn't be happy. That's why Wendy put all her energy into healing the two. She is not so good with healing magic, but this is no time for her to say that. Fortunately, the cavalry Gordon brought with him left to chase after Rupert's group. Thanks to that, they managed to secure the time to treat them. However, it was also a fact that they have hit a huge obstacle. Section. Another wind blew in Gordon's favor. Understanding that, Gordon's was in a merry mood as he rides on the dragon. Ha 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 ha. Now my victory is guaranteed. While listening to Gordon's laughter, William looks at Krista in his arms. Krista did not move. She only gazes back at the place Rita fell. She doesn't think that Rita was dead, but she knows that her injury will be serious. Even in that situation, Rita did not give up until the end and aimed for William's head. William was convinced that once she grows up, she will become a terrifying knight. However, still, William, you let your guard down her. With a brat like that managed to leave a scratch on you, your reputation as the Dragon Prince will cry, you know? I did not let my guard down. I have been vigilant. That was exactly why my head is still intact like this. H. After receiving such a humiliating wound, it can't be helped that you are in a bad mood, right? I am in a bad mood because I find your laughter unpleasant. Whether this wound is humiliating or honorable, it is up to me to decide. This wound is from a knight that tried her best to protect her lord without caring about herself. This is no different from the wounds I received from the enemies on the battlefield. It is a wound of honor. Anyone who insults the knight who gave me this wound is unforgivable. William said so and left the formation to head to the castle alone. He then mutters quietly to himself. So he cannot even pay respect to his enemy anymore. Time has changed his friend. While being quite shocked by that, William grew anxious about the future. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. This has been proven time and time in history. Chapter 256. Blaumo Story, First Part. As Finn and Mia headed to the center of the middle layer, they were being chased by the soldiers. Finn's destination was a certain establishment there. Where are you going? Finn-sama. It's just a little ahead. Chase her. Don't let her get away. After they ran through the narrow back alley, Finn emerged out to a street. Then, Finn's destination finally came into sight. It was a familiar establishment. The place where adventurers of the Imperial Capital operate from. The Imperial Capital Branch Adventurer Guild. Finn and Mia run toward it. However, there are many pursuers on their tail. If they enter the Adventurer Guild like this, the soldiers will follow them in as well. Finn was a little hesitant to do that, but all of a sudden, her arm was grabbed and she was pulled to the side. Kyle. My apology, Finn-sama. Please keep quiet for a minute. It was the receptionist of the guild that always handled the requests for silver who pulled Finn into the shadow of the building. The soldiers will come after her soon. Where did she go? Find her. The soldiers spread out and searched the surrounding area. However, they were interrupted before they could properly look around. Aren't you quite brave to wander around here? You came to pick a fight with us, right? Adventurers emerged from all over the street with their weapons in hand. The soldiers involuntarily stepped back. We do not wish to fight with you, gentlemen. The Blaumo should have escaped here. Hand her over. Can't say I know anything about that. She's the famous beauty, right? If she showed up around here, there's no way we wouldn't notice. It seems no one saw her around here at all. You have the wrong place. Just go back. The adventurers play dumb and don't even listen to the soldiers. A young soldier couldn't stand it anymore and pulled out his sword. Cut the crap. We know that she's here. Don't you dare get ahead of yourselves, you lowly adventurers. Oi, did you hear that? He said lowly adventurers, right? That's quite rich coming from a soldier who betrayed the emperor. I thought that you soldiers are better than this, but was it just my misunderstanding? The adventurers sent cold gazes toward the soldiers. Unable to endure it, the soldiers stepped forward and pulled out their swords one after another. Wait. Calm down. Like hell, we can calm down. We stood up for the Empire. We have no reason to be ashamed of that. For the Empire? Don't make me laugh. You all did it for yourselves, right? In response to the adventurers' provocation, the young soldier tried to charge at the adventurers with their face bright red. However, an arrow pierces the ground in front of the young soldier. What? Oops, I would advise against it, you know. We adventurers can easily shoot an arrow through a monster's eye from miles away. We can hit a target as big as a human's head with our eyes closed, you know? The soldiers look around. There are more than 10 adventurers on the surrounding roof aiming at the soldiers with their bow. More adventurers steadily coming out to the street. Under pressure, the soldiers had no choice but to give up their search. They ran away. They really did. Thank you very much. It's nothing. Finsama has always been a good customer after all, the receptionist said with a smile. Fin and Mia were then guided into the guild. Many citizens had escaped to this place. So many people. Some of the civilians have evacuated here. Since the number of people we can protect is limited, we divided them into groups and hid them in various places. Even so, since we can't openly move, the number is not that significant. The receptionist says so and casts her eyes down. Originally, it should have been the government's duty to evacuate the citizens. For the people. Fin remembered that word. I cannot thank you enough for your work. Thank you for the thing you have done. No, even the adventurers are citizens of the Empire after all. We live in the imperial capital, we have our friends and family here. It's natural that we would do what we can. Fin thanked the adventurers once again and turned to the people who are being protected by the guild. Most of them were elderly and children. The adventurers are playing with the children who seem to have got separated from their parents. Fin realized that the damage to the people was greater than she expected since the rebellion occurred during the festival. It was easy to apologize to them right now, but it is not Fin's job to apologize. Her duty is to put an end to this chaos and return them to their daily life. And she came here to do just that. My apology, but I have a request for the Adventurer Guild. What is it? Would you lend me the remote communication room? I'd like to discuss something with the guild headquarters. The reason Fin came here was to ask for the adventurers' cooperation. However, as a general rule, adventurers may not get themselves involved in a conflict in or between nations. Both Linfia and Sieg are not cooperating with Ul as an adventurer. It's just cooperation on a personal level. That's why, even if Fin asks the adventurers here to lend their strength to the Emperor, no one will move. A few may give their cooperation personally, but that will not be enough. For that sake, Fin was planning to negotiate with the tops of the Adventurer Guild. However, that won't be necessary. I am talking to them right now. Fin opened her eyes in surprise at the person who appeared from inside the guild. Your Highness Eric. It seems you have noticed the same thing as me here, Fin. It appears so. Eric, who broke through the siege with several Imperial Knights, has arrived at the Adventurer Guild earlier than her. Moreover, he has already begun negotiations with the guild headquarters. But it is good that you came. I will do something about the hard-headed guys at the guild headquarters. I will have you persuade the adventurers here instead. What do you mean, Your Highness? I'm good at negotiating. I have connections with their upper management and I know secrets that they want to hide as well. I am currently in the middle of negotiating with them, but it is likely that they will leave the decision to the adventurers on site. Even so, that alone will not move the adventurers here. If the rebellion is successful, His Highness Gordon will become the Emperor, right? That's right. If they stand up against the next Emperor, they will be charged with crimes and they will not be able to operate here anymore. They might be willing to drive away the soldiers around the guild's vicinity, but they do not have any reason to do anything more than that. There is no guarantee that the Emperor will be victorious. Rather, it was clear to everyone that Gordon has the advantage at the moment. If they cannot persuade the adventurers here, there will be no point even if they manage to receive permission from the headquarters to interfere with the Empire's problem. I am good at negotiations, but when it comes to persuading them, I am not the right person. You are better suited for that. I will do what I can. I will leave it to you. My father's life is at stake here. Please do it. Saying so, Eric bowed his head. At his attitude, Fin felt a strong sense of discomfort. This isn't like Eric at all. Fin has come in contact with Eric many times at the castle, but he was not someone who would say such a warm thing like that. She had the impression that he was more of a cold and calculating person who doesn't care about anything but himself. However, Fin suppressed that sense of discomfort. Right now that doesn't matter. The important thing right now is to get the adventurers' cooperation. Anything besides that is a secondary concern. If I have to speak honestly, I think that it will be difficult. I think so too. Finn nodded as if agreed with the words of the receptionist and Mia. No matter what she says, adventurers are people who move for profit. After all, that is their job. Their ironclad rule is for the people. That's all. It would be one thing if he is a fiendish person that acts against the people, but Gordon ultimately doesn't care about them at all. He has no interest in them, but neither does he actively tries to hurt them. It will be extremely difficult to persuade them. Still, she must do it. Can you gather the adventurers for me? Please tell them that the Blau Mo has something to talk with them. Saying so, Finn embarked on the challenge of persuading the adventurers. Chapter 257. Blau Mo Story, Second Part. As she stood in front of the gathered adventurers, Finn took a deep breath. There are about 100 adventurers inside the guild right now. There are still many more adventurers inside the imperial capital, but they are currently guarding the other civilian shelters. However, most of the adventurers that are currently here are the core members of the imperial capital branch. Their ranks are high and they are quite influential. If she can persuade them, the others will follow. The problem here is that these people are genuine adventurers. Adventurers. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you all. I am Finn von Kleinet. You all might know me by the name of the Blau Mo. As you may already know, a rebellion has occurred inside the imperial capital. The one who is leading this rebellion is the third prince, Gordon Lake-Adler, and his followers, the extremists of the imperial army. After she explained to them the details of the situation, Finn looked at the faces of the adventurers. They all have a difficult expression on their faces. Finn understood their feelings well. These people love freedom and always live as they please, but each one has their own way and belief of being an adventurer. Many may call them wild and violent, and that is not necessarily wrong. These people are indeed wild and violent. Still, Finn believes in them. After all, the person whom Finn trusts the most believes in them. I have come before you all to ask for your help. The imperial capital is in great turmoil. I am not here to ask you to assist His Majesty the Emperor. I simply want to ask you to be the one who protects the citizens. Doing so might make you an enemy of His Highness Gordon. I understand well that in the likely case where His Highness Gordon ascends the throne, it will bring great trouble to everyone here. Even so, would you please stand up for the people of the imperial capital? The adventurers look at Finn. These people hate injustice. They became an adventurer because they hated lying to themselves or because they hate the idea of obeying others. To them, Gordon's method is the very thing that they hate. However, "Hey, Finn-sama, I have a question, may I?" asked a slightly scary-looking brown-haired man. It was Gari, Rita's master, and Ul's childhood friend. "What is it, Gari-san? We adventurers are not that educated, you see. We do not know much about politics, but we do understand that a rebellion is bad. Still, even if the top of this country changes to someone else, we adventurers couldn't care less about that. A nation does not interfere with the guild's business, and the guild doesn't interfere with how a country is run. It's the job of the nobles and knights to protect the country. Our job is only to protect the people. That should have been the established rule. If a country falls into crisis, it should be the responsibility of the nobles and the knights to deal with it, right? So you see, even if you asked for our help, there's nothing we can do. Besides, where and what are those nobles doing right now?" Being pierced with his words, Finn was silent. There are many nobles inside the imperial capital. Even though a few of them possess enough strength to stand against Gordon, rarely any of them joined the fight. They might be unable to move due to the curse on the arena, but that was only at first. If they can get out of the arena, their strength should have returned already. However, she doesn't see any nobles making their move at all. Surely, Gari and the adventurers here know what they are doing. That's why Finn couldn't say anything. There were a lot of nobles that fled to the shelters and acted like they owned the place, you know. There were some that even pushed the children and old people to save themselves too. Well, we did beat those guys up, but spare us from wiping their asses for them. All of us here only get stronger for the sake of subduing monsters after all. I admit that there were many corrupted nobles. It's true that there are many nobles who can't understand what it means to be noble and going around boasting their privilege. However, Please do not judge all of us nobles after you have only seen a part of us. Among us, there are those that put their lives on the line to fight for this country. Humans have both the good and the bad. Please do not look only at our negative side. I know. I understand that there are other nobles like you too. Even I know a lot of good ones myself. Even so, we can't move. In our eyes, the emperor and that third prince are the same after all. Gari said so and turned his eyes away from Finn. Every adventurer also averts their eyes from her. Seeing that, a dark shadow casts on Finn's heart. However, the same. They are completely different. Desua, you people should have your eyes check. Desua, Mia-san. What? Who is that weirdly talking woman? I am not weird, Desua. You people are the weird ones. Desua, the emperor and that third prince are the same. Are you all stupid? Desuno. Stupid. What? What's wrong with calling stupid people stupid? Desuno. Comparing that prince who started a rebellion in a festival where VIPs from all over the continent gathered and the emperor who could escape at any time but chose not to is beyond rude, Desua. If the second prince can get here, then the emperor should be able to escape by himself with a small number of escorts too, Desua. He didn't do it because he knows that the people will suffer if he does that, Desua. How can you not understand even that, Desuno? If Eric can come here, then the emperor should be able to do the same. That way, it would have been possible to forcibly involve the adventurers here. The adventurers do not allow the soldiers in the vicinity of the guild. If the emperor lures them here, he can force a situation where the two groups collide. He has enough power to move anywhere he wants, but the more he moves, the wider the battle will spread. That way, the damage to the citizens will increase. Between the third prince that couldn't care less about the people and the emperor who doesn't want his people to get hurt, it's clear how different they are, Desua. The fact that the emperor didn't forcibly involve you all in this fight is naturally because he does recognize all of you as the people that he must protect, Desua. Even if that's the case, there's no reason for us to help, right? To maintain the security for the civilians, we would have to fight the soldiers. We might be able to secure some areas and evacuate the civilians there, but we will have to deal with a large number of soldiers. No matter how many lives we have, it won't be enough. If you are afraid to die, then you should have said so from the start. Desua, you coward. What? Gari's cheeks cramped up at Mia's words. The patience of other adventurers also seems to be at its limit with Mia's attitude. However, against those adventurers, Mia slowly pointed her finger at the castle. Over there, in that castle crawling with rebel soldiers, a prince is staying there, fighting for you all. The prince you all ridiculed as the dull prince is doing everything he can to protect this country in that castle, you know. Is. No way. Is that true? Yes, it's true. That idiot. Gari said as he stared at the castle. If it was he thought that he would have detected the danger early on and escaped already. At the very least, the that Gari knows would do that. Wasn't the kind of person that would let himself get caught in a dangerous situation. The only possibility of that happening is when his family is in danger. He knows that will never be motivated to do anything except in such cases. It is not just Prince Arnold, Desua. Prince Rupert, who is only 10 years old, offered to become a decoy himself even while knowing the danger. And not only them, many people in the castle are also willing to do what they can, Desua. You people may think that it's only natural for the imperial family to give their lives for this country, but that's not how the royalty of other countries are, Desua. Do you know how blessed this country is? To Mia, who has seen the royal family and nobles of the Dominion, she can't recognize that the imperial family of the Empire is the same as those people. They thought that it's obvious that they should prioritize themselves first. Most of the royalty and nobles of the Dominion think that their country exists for themselves. She could rarely find any nobles like Finn or Aloys back in the Dominion. The royalty and nobles of the Dominion are people that can willingly give up on their citizens. If that was not the case, Mia wouldn't have chosen to become the chivalrous thief. If the royalty and nobles of the Dominion have even 1/10 of the sense of responsibility the imperial family of the Empire has toward their people, then she wouldn't have chosen this path. To Mia, the attitude of the adventurers here is something that she couldn't stand. If the country is in turmoil, the adventurers will also get affected. However, the adventurers in this country are not in a panic because of the common sense that no matter which prince or princess ascends the throne, they will at least do the minimum for them. That was how it used to be, so it should be like that in the future as well. That naive thinking can be seen after observing the adventurers here. I can assure you all here, Desua, if you do not stand on the Emperor's side right now, you all will definitely regret it. Mia declared so. The adventurers started to hesitate a little. It was an opportunity. While thanking Mia for turning the tide in her favor, Finn starts to address the adventurers again. His Highness Gordon has acquired cooperation from the United Kingdom, the Dominion, and the Kingdom for this rebellion. After becoming the Emperor, he intends to use them to suppress the princes and princesses who don't recognize his rule. However, no country will ask nothing in return for their help. There will definitely be war. In war, this land will be ruined, a large number of monsters will run rampant and the people will suffer. If it's an adventurer's job to subjugate monsters, then is it not your job to prevent such things? The adventurers, including Gari, are silent. They are hesitating and start to consider it. Finn judges that now is the time to wrap things up. His Highness Gordon doesn't care about the people. Seeing this rebellion, that much is clear. The Emperor, who does not wish to get his people involved, will not try to rely on the adventurers. It is said that the fact that there are few monsters in the Empire is due to the Empire's funding to the guild so that it can maintain a certain number of adventurers here. What would happen if that is gone? Adventurers will go elsewhere in search of work. Many adventurers might be fine with that. But what about the adventurers that have a family here? If you receive a request without being able to fill in the necessary amount of manpower, the mortality rate of the adventurers here will surely increase. The Empire is quite friendly to its adventurers. Generations after generations, the Emperor never looked down on the adventurers. To have a successful rule, it is necessary to have the adventurers around to subdue the monsters. For the people. That was the ideal that all adventurers share, and it is something that all emperors value. However, Gordon is not interested in having a successful reign. Gordon, who always prioritizes war, will not put importance on the adventurers. Finn explains that to them. Still, they didn't respond. One more push, just one more push. When she thought so, a push came in a surprising way. Imperial Marshal Liselot, can you hear me? If you can hear this, then give up the Emperor to us immediately. Otherwise, Krista will be executed. By using the voice amplifier magic tool, Gordon's words were heard throughout the Imperial capital. For a moment, a chill ran down Finn's back. It was only an instant, but the adventurers in front of her let out their killing intent. They slowly stared at the castle. How old was Princess Krista? I heard that she's around 12 years old. He tried to execute a child her. Don't screw with me. That bastard. Does he have no love for his family at all? The adventurers began to raise their complaints about Gordon. Then one of them asked the receptionist who was standing behind Finn. If it is only maintaining security, then we can do it, right? Yes. His Highness Eric has already discussed this with the headquarters. If it is only at the level of maintaining the security to protect the citizens, then they will not count this as the guild interfering with the Empire's business. But, they do not allow Silver to take action. That's all. The guild's higher-ups never learn her. Like hell, that guy would stay silent and obey the guild's order. He will show up if it becomes necessary. Anyway, I think so as well. Then, is it okay to conclude that the Imperial Capital Branch will take on the request of maintaining the capital security? Everyone? Yeah, we will take the east side of the middle layer. I hate the gut of those soldiers who walk around like they own the place anyway. This is good. I didn't like that prince from the start. I want to punch him in the face. I agree on that one. Should we raid the castle after we finish securing the area? Finn breathed out when she saw the adventurers started talking about themselves. These people are adventurers. It is exactly because they are adventurers that they can honestly voice out about what they don't like. To them, Gordon has crossed the line. Finn-sama. Is all okay? I don't know. But as long as Ulsama is in the castle, he will never abandon Her Highness Krista. Well, If it's Ul, then he will never abandon her. Gari said so as he scratched his head. As an old friend of Ul, Gari knew that Leo and Elna were outside the imperial capital. That's why he was surprised that Ul is pushing himself like this. It would be nice if he doesn't go too crazy with this. While thinking that he would surely push himself, Gari muttered so. Ul will always do something unthinkable when someone important to him is involved. Stay safe. Muttering so, Gari looked up at the sky. The sun was dazzlingly high. Chapter 258. Wind of Discord. William, who flew ahead of his platoon, landed on the castle square, which is located at the middle layer of the Imperial Sword Castle. He then gently lowered Krista to the ground. Krista immediately distanced herself from William, but since she is holding the bag containing the rainbow celestial jewel, William reaches his hand out for her. Hand it over, Your Highness Krista. No. I do not wish to hurt a child. But you stabbed Rita. She wasn't a child. She was your knight. He did show his compassion as he didn't kill her. However, he still treated her as a knight, as he thought that it would be the least he can do to show his respect. However, Rita and Krista are different. One is the one who protects and the other is the one being protected. It was brave of her to pick up the bag, and he thought that such action truly befits someone from the Adler house. However, that's it. Krista is no warrior. Now, hand it over. If she doesn't want to hand it over, then it would be more efficient to just cut her arms off, you know, said Gordon, who just arrived as he approached Krista. As Gordon makes his way toward her, William stops Gordon's advance by putting his spear in front of him. What are you playing at? It was me who captured her and the jewel. Her treatment will be decided by me. Don't screw with me. You are just my collaborator. Fall in line. Fall in line, her. Then how about I put this as a reward for my accomplishment? You will not say that you can't give a reward to someone who performed a meritorious deed, right? Gordon frowned at William. However, he took a step back. Perhaps he thought that it's not worth forcing his way any more than this. Seeing that, William quietly approached Krista and silently took away the bag in her hands. Ha! You did well. But this is it. William said so and threw the bag to Gordon. Gordon received it in an elated mood, but soon after a high-pitched voice upset him again. Gordon. TSK. What are you doing here? Xandra. The enraged Xandra entered the square. Gordon's unmasked irritation makes Xandra's anger flared up even more. What am I doing here? Could you not be such an idiot? The castle is in chaos because your subordinates are all incompetent. I can't look for the jewel now. What? There is an illusionist among the enemy. He disguised himself as me and let Istman escape. And what did your subordinates do? They chased after me instead. The soldiers on the upper floor are Estman's men. They all turned to the enemy's side already. What? The castle is supposed to be your responsibility, right? You are saying that it's my fault. If you want to blame someone, then blame your incompetent subordinates that tried to catch me even after I showed them the forbidden magic. The 1st Imperial Night Corps already launched their attack on the pedestal in the Hall of the Celestial Sky. Raphael is protecting it, but who knows what would happen if he has to face a leader. Everything should have gone well. It was supposed to. However, problems after problems started to arise in the place he wasn't looking. Gordon couldn't hold down his frustration. This all happens because he relied on weak and incompetent fools. Useless, each and every one of them. That includes you too, Xandra. Ha, if you have time to say that, then how about you do something about it already? As long as there is my imposter around, the soldiers won't obey my command. Hurry up and do something, Mr. General. TSK. You go put this on the pedestal. I will take command of the castle myself. Saying so, Gordon handed the bag containing the jewel to Xandra and was about to head inside the castle. However, Xandra stopped him. Wait. You musclehead. What? You want to die? No word can describe you better than musclehead, right? Don't you notice even after you hold it? This is a fake. Saying so, Xandra threw the bag on the ground. The jewel that rolled out of the bag surely looked like the rainbow celestial jewel. However, as one of the best maids in the imperial family, Xandra immediately realized. It was only an elaborately made fake. Even if the magical power and appearance are similar, the real jewel is not something like this. You got played. What? Gordon opens his eyes wide and stares at the jewel that is currently rolling on the ground. Soon after, he angrily turned toward Krista and slowly walked toward her. Did you trick me? Krista, stop it. It was surely someone's plan to protect the real thing. There are those that would even deceive their own allies for things like this. It's no use getting angry at her. Annoying. Why didn't you realize that it was a fake? How could I notice something you didn't? Before trying to place blame on others, think about your future actions first. While irritated, Gordon tries to sort out the situation. The castle is in chaos and they only have 3 jewels in their possession. At least they have to secure one more jewel. One last jewel is needed to guarantee his victory. If they only look at the imperial capital, Gordon still has an overwhelming advantage. However, reinforcements should be approaching from the outside. He cannot afford to prolong this any longer. However, whether it be the castle or the East Gate, he needs some time before he can take control of it. There are many generals inside the capital and most of them are on Gordon's side, but some of them still remain loyal to the emperor. There are also nobles in the capital that are accompanying by their personal guards. They are waiting to see either Gordon or the emperor will come up as the winner. Although it is true that some of them do not make their move, they are being vigilant of Gordon's movement while some of them actively hinder Gordon's plan. They each have different goals in mind, but they do not pointlessly waste their power and are conserving their strength. Gordon's disadvantage is that he can't devote all of his strength to defeat the emperor as he has to place his men to keep those nobles in check. Then what should he do? What can he do to take back the tailwind? When he was asking himself so, Gordon glanced at Krista. Ha, ha ha ha. We still have a chance. Bring the voice amplifier. I will give them an ultimatum. What are you planning? Lizelot will not abandon Krista. I will use Krista as a hostage and take Lizelot out of the calculation. Don't be stupid. An imperial marshal isn't that soft. This will only disadvantage us. Don't do it. I'm tired of your petty squabble. Don't get in my way just because of your petty chivalry code. I am only advising you to make a wise decision as your ally. If you are going to do it, then at least send a messenger instead. If you give your ultimatum for all the capital to hear, you will lose the soldiers' support and you will unnecessarily make more enemies. They will only try to buy time if I send out a messenger. I have no intention of negotiating. If they won't comply, then it's fine. I will just push Krista down the castle and make them realize their mistake. If they get angry and come to attack us, I will use that chance to take father's head. Gordon said so and pulled Krista's arm, dragging her toward the outer edge of the square. Although it is only the middle layer of the castle, this place is higher than any building in the imperial capital. If she falls off, she will definitely die. William frowns at Gordon's foolishness and turns his gaze toward Xandra. Princess Xandra. If you don't stop him, what is waiting for us is only ruin, you know? Right. Gordon, you can threaten them all you want, but don't push her down. Give Krista to me. What? I can use her in my experiment. If you tell them that you are handing her over to Xandra, even Lizelot will not stay calm, you know. Seeing the happy smile on Xandra's face, Willem was disappointed. He couldn't understand how she could say that she is okay with Gordon publicly threatening the enemy. In response, Gordon started thinking about it. William looks up at the sky. In such a clear sky, how nice it would be if he can just fly away and stop thinking about this. However, he cannot escape reality forever. Immediately after he sorted out his feelings, William continued his objection. Reconsider this, Gordon. Not everything will go the way you want. Look at reality and stop chasing that naive illusion. There is no one single move that can reverse the situation for you. Mobilize all your forces and defeat the Emperor. With my help, the chance of success will rise dramatically. As long as the Emperor is defeated, you will not have to worry about their reinforcements. You can just abandon the imperial capital and rule the empire from the northern region where you can control. Thumpete. I can see through you, you know? You want me to rely on the United Kingdom, right? What of it? What will that change? Even if your rebellion is a success, the other princes will never recognize you. To suppress them as quickly as possible, you need help from my country, right? You will have to rely on the United Kingdom in the end. Why do I need to hesitate to suggest such an action? I wonder about that. After the rebellion is over and the empire plunged into turmoil, you will betray us anyway, right? William clenched his fist so much that his fingernails dug into his hand at Xandra's words. He wanted to just tell them to do whatever they want, but he cannot allow that. After all, he is still on Gordon's side. He would be troubled if Gordon fails. After all, William is shouldering the fate of the United Kingdom. In the case that Gordon fails to kill the emperor, the wrath of the strongest empire on the continent will turn to the United Kingdom. Even with the alliance of the United Kingdom, the Dominion, and the Kingdom, he can't say for sure that they can win. No matter how weakened it is, the empire is still the empire. If the emperor survives, the period of turmoil will be short. That way, the United Kingdom will not be able to take advantage of the situation. In the first place, William has no intention to rely on the Kingdom or the Dominion. The three countries have joined forces in the name of supporting Gordon, but it would be difficult to find an alliance that is so untrusting as this even if he looked through all their history. Allies that can betray them at any moment. The empire is not so naive to not exploit that. That's why this is a 1 in 1,000 chance. You can speculate my intentions all you want. I do not care. But I will have you listen to what I have to say. Your plan will turn the forces that are staying neutral into your enemy, even if it will be more difficult. Defeating the emperor is a better choice. If they want to become my enemy, then let them. I will crush them all. If you are so confident that you can crush your enemy, then you have no use for a hostage in the first place. Just admit that you are not as strong as you think. Don't increase your enemies. You should increase the number of your allies instead. It seems I can't see eye to eye with you. I will just do whatever I want. If you don't like that, then take your men and go back to your country. Saying so, Gordon received the voice amplifier magic tool from his subordinate and let his voice echo through the whole imperial capital. Imperial Marshal Liselot, can you hear me? If you can hear this, then give up the emperor to us immediately. Otherwise, Krista will be executed. As a dragon knight, William was sensitive to the flow of the wind. When he felt that the wind started to blow in the opposite direction, he muttered, "The wind has turned against us here. The direction of the wind has changed. It will surely be difficult to change it to their favor again." Still, William couldn't give up. Chapter 259. The Last Rainbow Celestial Jewel. Found it. As I was searching for the Rainbow Celestial Jewel in Xandra's room, I found a dent under her bed. And there, I found the jewel. It's clear when I hold it in my hand. The density of magic power inside is completely different from the fake. This one is definitely the real thing. But it sure gave me quite a trouble here. Saying so, I look at the room. Since I was looking for it when Xandra was lured away from her room, I didn't restrain myself. Clothes and cosmetics are scattered all over the room, and you can realize with one glance that someone was looking for something here. It would be too much trouble to clean it up, so I guess it's okay to leave it like this. Still, it's a good thing that I was the one who searched the room. This place is real scary. Saying so, I glance at the box I left untouched. That ominous box definitely contains a curse. That's not all. There are many items like that box all over this place. Even I don't know what some of these do. There's a magic tool like this too after all here. With that said, I look at a spherical magic tool. At first glance, it's just a sphere, but I can feel magic power from inside of it. Surely, it's some kind of prototype magic tool. It must be something that you use to throw at your opponent. The more I searched, the more items like this came up. I almost thought that I was in an armory for a moment. While putting some of them in my pocket, I prepare the transfer gate. Now then, with this, my business inside the castle is done here. I will have them try their best to search for something that is no longer here. Thinking so, I was about to enter the transfer gate. However, at that moment, I heard Gordon's voice. "Imperial Marshal Liselot, can you hear me? If you can hear this, then give up the emperor to us immediately. Otherwise, Krista will be executed. My foot that was about to step inside the gate stopped. No matter how idiotic it sounds, the fact that he said such a thing means Krista was caught. I never thought that it would be Traunison's group who got discovered. Even if I thought so, the fact still stands that Krista was caught. No doubt, something happened on their end. I changed the destination of the transfer gate. If she got caught, then I can't abandon her. Xandra is with Gordon too after all. If she was caught, then there's no way that they don't know that she was only a decoy. Thinking so, I came up with an idea. I grinned and put on the soldier helmet to disguise myself as a soldier and entered the gate. Section. Thanks to General Eastman, we managed to retake the upper floors of the castle. In response, the other generals were desperately trying their best to take it again. They are probably afraid that they would be labeled as incompetent by their master. It seems that a leader also launched her own attack on the pedestal as well. It seems that she can't break through the enemy's tight defense net yet, but thanks to her, Raphael, one of the enemy's strongest fighters, can't move freely anymore. While evaluating the situation inside the castle, I head to the castle square. There are 4 key characters at the square: Gordon, Xandra, Krista, and William, the Dragon Prince of the United Kingdom. It's no use waiting for them to make their move. You should head out to defeat the Emperor right now. I told you that you are annoying. If I make a move now, then there's no point in taking Krista hostage. And I already told you that your plan doesn't make sense in the first place. The horror of Marshal Liselot was well understood by someone from outside the Empire. No matter how much she loves her sister, she will never choose to abandon her duty. You bastard don't understand. I know how much Liselot is fond of Krista. I'm related to her by blood, so I know this well. Shut up already. Coo. Then at least let me go out with my dragon knights. What? Are you intending to break our alliance? To reverse this situation, there is only one option. By threatening them with Her Highness Krista, the neutral forces will be swayed to the other side. You just drove your reputation to the ground. We have to take down the Emperor while the celestial sphere is still up. Even if we have to push our way through, that is our only choice. After saying that to Gordon, William left them behind and headed over to the Dragon Knights that were waiting on standby for him. How pitiful. Even though he could analyze the situation to such an extent, he had to deal with Gordon first. Gordon believes that Lizaranu will make a move if he takes Krista hostage, while William argues against it. There's a huge difference in their belief. Gordon is simply too hasty. He has the unfounded confidence that let him believe in whatever he wants to. I remember the words of Kevin, Sonia's father. His Majesty isn't so sweet on his son that he would promote him to the rank of general if his son always solved all his problems with violence. That's right. Gordon was appointed a general by father himself. If he was this kind of person in the past, he would never get appointed as a general. As expected, there's something at play here. Still, that doesn't matter right now. For whatever reason it is, Gordon has started a rebellion and taken his own sister hostage. No matter how good a person he used to be, right now he is only a fool that is only capable of repeating his mistake. He does not listen to others' opinions nor recognize any plan this is not his own. Gordon, who is trapped in his own delusion that everything will go his way, is a walking disaster. If he is a disaster, then I must put him down. Reporting. Your Highness, we have captured the 7th Prince, Arnold. So what? Why should I care about the likes of Arnold? Even if he was caught, that trash won't make any difference on the battlefield. What can a dull prince do? If you have time to make such a worthless report, hurry up and take the upper floors already. After I waited for William to get far enough away from Gordon and Xandra, I pretended to be a soldier and approached them. Then, I threw the magic tool I found in Xandra's room at them. That's a shame. I was planning to at least stall you two though. That's... what? Cough cough. What was that? It's cursed smoke. You will be paralyzed if you breathe it in. Perhaps because it was something that she made herself, Xandra immediately recognized it. She immediately left Gordon behind and escaped the smoke that spewed out from the spherical magic tool. Gordon, who was at the epicenter, was still in the smoke. During that time, I pull Krista's hand and take her to the edge of the square. You bastard. Don't look down on me. No, no, you just said that you don't care for the like of me, right? Will you finally give me some recognition now, Anu? Saying so, I take off the helmet and show my face. Seeing that, Gordon roared at me with a voice that could kill. Arnold. You, Ulmi-sama. You alright? Krista. I'm fine. But Rita was. I see. They did something bad to Rita her. Oh, Prince William. I would advise you not to move, you know? Saying so, I take out the bad and show the real rainbow celestial jewel to them. Seeing that, Xandra immediately frowned. Xandranu must understand, right? This is the real thing. You need this, no? If you understand, then please behave yourselves. If things get violent, my hand might slip after all. The rainbow celestial jewel is certainly tough, but if I let it fall from this height it will still break, you know. You think I can't lop off your head before you do that? Shall we put that to the test then? For a moment, our eyes crossed. William slowly approached Gordon and gave him a warning with a whisper. Don't be hasty now. We still got this. I know that. Arnold. You bastard. You were the one who gave Krista the fake jewel, right? Correct. I was holding on to the real ones from the start. Including the last one that was hidden in the castle. I have all three. Even the last one. How did you get it? I was searching for it, you know. I thought that if it's the Prime Minister, he would hide it in a place that would be pretty irritating to find. That's why I went to Xandranu's room. And it was bingo. Oh, I borrowed the earlier magic tool from your room too. Inside my room. Stop fooling around. Why would he hide something like that in my room? It is you who was fooling around. What were you thinking, taking your own sister as a hostage? Still, I thought that it would be Traunison's group who would be able to escape. From the look of it, it seems that you have intervened, haven't you, Prince William? The Dragon Prince of the United Kingdom. I have heard rumors about him, but he is truly a sharp person. While adjusting my evaluation of William, I stroked Krista's head as she has a displeased look on her face. Sorry for tricking you. Ulmi-sama, you are mean. That's harsh. Well, it is said that you need to deceive your ally to deceive your enemy, so can you forgive me? Saying so, I put the jewel back into the bag. Looking at me, Xandra takes a step forward. Arnold, you are getting ahead of yourself quite a bit here, aren't you? If your plan is to use the jewel as your leverage, then I will immediately kill you if you drop it, you know? Yes, I know that well. That's why let's make a deal. I will give you the jewel in exchange for mine and Krista's safety. How is it? That's not a bad deal. But don't you think that to make such a deal you would need to stand on an equal ground first? We will be just fine even if we don't get that jewel. It seems you've miscalculated your position here, Arnold. I see. Then you won't be needing this, right? Saying so, I let go of the bag. What? No way. Gordon and Xandra stepped forward with their eyes wide open. However, I immediately caught the bag and lightly sticking my tongue out to them. Just kidding. So you still need it after all. Lying is bad, you know? Xandranu. Cool. I will absolutely never forgive you. Scary. Now then, shall we start the negotiation? I don't want to die after all. I told them so with a grin on my face. Chapter 260. The strongest childhood friend and the best younger brother. Let's hear your terms, Prince Arnold. As expected of the Dragon Prince. You are quite reasonable. After holding back the angry Gordon and Xandra, William started negotiating with me. So I tell him my terms. I only have one condition. Allow the Emperor to withdraw from the capital. Lower the celestial sphere and let us out. Don't fuck with me. Gordon is enraged. Even after he cornered father to such an extent, I told him to let him go. Obviously, he would get angry. The rainbow celestial jewel is needed to defeat the Emperor, but if he lets the Emperor escape to obtain it, he would be putting the cart before the horse. However, I can't allow everyone to withdraw from the capital. There's no guarantee that you will keep your word after all. Right. I just wanted to say it once. All right then, how far are you willing to compromise? I playfully asked William. As a rule of thumb for negotiations, I will not expressly say what I want. The condition must come from the other side. That's why I told them the condition that they will never agree with. Now, they have the initiative to present theirs. If they don't establish the minimum line of compromise, then the talk cannot proceed and we will only waste our time here instead. And that's fine as well. At the very least, I want you alone to stay. After you used your brothers and sisters as decoys, you will not say that you are not willing to become a hostage yourself, right? You poked where it hurts. Well, that's fine. I can stay, but everyone else must be allowed outside the imperial capital. That term is unacceptable. Oh my, if you keep denying my demands like this, then there's no point to this negotiation, no? Then perhaps it would be better for you to lower your demand a little. While holding back Gordon and Xandra from exploding on me, he does a good job maintaining his calm while negotiating with me like this. Normally, the two would already flare up and the negotiation would already be over. Despite being a prince, he has ridden on his dragon and fought on the battlefield himself. The mental strength he possesses is quite something. Very well, let's see how much we can compromise then. What kind of condition would you find acceptable? Only the emperor and the prime minister will be allowed to withdraw. Surely, you jest. After you let those two out, you are going to strengthen the celestial sphere and kill all other members of the imperial family left inside, right? Besides, after you get farther away from his close aides, you are planning to kill him anyway, no? Unfortunately, our side wants to win too after all. William smiles. I also smile in response. What a shame. If he is not on Gordon's side, we might be able to reach an understanding with the United Kingdom through this prince. When I thought so, Gordon speaks to me as if he can't hold his anger in anymore. Arnold, if you want to keep your life, then hand the jewel to me right now. It's because I want to keep my life that I can't give it to you though. Okay, we will leave this place. You can hand the jewel to Prince William after that. Please don't make me laugh. It's written on your face that you are planning to shoot your magic at me from a distance. I immediately refused Xandra's attempt at compromise with a smile. Xandra clicks her tongue and glares at me. So she was planning to do that after all her. She sure is easy to understand. Gordon, Princess Xandra, please step back. I will negotiate with him alone. I hate the very idea of negotiation. Why do I have to be at the mercy of the likes of Arnold? I will never accept this. Maybe it is because I have the rainbow celestial jewel. Don't mess with me. You have no power over me. You think you can negotiate with me because you have the jewel. Don't make me laugh. Leonard already took all your good points whatsoever away the moment you were born. You dull prince. You can't do anything by yourself. Don't you dare speak to me like that when you are the laughingstock of the whole empire. Saying so, Gordon unsheathed his sword. Krista tightened her grip on my arm. However, I didn't lose my composure and looked straight back at Gordon. So, you want to cut me down? What will you do afterward? It should be difficult to defeat Father without the jewel. The Brave or Elna might arrive before you can defeat him, no? Once they are here, the one who will be at a disadvantage here is you. Gordon. Prince Arnold is right. Put away your sword. Don't order me around. Negotiations are only something a coward would do. It's just the trick that the weak use to stall the strong. All you can do is stall for time. You fool have nothing. How's that? Can you deny it? No, I won't deny that. Rather, were you trying to provoke me? You want me to get angry and duel you, Aniu? Please don't say something so stupid. I have been ridiculed by everyone in the Empire for half my life already, you know. Why should I care what you say about me now? You. It makes me sick to think that I am blood related to someone like you. You disgrace of the imperial family. I am still much better than a rebel though. I have no intention to fold. After all, I am convinced of my absolute superiority. Gordon started shouting because he doesn't like that. However, no matter how loud he is, there's nothing he can do. He should leave this to William, but he can't do even that. He has no self-control and he can't leave something he can't deal with to others. This reaction is what I expected from Gordon, who can see nothing but his own power. He's always trying to solve everything on his own. Shut up. I can just choke the life out of you now, you know. Feel free to do it if you think you can. Prince William will probably stop you anyway. In the end, you can't do anything without relying on others. You really know how to make yourself pathetic, her. Both you and Rupert. Why do I have to be in the same family with you trashes? He was a pathetic coward who didn't even have the courage to stand up to me. Just what value do you two have? The imperial family represents absolute strength. Why do I have to share it with you weaklings? I see. So Rupert chose to run her. Yeah, that's right. He ran away. When Krista was about to be caught, he ran away even though he had the strength to help her. There's no one that is more of a coward than him. The feelings he had when he decided to run away. You will probably never understand that. How painful it would feel to run away even though you have the power to help someone dear to you. In that situation, running away would be much more difficult than confronting his enemy. Considering the criticism he will receive, it's obvious that confronting his enemy face to face is better. After all, most people think that it is more courageous to confront your enemy. Escaping is an option only available to cowards. Something that a coward would do. It is easy to think like that. However, I'm sure that Rupert didn't run away because he was a coward. He mustered up his courage and ran away. Why should I care? I don't want to know what a coward like that feels. I have no interest in people who have nothing like you. I am the strong. I am the ruler. I'm different from weaklings like you, Chimpage. I am special. I am different from others. I'm tired of hearing you say that. Because you inherit a great bloodline? Because you have more ability than others? If those things can decide everything, then this continent would already be under the SS rank adventurer's rule already. Shut up. They are not fit to lead people. I have the right position and the right power. I am different from the likes of you. I am absolute. The fact that the soldiers chose to follow me is evidence enough. My path is righteous. The weak should just obey the strong. Just realize that you are a weakling and obey me. This is getting ridiculous. It's useless talking to you. You and I will never understand each other. I will not recognize someone who can't recognize others as an emperor. And that's not just me. Many people share that feeling as well. If they refuse to obey me, then I will simply crush them. The weak will never win against the strong. I see. Let me confirm then. You think of me and Rupert as the weak, right? That's what I am saying. Then if we win here, your ideal will shatter. I am looking forward to it. Just what kind of excuse you will come up with to justify your strength, I wonder. What? I take a step back. We were originally standing before the edge of the square. If we take one more step back, we will fall. Scared, Krista hugged me. Krista, do you trust me? I always believe in you. I see. Gordon and you, no. Gordon. You said that I have nothing, right? That might be true. I am the dull prince who has nothing. But from my point of view, you are the one who has nothing. You do not have the strongest thing in this world. There's nothing better than your own power. No, there is. Humans cannot live alone. We all have different strengths, weaknesses, and personalities. Those things make up an individual. If I lack something, then I can keep on living by having others make up for me. That's why we created a society, a country, something that can unite us. Power is needed to create those. You need the power to create connections between people. That's the bonds. That's why I will deny you. Even if I have nothing, I have something that will never lose to others. Remember this. I have the strongest childhood friend and the best younger brother. Saying so, I stepped off. I felt like my body floated for a moment, and then I began to fall. During that time, a thunderous sound echoes from the outside. A torrent of light wrapped around the entire celestial sphere and shattered like glass. Then from beyond the sphere, a black griffin is diving down toward us with the backdrop of the bright sun that had risen high in the sky. Sorry, but I will push all the troublesome things to my brother now. Saying so, grinned and stretched out my right hand to Leo, who is approaching us at a tremendous speed. Chapter 261. Beyond the outreached hand. Aloys's group managed to escape Gordon's cavalry unit. However, when they are waiting for an opportunity to break through the last line of defense, Their feet stopped as they heard Gordon's ultimatum. Krista Anu is. Rupert stared blankly at the castle. However, Aloys scolds him. Your Highness, even if we head back, there is nothing we can do. We must do what we can now. But it was because I abandoned her. You didn't abandon her, Your Highness. You are only fulfilling the responsibility of the imperial family. Her Highness Krista is the same. You chose to run because you know that by helping her, you would only worsen the situation. If you have doubt, then let me affirm you. You did nothing wrong, Aloys. Let's leave Her Highness Krista to Grau and His Highness Arnold. They are both highly skilled. They will surely be able to do something. But their opponent is Gordon Anu, you know. What can they do? His Highness Gordon cannot be compared to those two. Please rest assured. Saying so, Aloys distracts Rupert's mind from the castle. Then, they look at the enemy's defensive line. I have to break through it to deliver Rupert to the Emperor. That was the only thing in Aloys's mind. The only thing that supports him right now. It is unthinkable that the enemy would miss the Rainbow Celestial Jewel when they kidnapped Krista. After all, she should be the person that Trow would protect with all his might. This meant that their side was cornered so much that Trow and the others couldn't protect her. However, the Celestial Sphere doesn't seem to have been strengthened yet. The other side has no need for a hostage if they have the fourth jewel. As long as they don't have to worry about the sphere being destroyed from the outside, they can take their time and hunt them down. There is no reason for them to take her hostage if that's the case. With that line of thinking, this would mean that the jewel that they have taken from Trow was a fake. Thinking so, Aloys wanted to bring Rupert to the Emperor as soon as possible. Judging from the situation, the real jewel should either be in either Rupert or Arnold's hand. Regardless, he has enough reason to suspect that what Rupert is holding is the real one. If they take a half-baked measure here, they will end up getting surrounded instead. That's why Aloys turned away from the castle. After all, the only thing he can do right now is to keep Rupert safe. Section. Hearing Gordon, Emperor Johannes clenched his sword so hard that his hand almost started to bleed. Gordon. He even threw away his pride as a warrior. Please calm down, Your Majesty. I am calm. Don't worry. I don't plan to launch an attack on the castle. I'm relieved. Are you okay, Marshal? Your worry is unfounded, Prime Minister. Saying so, Liza silently looks at the castle. Seeing Liza staying calm, Franz felt a terrible atmosphere. If she is angry like Johannes, then he can at least read her next action. However, he cannot read anything through Liza's calmness at all. It's like the calm before the storm. It seemed to Franz as if it is only a matter of time before she explodes. Liza received a telescope from her subordinate and began to observe the state of the castle. How is it, Liza? Has anything changed? Yes. My troublesome younger brother just showed up. Saying so, Liza smiles and passes the telescope to Johannes. Don't tell me. Muttering so, Johannes looked through the telescope. Arnold was standing there with Krista at the edge of the square. What is he doing? That's reckless. Please pay attention to his hand. His hand? What? Isn't that the Rainbow Celestial Jewel? Why did he deliberately bring it to the enemy? He is probably using it as the leverage to get the hostage back. If he threatens to break it, he can put Gordon's side in check. As a nation, we would be troubled if he breaks it though. Liza pretends to not hear Franz's comment. After all, this is not a situation where they can afford to use their resource sparingly. Meanwhile, Johannes shouts. That fool. If you take another step back you will fall. Move to the front. Even if you shout, he can't hear you, you know. Besides, it's not like Ul has no chance of success as well. Even if you say that, how can he escape from there? He will die if he jumps off, you know. I can't say that is necessarily true. But Ul can perceive the world that we cannot. I'm sure that it is the same case here. The moment Liza said that, Ul jumped off the edge together with Krista. Arnold. Krista. Johannes unintentionally cried out their names. However, his cry was drowned out by the thunderous sound that came from outside the celestial sphere. Beyond the celestial sphere that was shattered like glass. After she saw a black griffin diving down from the sky, Liza grinned and gave an order to her subordinates. All men, prepare for battle. The reinforcements have arrived. It's time to attack. Lizelot. Father, please leave the imperial capital with the imperial knights. I understand. Be careful. Please rest assured. I will go pick up my brothers and sister now. Saying so, Liza gets up on her horse. Section. Shortly before that, at the north of the imperial capital, when Leo and his group finally arrived at where they could see the imperial capital, Leo and Elna's thoughts immediately synced up. Elna, I will leave it to you. Leave it to me. The celestial sphere is covering the imperial capital. It was enough for them to realize that the situation there is not normal. That's why Leo rises to the sky and heads for the imperial capital at a tremendous speed. Even though he was leading a long forced march, he still has that much power in him. The Griffin Knights were all stunned as to where such power came from. However, they were all shaken off that by Letitia. I am going to follow him. Follow me. Letitia said so and followed after Leo by riding on her own griffin. Perhaps thinking that they have to follow their lord, after a short delay, the Griffin Knights followed them. Although not as fast as them, the Nabi Ritter also speeded up as they raced toward the imperial capital. Seeing them, Veen let out a sigh. If she breaks the celestial sphere, the jewels will be destroyed too though. Those are 3 of the national treasure class jewels. It would be nice if they hesitate a little before doing that. It can't be helped, sir. That's Elna-sama after all. Sebas responds to Veen's words. Above them, Elna is stretching her hand out to the heaven. Hear my voice and descend, O brilliant sword of the star. Now, the hero has need for you. White light falls from the heaven. Elna grabbed it and transformed the light into a silver sword. Let's go. Aurora. Saying so, Elna holds the holy sword up high with both hands. Then, I don't know what kind of defense mechanism the capital has, but don't you dare get in my way. The holy sword was swung down. A huge torrent of light wrapped around the celestial sphere and shattered it. Seeing that, Elna immediately put away the holy sword and flew full speed to the imperial capital. After that, Elna's subordinates and the other imperial knights followed her. 4th Corps and 5th Corps stand by outside the imperial capital. With the celestial sphere destroyed, His Majesty will be withdrawing outside. Escort His Majesty. 3rd Corps, with me. After instructing the other imperial knights, Elna speeds up even further. She wanted to rush there as soon as possible. However, it seems I have no choice but to give this one to Leo her. Within Elna's view, Leo was plunging down toward the castle. Section. Above the imperial capital, Leo was preparing to descend down once Elna destroyed the celestial sphere. You can do it right, Noir. As if it was trying to say of course, Noir cries. Encouraged by its cry, Leo descends straight down to the imperial capital. On his way, the celestial sphere was destroyed by Elna and the castle came into clear view. The celestial sphere that enveloped the capital was there to trap the emperor inside. To activate it, the enemy has to take control of the castle and Leo is descending directly to that castle. However, what Leo saw as he descended was all jumping off the castle together with Krista. While holding himself back from reacting to that, he prompts Noir to speed up. Noir was already flying at an unthinkable speed. It could be said that it was great that it could muster up this speed with him riding on it. However, Noir got even faster. It stopped minding Leo who was riding on its back. That's because it is what Leo is wishing for. Noir and Leo, who began to plunge down like a meteor, immediately reached Ul and Krista. Adjusting the speed, Leo maintains the same altitude as them and reaches out for Ul's outstretched hand. However, due to the wind, he couldn't grab it. Coo. Leo impatiently tries to reach out again, but his eyes met with Ul's. With only a single glance, the two withdrew their hands once and reached out for each other at the same time. They firmly grabbed each other's hands and Leo drew Ul and Krista toward him. With the two riding behind him, Leo quickly pulls the reins as the ground was already close by. They avoided colliding with the ground at the last minute and rose back up to the sky in a U shape. Then, yo, Leo. You sure took your time, huh? I was wondering if you were taking a nap somewhere, you know. Hi, Ni-san. Even like this, I was flying here full speed, you know. Still, you thought up quite a dangerous game, huh? Can you not do it together with Krista in the future? The conversation they have with each other for the first time in a few days was terribly casual. While smiling at each other, they only exchanged some carefree words. Leonie-sama. Hi, Krista. Were you scared? Yuen, there were a lot of scary things. But falling was surprisingly fun. That's troubling. You might have fun, but my heart almost stopped, you know. Leo smiles at Krista's reply. He then slowly looks at the state of the capital. From the sky, he can see battles taking place here and there. The situation is quite terrible, huh? Sorry, I wish I could have done better. No, it's enough as long as you are alive. Saying so, Leo pulls out his sword. The dragon knights were flying from the castle toward them. Sorry that I have to push this to you when you are already so tired, but can I leave this to you? Of course. It's our turn now after all, Leo said as he raised his sword. Chapter 262. My knight. I never thought that you would be back so soon. William, who appeared in front of Leo with his dragon, said his honest thought. Even though their plan completely collapsed, his face was unclouded. Prince William. No offense, but immediately surrendered to us. So you think that you've already won her? My dragon knights are still alive. If we can take the rainbow celestial jewels Prince Arnold has, we can deploy the celestial sphere again. The battle is not over yet. No matter how great a hero she is, she cannot use the holy sword twice. While you are fighting us, my father has already evacuated to the safe zone. You have no chance of victory. That might be the case, but if we can secure the imperial capital, we can continue the fight with the help from my homeland. The winner is the one who remains standing in the end. For the glory of my country, I will cut you down. Saying so, William charges at Leo. As long we are behind him, Leo cannot fight midair at full speed. However, a white griffin broke in between Leo and William. I won't let you. Saint Letitia. William immediately took a distance to evade her. Letitia floats in front of us as if trying to shield Leo and hold up her staff. I am happy that you are safe. Saint Letitia. I never thought that you would be the one who would congratulate my safety, Prince William. Yes, that is understandable. My country also played a part in your capture. Everyone from my country should have wished for your death, but to me that would be like admitting our defeat. We, the United Kingdom, couldn't defeat you and has to resort to a dirty plan to make you disappear. However, if you die, we will never get a chance to prove one thing. The fact that my dragon knights are superior to your griffin knights. What's done is done. I convinced myself that if the plan was successful, it would make everyone respect the dragon knights, but I am truly glad that you appear before me now. If you think so, then you should surrender and correct your mistake now. There is nothing to justify this rebellion. By getting involved, you will only defame the United Kingdom. I have brought up such an argument countless times already. However, what my United Kingdom desires more than honor is land. As a member of its royal family, I must enact the will of my nation. This was all because we couldn't take you down sooner than this. It was due to my weakness. Saying so, William readied his spear. Surely, he is planning to come at us with an all-out attack. Looking around, I can see the Griffin Knights rushing toward us. Although their number is inferior to the Dragon Knights, the Griffin is by far stronger than Flying Dragon. The only thing Flying Dragons have over the Griffins are its ease of breeding and training. Well, one could say that Flying Dragon would be much more superior for military use for that reason alone. Still, they have no choice but to compensate for their inferiority with numbers. However, with only this much difference in number, the Griffin Knights can reverse this situation. The only thing that is concerning me is Letitia's condition. No matter how I look at her, she is exhausted. After being kidnapped and taking a forced march back here, that might be inevitable. Leo, take the two to a safe place. We will buy time for you. Letitia. Leo looks anxiously at Letitia. I smiled at their exchange. I don't need an escort. I and Krista will make our way to father's place ourselves. Ha! Leo, go protect Letitia. The dragon prince might be too much for her right now. Please do not underestimate me. I will be fine alone. Don't worry. I can't allow that. You are now my important, little, sister-in-law after all. What? I am older, you know. Unfortunately, I am Leo's elder brother, you see. After I said that, I stood up on top of the griffin. Letitia's face turned bright red and tried to appeal that she was older, but I politely ignored her. Then, Leo, you protect Letitia. If you already told her that you would protect her, then see it through to the end. A man's words cannot be uttered so lightly, you know. Ni-san. Don't worry. I have my knight to protect me. Saying so, I jumped off Leo's griffin together with Krista. It is not as high as before, but if we fall, we will almost certainly die. 3 dragon knights descended down to attack us. However, I leave this to you. Elna. The dragon knights who were approaching us were instantly blown away and crashed into the castle. Then wind magic wrapped around me and Krista, allowing us to slow down and safely land on the ground. It's not as fun as last time. It's not high enough. Ha ha ha. Then how about we try a place that is slightly higher next time? Saying so, I patted Krista's head. Then, I heard the sound of someone landing behind me. I can tell the identity of that person with that alone. Good work, Sir Elna. Please forgive us for our tardiness, Your Highness. The third corps of the Imperial Knight Order has arrived. The moment Elna said that, Elna's subordinates landed around me one after another. Every one of them seems ready to do this. How reliable. When I was thinking so, Gordon uses the voice amplifier again to give a command to his soldiers. To all the soldiers inside the imperial capital, capture the 7th Prince Arnold. I don't care if he's dead or alive. Take the 3 rainbow celestial jewels he has with him and deliver them to me. Any reward will be given to those who can accomplish this. Catch that dull prince. Oh, scary, scary. He's quite pissed her. It's okay. We will protect Earl. Yeah, I'm counting on you. While I was talking to Elna, the soldiers came out from the castle one after another. So they mobilized every soldier they can now her. They went quite far just to capture me alone her. There are quite a lot of them her. I don't think I can count them with my fingers alone. There's no use counting their number now. If you are tired, it's okay to just take a nap, you know. Mark. Please don't make such a joke. If anyone takes a nap here, they will be trampled, Captain, said Mark as he shrugged at Elna. When I smiled at their conversation, Mark pulled out his sword. I wonder how many times it's been that I have saved you like this, Your Highness. Who knows? I lost count already. Then please start counting again from now on. Impossible. I don't have enough fingers to count that after all. After I used his words against him, Mark let out a small sigh. You truly are a troublesome person, Your Highness. Just give up. Ull is always like this after all. Saying so, Elna slowly raised her sword up. Then she uses magic and lets her voice echo through the imperial capital. Knights and soldiers of the imperial capital. This is Elna von Umsberg. You have done well protecting the imperial capital. I salute the sweat and blood you have shed for this nation. Even so, I can't allow you to rest yet. If you still have the pride in the sword that you pledged to His Majesty the Emperor, if you still honor the military uniform that you are wearing, then stand with me. Escort the princes and princesses to His Majesty's side. Be proud. This is the moment that will test you, the protectors of the Empire. If you think that it is too painful and you want to give up, remember, the Amsbergs is there for all those who stand with the Empire. A sword. The words of courage that inspire the exhausted knights and soldiers. The magic words that make you think you can accomplish anything. The next moment, cheers rose from all over the capital. The Umsberg house is having their back. It is the news that tells all the people of the Empire everything will be okay. Run, Ull, everyone will protect you now. Yeah, thanks. You should be careful too, you know? You are tired after using the holy sword, right? Don't be stupid. My condition is perfect. If it's now, I don't feel like losing to anyone. So go. You don't have to worry about this place. I will not let even a single soldier get past us." Saying so, Elna attacks the soldiers who came out of the castle. The soldiers that collided with her head-on are being blown away. She really is in perfect condition her. Elna so strong. It will be fine, right? Then let's do as she says, shall we? Can you run? Krista. Yes. Hearing Krista's reply, I hold Krista's hand and start running. Thus, I and Krista started making our way through the imperial capital. Chapter 263. Through the imperial capital. 1. The imperial capital is large. With Krista's feet, we would never be able to get to the castle gate. While thinking that we should procure some horses, several soldiers spotted us. There he is. It's the dull prince. Ah, they found us already her. Elna completely blocked the path of the enemy behind us. However, even Elna wouldn't be able to block the enemy that came from the side. When I was thinking about how troublesome it is to deal with them, another group of soldiers arrived from the opposite direction. Protect His Highness. Create a path for him. Inspired by Elna, the soldiers who did not participate in the rebellion rose up to protect me and Krista. While they were holding the enemy back, I and Krista went on. We were steadily heading to the east gate while encountering small skirmishes between small groups of soldiers on our way. Father would have left the imperial capital by now, but I don't think that Lizaranyu would accompany him outside. She probably saw this as an opportunity for her to attack. Thinking so, the safest path right now is the one that leads to the east gate. Ha 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 ha. So the dull prince ran into us himself her. Ah. As we proceeded along the main street, there was a group of soldiers blocking our path. Their number is roughly 500 to 600 men. The one laughing is a general in his 40s leading the group. Gordon did announce that he will give any reward to the person who can catch me, so he probably can't stop his delusion from running wild her. Honestly, his way of laughing is too disgusting. You are going to become a stepping stone for my career now, dull prince. Nah, spare me from that kind of thing. When I said so, a wounded soldier arrived from the path that leads to the north. After he gets off his horse in front of the general, the soldier gives his report. Reporting. The north gate has been breached. They broke through the north gate. What was the unit there doing? They were posted there to keep anyone from getting out right. The garrison unit couldn't rear. Fools. They let their guard down her. The general was angry, but a garrisoned unit in a key position like that wouldn't let their guard down to an extent that they couldn't do anything. That being the case, it was not that they let their guard down, they simply couldn't notice the enemy attack. After all, they probably never expected to be attacked from the outside. Hearing the sound of horseshoes galloping toward us, I grin. I want to get through there. Can you open a path for us? Colonel. Your order is my command. The sound of horseshoes was coming from behind us. There is no need to look back. They probably breached the north gate and kept making their way toward me. The moment he passed me, the man who rode at the forefront, Lars responded to my words. Horses passed us by one after another and attacked the group that was blocking our path. Assaulted by the momentum of the cavalry unit, the soldiers were immediately dispersed. The horses bear the flag with a crossed-out shield on it. The knights that bear the scar to their name by choosing to remain unwavering in their belief. The only knight order of the Imperial Army. Good work, Nabi Ritter. Sorry that I have to trouble you like this all the time. I said that to them after they finished dispersing the enemy force. Their response was a salute. This is nothing, Your Highness, said the commander of the Nabi Ritter, Colonel Lars, as he came forward. He was also pulling a horse with him. That is quite considerate of you, her. I'm already tired with all this running too. I thought Your Highness would say that, so I found a good horse for you. Saying so, Lars and I smile at each other. After I straddled the horse, I pulled up Krista and put her in front of me. Now, let's go. I will entrust the escorting to you. Yes, sir. Thus we were escorted by the Nabi Ritter as we headed to the east gate. However, Krista looked around as if she was looking for someone. What's wrong? Krista. Ulnia-sama. Where's Sieg? He will be here soon. Saying so, I stroked Krista's head. It's Sieg we are talking about. He is probably being forced to work by Linfia around this time. Krista seems dissatisfied without Sieg here, but as long as our exact location isn't known, they probably had to scatter their force to look for us. It just happened that the Nabi Ritter was nearer to our location. Once they know our location, our forces will be able to group up. However, that is the same for the enemy. Gordon and his subordinates have no choice but to aim for me to have their shot at reversing this situation. It will probably be a tough battle, Colonel. We cannot ask for more. We also have our own pride, Your Highness. Even though we had rebelled against our lords in the past, we did it for a cause. But they are different. Calling them rebels would be a disgrace to the word itself. We will teach them how a real rebel is. Lars said so with a manly smile on his face. These men were originally knights. Because their lords were corrupted, they betrayed them for a cause they believe in. Not one of them did it for their own gain. That is their pride. That's why they cannot overlook this rebellion. Enemy company ahead. Their number is 1,000 to 1,500. You are quite popular, Your Highness. I can't suppress my overflowing charm, you see. That seems to be the case. Prepare for combat. Protect His Highness and break through. The Nabi Ritter grouped up around me and Krista and charged at the enemy. Lars took the lead and opened the way for us, but the enemy was also quite strong. It must be a unit of an accomplished general. Finally some skilled enemies her. Muttering so, 2 generals jumped out and aimed for my neck. The soldiers of the Nabi Ritters intercepted their attack, but it already took them their all to parry them away from me. So they are generals that got promoted because of their skill in martial art her. This type of opponent is the most troublesome. They are truly strong, and just because they were parried away, they were not incapacitated yet. Prince Arnold, your head is mine. Can you not look down on us so much? Your side isn't the only one that has skilled warriors, you know. The swords that were directed at me were repelled back by 2 spears. Then, the enemy, including the 2 generals, were immediately blown away. He finally arrived her. Sieg's armor has coolly arrived. Sieg. Ouch. Don't suddenly pull me like that. Sieg landed on the head of the horse we were riding on, but his ears immediately got pulled by Krista and he ended up suffering from that. While thinking what a sloppy guy he is, another reliable voice called out to me from the side. Leave this place to us. Please go on ahead, Ulsama. As expected of you, Linfia. Good timing. Unlike Sieg, Linfia, who quietly appeared, used her spear and put the enemy in front of us to sleep. The middle layer is just ahead. The adventurers are currently colliding with the enemy. I think that Your Highness should be able to get away using the chaos. Good to know. Thanks. So the adventurers also stand up for us her. Well, those guys are whimsical. Their criterion is only whether they like the situation or not. They probably agreed that Gordon pissed them off her. When I thought so, I noticed Linfia staring at me. What is it? No, I was relieved that Your Highness is unhurt. Saying so, Linfia gives me a small smile. It seems that I made her worried her. I was worried too, you know, but you sure are full of energy, aren't you? Oi. Being literally crushed by Krista, Sieg screams out. It is a little cruel, but Krista doesn't seem to care about that. That being said, Sieg was rescued by Linfia. Ah. Sieg was. You saved me. Miss Linfia. Stop playing around and get to work already. So cruel. Ah. Linfia throws Sieg at the enemy general. Probably never expecting such an attack, the enemy general was caught off guard. Not missing that chance, Sieg flipped in the air and landed on the general's shoulder. What? Don't look down on a bear, all right. A bear is both cute and strong after all. Saying so, Sieg jabs the general's face with the handle of his spear. Unable to react in time, the general was blown away. Using that gap, I ran through the place with half of the Nabi Ritter accompanying me. The rest stayed behind with Linfia and the others to stall the enemy. Well, Linfia's group should be able to control that place soon. The difficult part is ahead. It would be nice if we can break through them without much trouble. It probably won't be so easy. I shrugged at Lars's reply. The enemy's eyes are focusing on me. Naturally, They gathered up to block my path. In the first place, the enemy already has an overwhelming advantage when it comes to numbers. If we take our time here, we will be crushed through sheer quantity. However, it would be bad to break through them too fast. They wouldn't call for more reinforcement if I don't let them focus on me for a while after all. A grin float to my face as I ride on the horse. Ulmi-sama, you are making a bad smile again. Is that so? I wasn't intending to, you know. With a grin on my face, I pat Krista's head. Chapter 264. Through the Imperial Capital, 2. The eastern side of the capital's middle layer has become a big battlefield between the adventurers and the enemy. Magic and arrows are flying all over and the sound of swords clashing can be heard from everywhere. We are currently stuck on that battlefield. It seems we won't be getting anywhere soon here. We are abandoning our horses. Everyone gets off. Judging that it is impossible for us to get through this place on horseback, he issued the command to ditch the horses. A wise decision. The battle is in the adventurers' favor. The reason being the enemy's chain of command was disturbed and the battle is now relying on individual power and judgment. This makes so much difference to the battle because this is how adventurers normally operate in the first place. To combat monsters' unpredictable nature, adventurers are required to always think and choose the appropriate response. For them, the confused soldiers aren't even worth being considered an enemy. The fact that they didn't overwhelm the rebels by now is simply because of the enemy's large number. The enemy probably stationed a lot of soldiers in the middle layer in the first place. When I thought so, a sharp voice suddenly echoed. Incoming! A large amount of magic flew toward us who were moving along the edge of the battlefield. The soldiers of Nabi-Ritter managed to dispel or deviate their trajectory with their sword, but the blast from the magic impact still remained. A magic blasted near me and Krista. I pushed Krista away in a hurry, but the blast blew me a little distance away. Your Highness, that hurts. I'm fine. More importantly, get ready. They are coming. Beyond my line of sight appeared Xandra, who is burning with anger, leading a group of mages toward us. Her appearance truly befitted that of a witch. The adventurers that possess an excellent sense of crisis ended up opening the way for her. They probably judged that it would be best to not get involved her. Good day, Xandaranyu. Do I look like I am having a good day? Oh my. Are you perhaps angry? Obviously. I want to slaughter you right now. Oh please, I do feel sorry that I sneaked into your room, you know. I won't tell anyone that you have those flashy underwear even though you don't have anyone to show it to, okay? A fireball immediately flew at me. Lars managed to parry it with his twin swords, but a bead of cold sweat ran down his face. Please keep your provocation in moderation, Your Highness. I might not be able to stop the second one. That's no good then. We are running away. I immediately turned back and started running as fast as I could. Magic bolts flew at me from behind with tremendous speed, but the Nabi-Ritter managed to somehow block them. Although I was separated from Krista, the Nabi-Ritters that are with her should be able to keep her safe. Moreover, the one that is in more danger now is me. Ooh, that one almost got me. Their aim is getting more accurate. Lars's voice shows that he's desperate. The number of mages on the battlefield dictates their firepower. With that firepower concentrated on me, it's obvious that this is bad. When I thought so, a wind blade flew toward my neck. I tried to avoid it by rolling away, but the place I rolled into was quite bad. It's the dull prince. Get him. TSK. I tried to avoid rolling into the Nabi-Ritters, but I ended in front of an enemy soldier instead. I wanted to avoid their sword, but I probably won't make it. However, the enemy soldier was kicked from the side before he could swing his sword down. Sorry, that's my childhood friend. Don't be so violent with him, all right? Oh, Gari. You came at a good time. Don't you came at a good time, me. You just lured tons of enemies my way. It was Gari who kicked the enemy soldier away. While he talked to me, the enemies spread out and surrounded us. Intending to have Gari protect me, I stood up and went behind his back. My bad, but keep me safe. My sister is angry at me, you see. The hell did you do to her? It was a bad move mentioning her underwear, but it seems I said too much when I said that she has no one to show them off to. That's entirely on you then. You think so after all? So, what color was it? I found 3, you see. When I was having such a conversion with him, magic flew toward us again. Gari parried it with his sword, but it seems his arms went numb since it was more powerful than he thought. Ouch. It seems she's really pissed at you. I think she is intending to kill you too. Look, she's glaring at us. What did you involve me in? Seriously. It's your fault too since you kept asking, all right? Of course I would ask. A man would obviously be curious about a beauty's underwear, all right? Princess Xandra, you are so beautiful. It even made me surprised that you are still single. Shut up. Just die already. Xandra's face turns bright red as she hails more and more magic at us. However, they are not that accurate, probably because of her anger. Quantity over quality her. It would have been fine if you just aimed carefully in the first place. This is bad. Excuse me. Hey adventurers. Lend me a hand. Lars and the Nabi Ritters can't get to us since they are dealing with the rain of magic from Xandra's subordinates. Gari alone won't be able to protect me, so I asked the other adventurers for help. However, I think that Her Highness Xandra is the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital. Me too, me too. I thought that you are beautiful since a long time ago, but now that I can see you up close, you are even more beautiful than the Blaumo. Your angry face is also wonderful. TSK, these guys are totally unreliable. The adventurers all praised Xandra because they don't want to fight her. They probably didn't know that they only added more fuel to her anger. All of you should just disappear. Saying so, Xandra prepares a large-scale magic. As she said, if we let her, we will all get wiped out together here. At least I have to get it someplace without people. When I thought so, I heard a loud voice from the tall building nearby. I won't let you, Desuwa. Please, Mia-san. Looking there, I found Mia and Finn. Mia draws her bow to the limit. She is probably planning to shoot a big one over here her. Nice assist. Finn, Mia. Saying so, I ignored Xandra and started running. Realizing the gradual concentration of magic power from Mia, Xandra was forced to switch her target. Then, if it's a contest of power, then I will take you on. Don't get in my way. Xandra's large-scale magic and Mia's maximum power magic arrow collide. A white light wrapped the whole battlefield for a moment, followed by a big explosion high in the sky. The blast from the explosion put the whole battlefield to a halt. After the blast, the battlefield was wrapped in silence. After all, no one could recover immediately from the impact from such a blast. However, there was a man who rushed at me without caring about that. Arnold. Oh, it's good to see you well. Although he was supposed to be paralyzed by the magic tool I found in Xandra's room, Gordon, who had already recovered, was rushing toward me. As expected, I can't dodge that. That's why I gave up and threw the bag containing the rainbow celestial jewels at him. He probably never expected me to throw it at him. Gordon was surprised and stopped to catch the bag. You fool. You value your life that much, her. Fool her. Let me return that word straight back to you then. Saying so, I grinned and urged him to open the bag. Gordon had a suspicious expression on his face for a moment, but he immediately took the jewels out of the bag. What? There were 3 round objects inside the bag. One is the jewel I found, and the other 2 are the spherical magic tools I found in Xandra's room. Good work, coming so far just for me. But unfortunately, you can't activate the celestial sphere with only 1 jewel, you know. That's impossible. You should have all 3 jewels with you. I only had 1 from the start. Thanks for being so trusting and believing everything I said, even though you never saw the actual jewels. Thanks to you, I managed to earn precious time for this side. Oh, also, the other jewels probably arrived at Father's place by now. Impossible. If you don't have it, then who? Who is it, I wonder? Maybe it was someone you overlooked. I grinned. While I grin at Gordon, I can hear an astounded voice from behind me. To think that you intentionally focus all eyes in the imperial capital to yourself, that was quite a dangerous move, you know. It wouldn't make sense if I alone am not willing to become a decoy after I made my brother and sister ones, right? Besides, I thought that if I hid it inside the castle, Anyu would have a hard time later. So how was it? I managed to lure them all out here for you, right? Good work. You did well. As expected of my younger brother, said Lizaranu as she slowly appeared behind me. Behind her are the men under her direct command. It's time to put down the curtain, Gordon. Coup. Thus the battle in the middle layer of the imperial capital shifted from a battle between adventurers and rebel soldiers to a decisive battle between the imperial army led by Lizaranu and the rebel army led by Gordon. Chapter 265. A Brother's Expectation. In the sky above the imperial capital, the Griffin Knights and the Dragon Knights are engaging in an aerial battle. The Griffin Knights are on the dominating side. With Elna down below, the castle is almost completely sealed. To get out, they have no choice but to dispatch the Dragon Knights since they can fly out of the castle without relying on the land route. Although they managed to dispatch several Dragon Knights, every time they did, Elna always found an opening and cut a few of them down, making their number steadily decreasing. Another reason that the Griffin Knights are at advantage is that Leo is doing quite well against Prince William in a one-on-one combat. With only a few days on top of a Griffin, you managed to match me. You truly are a terrifying prince. William tries to get behind Leo, but Leo skillfully steers Noir and tries to get behind him instead. Griffins have a higher ability than flying dragons, but the red flying dragon William is riding is a special one that has an ability close to that of a griffin. That's why one could say that there's not much difference between their rides. And that's exactly why William strongly felt that he had to kill Leo here. If he can already do this when he is not that used to aerial warfare yet, he might become untouchable on the battlefield in the future. However, even with his best effort, William still couldn't finish Leo off. Then how about this? William descends and charges at Leo from underneath. On the other hand, Leo doesn't have a countermeasure against such an attack. This is an attack that he has never seen before. Moreover, with the speed that even faster than that of a horse, it can't be helped that he can't do anything about it. That's why William expected this attack to hit. This time he was sure that he can deal some damage. However, Leo managed to barely parry the spear William thrust at him. Coup. William grinds his teeth again. William has already outmaneuvered Leo many times already. There is a big difference between them since William has many years of aerial combat experience under his belt. However, Leo always managed to parry his attack. His role is to stall William to make it easier for the other Griffin Knights to move. It's obvious that he would lose to William in terms of movement. Thinking that all he needs to do is to not get incapacitate, Leo managed to parry William's blow because his mind was focusing on defense. However, that alone wouldn't make William struggling as he is right now. William, whose attack got parried, took a distance and tried to regain his posture, but Leo immediately launched an attack at him from underneath. It was the same technique William just used on him. William ascends at the same speed as Leo and moves sideways at the timing of his attack. Seeing that, Leo smiles. I see. So that's how you avoid it. Seeing Leo smiling as he learned his move, the image of his and Ul's smile when he jumped off the castle overlapped in William's mind. The way they smile is different. However, both of their smiles possess the same intensity. Their smiles instill a sense of indescribable fear in him. So this is the rumored black twin prince's her. It is not unusual for someone to absorb their opponent's technique in the middle of combat, but for someone to immediately be able to use the technique at a practical level against their opponent and even learn how their opponent avoids it is something that William couldn't do. If Leo can perfectly imitate him, then eventually the one in danger will be William. The Empire's black twin princes. There is no doubt in his mind that they are both capable. However, what he must truly be vigilant against is their mentality. The elder brother casually deceives others before jumping off the castle with a smile, while the younger brother carefully starts studying his opponent's technique during battle. Both of them are abnormal. Describing it as them only being brave won't cut it. While being impressed, William adjusts his grip on the spear. He has to quickly defeat him and support his men on the ground. Now is the only chance to defeat him as he only started to absorb his techniques. Prince Leonard, you are strong. I will admit that. I'm honored, Prince William. It would be great if we could meet each other somewhere other than a battlefield. We would be able to respectably meet each other that way. It's not too late. You can still correct your mistake. It is already too late. Can you truly forgive the United Kingdom? After we caused such damage to the Empire, it is impossible for us to be forgiven with no strings attached. We have already reached the point of no return. It won't do to give up before we can even begin to negotiate. The current Empire has many enemies. We would be glad to have the United Kingdom on our side. You siblings are truly good with your words. But the people who suffered from this incident will not be convinced with that. They will ask for something appropriate in return. They will surely ask for either my father's or my brother's head. If they can be appeased with my head alone, then I will willingly offer my head to them. But that won't be enough. That's why I can't stop now. I will defeat you and Saint Letitia, then take down the Emperor. That is the only thing I can do now. Saying so, William held up his spear. In response, Leo also readied his sword. Then I only have to stop you by force. I will not let you kill anyone. I won't let you do as you please in the sky of the Empire. The silence lasts only a moment. Both of them assault each other with tremendous momentum. Their clash continues to repeat. The battle above the imperial capital was still undecided. Section. Just a little more, Your Highness. UN. Aloys and Rupert broke through the enemy's encirclement and are approaching the east gate. They are only accompanied by Aloys's knights. Mitsuba's group were waiting before the encirclement with the Imperial Knights guarding them. Why did they split up? That was because Liza had launched an assault on the enemy's encirclement and the enemy's attention has turned to her. Judging that they should be able to get past them with a small group, he told Mitsuba's group to hide in a nearby abandoned house. In case the enemy's line collapsed, the Imperial Knights were instructed to follow them as they would try to break through the enemy with his small group first. As Aloys read, the enemies that were having their hands full dealing with Liza's assault couldn't respond to Aloys's attack. Their group easily broke through and headed to the east gate where the Emperor was supposed to be. Then, halt! Who are you? Viscount Aloys von Simmel. I have brought His Highness Rupert. Aloys, who was stopped by the knight, declared so in a loud voice. Then, a voice was heard from behind the knight. Is that true? Rupert, you are safe. Father. When Emperor Johannes spotted Rupert, he immediately rushed to him. He then checks for any injuries and tightly hugged him. You did well coming all this way. Good boy. The moment he heard those words, tears spilled from Rupert's eyes. Many people thought that he cried because he's finally safe, but that was wrong. Rupert separated from Johannes and kneeled down before him. Please forgive me. I am a fool. What's wrong? What happened? On the way here, I abandoned Christas Anu and Trauaniu. Your Majesty, His Highness has a reason for this. Aloys hurriedly tries to explain, but Johannes interrupts him with his hand. He then gently put his hand on Rupert's head. Don't say that you abandoned them. I can see how painful it was for you from those tears. I was only a decoy. Arnold Aniu entrusted me with a fake jewel, but I was told to treat it as the real one, that I have to run away no matter what. But even when he told me to run, what worth does someone who can only run away have? Even though I also belong to the imperial family, I couldn't do anything. When his country is facing a crisis, he couldn't do anything meaningful, nor could he help his family. Why am I so weak? Why am I such a coward? If only I was stronger. Only regrets exist in Rupert's mind. However, hearing Rupert, Johannes slowly reaches for the bag hung on Rupert's while muttering it can't be. He then opens the bag and reaches for the content inside. There were 2 jewels inside. Seeing that, Johannes slowly stands up. Rupert, I have to revise your evaluation. Yes, I'm being punished. Rupert thought. Naturally, only punishment would suit someone who abandoned their own brother and sister. That was Rupert's thought. I treated you like a father would earlier, but right now I must speak to you as the emperor of this nation. You did well running away from them, Prince Rupert. These are the real jewels. What? Arnold gave you the real thing? To deceive your enemy, first, deceive your ally. That plan is certainly like him. He probably believes that you will definitely be able to run away. No matter how difficult or painful it is, he believes that you will fulfill your duty and you answered his trust. Splendid work. Saying so, he firmly grabbed Rupert's shoulders. Don't look down on yourself. You can be proud. You have fulfilled the responsibilities of the imperial family. You have lived up to your brother's expectations. You are truly my son. Don't say it. You have no need to say anything. Aloys, you did well protecting my son. When this is over, I shall reward both of you with a medal. This achievement is worthy of that. Johannes also proceeds to praise Aloys. On the other hand, Aloys quietly shook his head. Your Majesty, since the rainbow celestial jewels are already here, let us hurry. Your Majesty should leave the imperial capital while His Highness Arnold is buying time for us. Yumu. It seems I have to give Arnold a medal to her. He will probably hate that though. Your Majesty, beyond the enemy encirclement, Mitsuba-sama and Gianna-sama are waiting for us with the Imperial Knights. Would you please send reinforcements her way? What? So both of them were safe? As expected of you, Aloys. Great job. With that said, Johannes assigned soldiers to retrieve them. Hearing that, Aloys asked for one more thing. Also, please allow me to borrow a few horses. What? Where are you planning to go? I will head out to assist His Highness Arnold and Her Highness Krista, Your Majesty. You don't have to worry about those two. Liselot already went out to pick them up herself. Yes. My strength will not make any difference, but I must go. I am His Highness Rupert's knight after all. Aloys stands up. He then speaks to Rupert. I will go to them in your place, Your Highness. Aloys. UN. Take care of Anu for me. Your wish is my command. Saying so, Aloys straddles on the horse Johannes prepared. He then heads through the opening in the enemy's encirclement that Liza created before it closes. Seeing him off, Johannes smiled at Rupert. You have a good night. Yes. After that, the Emperor's party left the imperial capital through the East Gate. Chapter 266. The Watchful Shadow. Liza Anasama. When Krista saw Liza, she unintentionally shouted her name. However, her voice couldn't reach Liza with all the noises from the battlefield. Your Highness, we have to leave this place. Please follow me. Lars, who had given up joining up with Ul, has returned to Krista. He knows well the danger this situation will pose to her. That's why he proposed an immediate withdrawal. But Ulmiasama is. Marshal Liselot is already at His Highness's side. He will surely be able to get away. The one who is in danger is us, Your Highness. I understand. I will withdraw. Please, this way. Saying so, Lars, along with his few subordinates, starts escorting Krista away from the battlefield. Since the situation already turned chaotic, many of the Nabi Ritters were scattered. It would be possible to regroup if they have time, but that would be too dangerous. After all, if the enemy clashes with Liza, Krista would obviously be their first priority target. And his judgment was not wrong. There she is. It's Her Highness Krista. Catch her. TSK. They found us already. Please hurry. An enemy general is rushing toward them as the enemy vanguard. Lars stops the general's advance and hurries Krista to escape first with his subordinates. To not be a burden for them, Krista desperately kept running away. However, something entangled her leg. Kyle. As she unintentionally raised a scream, Krista fell. Looking at her leg, she saw that a tree root has grown out from the ground and entangled her right leg. Mage. The Nabi Ritters spotted a mage who is planting his hands on the ground. It was one of Xandra's mages. The Nabi Ritters immediately cut the root to free Krista, but while doing so, the roots keep growing from all over the place. As they have their hands full dealing with the roots that aim to capture Krista, they cannot proceed any further. Your Highness, can you run? Somehow. Krista answered with a frown. In fact, her right leg hurt so much that she can't move freely. The root that gripped her has sprained her right leg. However, thinking that she cannot act weak now, Krista endures the pain and begins to run away while dragging her right leg. However, at that speed, She couldn't escape the mage who can freely manipulate the tree. A root wrap around Krista's body and pull her away. Although she tried to resist, Krista couldn't possibly have enough strength to do that. For a moment, Krista's body floats into the air. This is bad. Thinking so, Krista reaches her right hand out for help. However, the Nabi Ritters were having their hands full with the roots and the surrounding enemies. No one grabbed Krista's hand. When she thought that no one would come, a small hand grabbed Krista's hand from the side. Whoa! Full power. Rita. The person who suddenly showed up to help her was Rita, who has scratches all over her body. Not allowing Krista to be taken, Rita grabbed Krista's arm with both hands and pulled her back. Do your best. See you 10. Rita is doing her best too. UN. Resistance from 2 children. The mage judged that one root won't be enough and tried to add another. However, because of that, he didn't notice the man who appeared beside him. What the hell are you doing to them? What? It was Trow who appeared beside the mage. Trow pierces the mage's body with his sword and kicks him away. However, thanks to that, Trow also started to stagger. The world is shaking. I told you not to shout, Your Highness Traugut. You've lost too much blood. It was Wendy who took care of Trow. Trow and Rita managed to get through the battlefield without much trouble and arrive at Krista's side with Wendy's illusion. Around them were the Raiffeisen brothers and their men. They also went in to support Trow as he is staggering from overexerting himself. Your Highness, please be careful. My eyes are spinning. You did that to yourself. It because you pushed yourself after you almost died, alright? Lolifu is getting angry with me. Although his words made him seem depressed, there was a satisfied smile on Trow's face for some reason. Wendy goes to Krista, who has been released from the root, and casts simple magic on her leg. It's a pain-reducing magic. Thank you, Wendy. Wendy was the one who took care of Rita and Troaniu, right? I only performed first aid. I don't really want them to start moving yet, but they said that they have to go. Even though their injuries were serious. Rita is fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Rita is a knight after all. You are saying that again. As Wendy was astounded, Krista stood up. Wendy then tried to apply an illusion on Krista. However, her magic didn't activate. My magic power. It's okay. Don't push yourself. Your Highness Krista, we will be withdrawing without the illusion. Krista nods to the Raiffeisen brothers. However, this doesn't mean that the reinforcement they received is that significant. Trow is almost immobile, and the Raiffeisen brothers' movements are also restricted since they are supporting Trow from both sides. The ones that can move properly right now are their men and a few Nabi Ritters accompanying her. There she is. That's Princess Krista. Perhaps they were stationed outside the battlefield. Several cavalrymen spotted Krista. The Raiffeisen brothers are ready to protect Krista, but another knight appears from the side before they could. The knight got between Krista's group and the cavalrymen and took their heads by surprise. Following that, other knights charged in and got rid of the rest of the cavalrymen. Are you safe? Your Highness Krista. Aloys. Yes, it's Aloys von Simmel. I am here on the behest of His Highness Rupert. Please get on. We will be withdrawing from this place. Saying so, Aloys reached his hand out to Krista with a gentle smile on his face. Following Aloys, the knights also put Trow and Rita behind them and were ready to leave the area. Krista nervously grabs Aloys's hand. Aloys then pulls her up and positions her behind him. I don't think that it is good to say this, but I'm glad that my effort didn't go to waste. I was acting all cool when I parted way with His Highness Rupert after all. Is Rupert safe? Yes, he's safe. He has already met up with His Majesty. I'm glad. Thank you for protecting my brother. I only performed my duty. Saying so, Aloys flashed an innocent smile at Krista. Then, after confirming that everyone was ready, Aloys gave the command. We are withdrawing. We have injured people, so we will head to the Adventurer Guild. That's our safest route. If they are lucky, they might be able to find someone who can use healing magic there. While putting that into consideration, Aloys decided to head to the Adventurer Guild. If he just heads to join the Emperor, then there is no doubt that he will receive even more praise and medals. However, Aloys was totally indifferent to those things. There was a person watching over them on top of the nearby house. This old man almost took away the spotlight from the young ones. That was close. Saying so, Sebas smiled and saw off Aloys's group. If Aloys or Trow didn't move, Sebas was prepared to rescue Krista himself. However, with Aloys's arrival, he can get back to performing his work behind the scenes. Several corpses were lying beside Sebas. Soldiers, adventurers, their appearances are all different. However, every single one of them had a sharp cut on their neck. That should take care of most of the assassins in the area. Sebas has been taking separate action from Linfia and the others ever since their arrival at the imperial capital. He has been killing the assassins who were lurking around the battlefield. Judging that there should be almost none left now, Sebas cracks his neck. Now then, I think it's time for me to revert back to a normal butler. Saying so, Sebas instantly disappeared with a gentle smile on his face. Chapter 267. Young people these days. Withdrawing from a battlefield. That is something easier said than done. Get back here, Arnold. Ha! Especially when you have a persistent older sister. Xandra ignored the big picture and kept chasing me alone. Lizaranu and Gordon are clashing with each other and the rebels are currently at a great disadvantage due to their inferiority to Lizaranu's subordinates. At that time, I was hoping that I could get away without much attention on me, but Xandra just blew away all the soldiers in her way and beelined straight toward me. From there, we started a game of tag. I didn't want the soldiers on our side to get caught up, so I get onto the roof, but Xandra kept shooting magic at me, so I have to continue moving from roof to roof. You are too persistent. Xandraanu. Shut up. Seriously. Without the jewels, I have no strategic value at all, alright? You are just wasting time on me. I don't care. I can use you as a hostage against Leonard and Elna later. Those guys won't stop just because of me. You will only be adding oil to the fire, you know. Shut up. No one asks your opinion. Saying so, Xandra hails magic at me again. It's not that she is totally enraged. She really intends to use me as a hostage, so she didn't aim for my neck. So she didn't just start chasing me because she was blinded by her anger. Still, I can't say that putting so much attention to me is a good plan though. Even if she can stop Elna and Leo, their inferiority will not change. Besides, Lizaranu will never stop no matter who is the hostage. The tide has already changed. The current rebels do not have the power to turn it back in their favor. That should be the case. However, Leo and William are still fighting in the sky. William is someone that can accurately analyze the situation. He should already have noticed what is happening down here. It's possible that his fight with Leo is so heated up that he didn't pay attention down here, but that is unlikely. I have the impression that everything he did was for the sake of the United Kingdom after all. That being the case, he has a plan to revert this situation. I muttered so as I was jumping from roof to roof. As expected, it would be difficult to do that with only the people here. Stop right there. Frustrated that she can't stop my movement, Xandra shouted at me. The area around here was a place I used to play in when I was a kid. The cityscape here hasn't changed much from before. I never forget how I ran around this place as a child. I often moved from roof to roof to escape the angry adults. While doing that, more adults would get angry at me because I was running on their roofs though. I still remember pulling a prank and running away with Gari using these roofs. We were chased by the shopkeeper when we sneaked a bite from a slice of bread at his stall, but when we managed to lose him, we found Elna's demonic form at our tail, so we immediately ran away for our life. Compared to that, Xandra is much gentler. This won't end. Just give up already, Arnold. No way, my well-being is on the line, so I can't give up, you know. Fine. Then I will just force you to give up. Saying so, Xandra used her magic to blow away the house in front of me. She cut off my escape route. What a brute. Then I only have to escape to the back alley, right? You forget this already. I have many assassins under my command. They are already lurking around the capital. You will only get caught once you enter the back alley. I wonder about that. You don't believe me, huh? Fine. Come out. Xandra signals her assassins to come out. I look around for a moment, but I see no movement at all. Ha! What are you doing? Come out already. Xandra raised her voice in vain. I look at such Xandra with pity. On the other hand, Xandra's face distorts. What? What with those eyes? How is this happening? Why is no one showing up? Where are you? Where are my assassins? Responding to her, a man finally appeared. However, he was drenched in blood. Gunther, what happened? Please forgive me. The man apologized and wiped the blood that was dripping down from his head. Looking at his face, I remembered that he was the assassin who attacked me. Thanks to him, Linfia has cooperated with us to this day. In a sense, he is kind of a benefactor to me. When I thought so, Gunther muttered, "You damn reaper. Please, I am but a simple butler, sir," said Sebers as he appeared behind me without a sound. I was wondering what he was doing until now, but he was dealing with the assassins. Her. Took your time, her. My deepest apology. My meddlesome nature acted up, so when I saw such inexperienced juniors, I thought that I should give them a lesson, sir. Really now? Did any of your juniors manage to endure your lesson then? Young people these days are no good, sir. Please rest assured. I properly gave all of them a practical lesson. A practical lesson for assassins, her. Considering that they have to learn in the process of being killed, that would be quite cruel. That blooded guy that is standing next to Xandra, Gunther was it, is probably the best among all of them. He's still alive after all. Sebastian. Don't tell me. My assassins. So they were under your Highness Xandra's employ. I think that they are still too green to serve the imperial family. Since they will only drag your Highness down, I took the opportunity to take care of them. The man standing next to your Highness did show some promise, but he should be useless to your Highness now though. After Sebers said so, Gunther staggered and collapsed. It seems that he lost too much blood. Sebers's attacks are always directed at vital organs. If you received it too many times, you will eventually bleed out. Don't mess with me. Why are you serving Arnold when you have so much power? Does that question have any meaning? If I leave him alone, His Highness would die though. Who cares about that? I will not answer why I serve Arnold Sama, but I can answer why I did not serve you, your Highness. Can we settle with that? I burst out laughing. Xandra's face turned bright red, but I ignored that and walked down the roof into the back alley. Wait, Arnold. Feel free to follow me, but please be careful. The back alley is the assassin's turf after all. Saying so, I left the place with Sebers. Then, after we entered an empty inn, I sat down on a chair. I'm tired. Thank you for your hard work, sir. It seems that you have pushed yourself quite far this time. My role got reversed, her. I went all out, you know. Then what is your next move, sir? Will you start slacking off now? Nah, William still hasn't withdrawn yet. He must have some kind of plan. If that's the case, then we will have to prepare for that. The same as usual then, sir? Yes, the same as usual. Now it's time to start the real secret maneuver. Saying so, I took out the silver mask and put it on. Chapter 268. The Sleeping Bird. William still doesn't choose to withdraw. That is certainly unnatural. The rainbow celestial jewel they obtained was a fake, and since Gordon was lured outside the castle, it should be difficult for them to maintain the imperial capital. Even if they continue to fight at the middle layer, their chance of winning is slim. With that being the case, it should be better for them to withdraw and regroup. The generals in the imperial capital are not the only ones who support Gordon. If he can withdraw from this place, Gordon should be able to group up a sizable army. From the perspective of the United Kingdom, the Dominion, and the Kingdom, they would prefer Gordon's rebellion to be successful. However, even if it fails, as long as Gordon is alive, that should be a minimum success for them. If the empire is divided into two, the three countries would support Gordon's side and mobilize their army through Gordon's sphere of influence. The strategic value of that alone is immeasurable. William should understand that well. If he decides to keep the imperial capital and Gordon were to lose his life here, he will not be able to utilize this plan. Yet William still doesn't withdraw. So he still sees the chance for victory here. I transferred from the inn to the sky above the imperial capital. The place I transferred to was even higher than where Leo was. I move above the cloud and activate the detection barrier. Several forces were caught in the barrier. 3 forces are heading toward the imperial capital. The first one is from the northwest. This one is the closest. The imperial capital should be within their sight soon. The other 2 are clashing with each other at the northeast. One is probably the army the Prime Minister prepared. They are crushing the enemy with overwhelming power. However, since they are still being delayed, they will never arrive ahead of the army in the northwest. A faction from the central and the northern army, so that's Gordon's faction here. Gordon was relegated to the Northern Border Defense Force. I don't think that the general at the northern fort would betray us, but it is probably different from the garrisoned forces stationed at various areas of the north. They were not assigned to the front line at the Border Defense Army and stationed far away from the central command. Their career path shouldn't be so rosy. The more rural place it is, the more authority the local nobles will have over the imperial army after all. Since the knights serving the local nobles will solve most of the territory's problems, the role of the army is almost non-existent. It is quite possible for those who are dissatisfied with such treatment to join Gordon's side. In that case, the northern border is in danger. The Dominion and the Kingdom should have already started their movement in response to Gordon's rebellion. The Kingdom will use Letitia's case as their official reason for their invasion, but because of how the Dominion is, they do not have to use any reason to justify their invasion. It wouldn't be strange if they have already started invading the northern border. If the northern border fell, the Empire would have to take it back. However, the imperial capital is the center of the Empire. Without the central command, the nobles and the imperial army will not be able to consolidate. Even if the emperor survives, there is still enough merit to secure the imperial capital. And William's last hope. That is the reinforcement approaching us from the northwest. Their number is 8,000 to 10,000. If they arrive, that would be a fatal development for us. After abandoning the imperial capital, Father would join up with the army prepared by the Prime Minister and retake the imperial capital. Given the strength of the army, capturing the city back would be possible. However, the imperial capital will be engulfed in the chaos of war. That wouldn't be good both for the citizens and the strategic value of the capital itself. It would be bad for an SS rank adventurer to interfere in a big way too. I don't care about the guild's petty words, but I would like to refrain from participating in a civil war for no good reason. SS rank adventurers are guardians of the people. Because we appeared that way, we are allowed to exist. There won't be any problem if I move at my own discretion if I keep it to the minimum. Do not get involved in national issues. In other words, we are being told to stay neutral. This is also the result of consideration for the people's acceptance. A force that exists for everyone on the continent. That is the image the guild headquarters created for us SS rank adventurers. What if one of them joins up with your opponent? That thought can make people afraid of the SS rank adventurers. We SS rank adventurers are out of standard existence on this continent. We do not fit in the scope of normalcy. We do not pledge our allegiance to the Emperor like the Brave House. We are something close to wild beasts. If we are judged to be harmful, we will end up as a target for subjugation. It is certainly hard to interact with them too. SS rank adventurers are SS rank adventurers. No matter who comes for my head, it will still be the worst. Even if I destroy the army and minimize the damage here, there is no doubt that further damage will occur in the battle between me and the other SS rank adventurers. So it seems I can't make a move openly after all her. Muttering so, I opened the transfer gate again. If I rely on others, the number of sacrifices will increase. If I move alone, the damage can be reduced. That's a big dilemma for me. I do not know what is the right thing to do. The only thing I know for sure is that they are waiting. It must be frustrating knowing their nation is in crisis without being able to do anything. No, the national crisis is probably only a secondary concern here. Their important young lady is in danger after all. I passed through the transfer gate. My destination is the Dukedom of Clynet. I transferred to the sky above the central territory and found the knights camping a little away from the duchy capital. Their number is about 5,000. Fully equipped knights were lined up inside the camp. After I slowly descended to the campsite, I entered the largest tent while being looked at by the surrounding knights. Inside, Duke Clynet is waiting for me in his armor. He is probably ready to head out at any time. So you've come, Silver? Yes, I didn't want to though. Me too. I did not want you to come either. Your arrival means that a rebellion did occur inside the imperial capital after all. No parent would not worry about their daughter. There is no problem in that regard. Miss Finn is safe. But there is an army approaching the imperial capital. The battle inside the imperial capital is being dominated by the imperial faction, but their dominance can be overturned by the enemy reinforcement. If it's you, you can blow them all away, right? I would if I could. But even if we appear free, we SS-rank adventurers do not have so much freedom. It was a joke. I understand your position. It's already a grey zone with you being here for us. Even so, you still came. Thank you. Saying so, Duke Clynet smiled and extended his right hand for me. Realizing that he wanted to shake hands, I also offered mine. The Duke then smiles and firmly grabs it. Your hand is surprisingly small, her. I am a human too after all. Right. No, even if you are not one, my gratitude will not change. You've saved my territory and supported the prince my daughter believes in. You even informed us of our nation's crisis and came to create a path for us. So you don't have to worry about it. Even if we die in this battle, it is not your fault. It is the duty of us nobles to protect the country. The reason why we can enjoy luxuries in time of peace is so that we can give our lives in times like this. I cannot say for other nobles, but that is the Duke of Clynet's teaching. To be a noble, it is our duty to act like one. Saying so, Duke Clynet puts on his helmet that he places on the side. After hanging the sword at his waist, he started to slowly walk out of the tent. After he left the tent, he issued his order at the knights who were preparing for departure. Get the horses. We are departing. I will transfer you to a forest near the imperial capital. The enemy will probably attack from the north side. No one is aware of the existence of this army yet. You should be able to take them by surprise. Understood. Don't worry. Even like this, I frequented the battlefield when I was young. I will not be outmaneuvered by the army that idle in time of peace. That's probably the truth. The army is cooperating with Gordon in order to create military achievements in the first place. The Empire has not experienced a major battle recently, but that is different in the past. When my father was young, he frequently fought with other countries. Given Duke Clynet's age, he might have been on the battlefield together with father. Thinking so, I prepare multiple huge transfer gates for them. It would take this much to transfer the whole army. Meanwhile, the Duke gathered up his knights. Peace is built with blood. Those who are dissatisfied with it are those who have never shed blood for it or those who are drunk with blood. This chain never stops. Duke Clynet addresses the knights in front of him. His hand is holding the flag bearing the sigil of House Clynet. It is a sigil that has been passed down from generation to generation. The blue and white flag depicted a picture of a bird with closed wings. A bird that doesn't take flight unless it is necessary. The sleeping bird. That would be perfect for Duke Clynet. But, even if that chain never stops, it doesn't mean that we have to stop fighting. If the peace is broken, we only have to rebuild it again. We will bleed together. Finn is already there. Do not let her be alone, for we of the Dukedom of Clynet are one. The Duke handed the flag to the young man at his side. It was the gatekeeper I met when I first visited Duke Clynet, his eldest son and Finn's elder brother. I thought that he would stay behind, but it seems he will be heading out too. He looked scared, but he still didn't run away. Let us go. To the imperial capital. With that said, Duke Clynet pulled out his sword and led his men through the transfer gate. The knights follow after him. After confirming that everyone had passed through, I returned to the imperial capital. Gordon's reinforcement that approached the capital from the northwest finally came within sight. Chapter 269. Reign of Light. Your Majesty, the enemy army is approaching. They are about 8,000 strong. These soldiers might have been a part of the northern army. Winfried her. How about you being a little panicked? They are heading right at us, you know. Emperor Johannes was a little distance away from the east gate. There are 5 imperial knights who were originally the emperor's personal guards at his side. Although they are not as powerful as the high-ranking captains, they have enough power to protect the emperor. In addition, Wien, who has led 2 of the Imperial Knight Corps under Elna's order and a part of Nabi Ritter, is also at his side. The total number here was a little over 1,000, but in terms of ability, they have no shortcoming. However, the opponent is 8 times their number. They are clearly at a disadvantage here. Still, I would be quite grateful if they chose to head toward us instead. It would be much more troublesome if they choose to head inside the capital instead. You never changed her. But that's right. Sorry, but I will leave the hard part to you here. Yes. My apology, but to catch the enemy's eyes, we need your help, Your Majesty. Johannes nodded to Wien's words and unsheathed his sword as he straddled his horse. He then uses magic to amplify his voice and address the Imperial Knights. Do not let the enemy get close to the capital, my knight. Follow your emperor. Saying so, Johannes took the lead and started charging at the enemy. The Imperial Knight and the Nabi Ritters follow him. The emperor, who was supposed to run away, just charged at the enemy. Moreover, with a clear numerical disadvantage. That fact stood out to the enemy reinforcement that just arrived. After all, it would be their greatest military achievement if they can take down the emperor himself. Instead of the imperial capital, all of them turned to face him. However, there were some who were frustrated by that. Why are they so short-sighted? William, who was fighting Leo in the sky, clicked his tongue as he noticed that the reinforcement had stopped their feet. He chose to left his subordinates to deal with Leo instead and headed toward Gordon at the middle layer together with several of his dragon knights. Ha ha ha. It seems that our reinforcement has arrived first, huh? Seems so. All the more reason that I should not waste time playing with you here, Gordon. Fool. In the middle of the battlefield, Gordon and Liza were locked in a fierce battle. Seeing that, William had to make a tough decision. Sorry. All of you. Please die for me. Yes, sir. I will gladly accept my death for your sake, Your Highness. Please keep on living and fight for our homeland. Saying so, the dragon knights charge down toward Liza. No matter how strong a dragon knight is, they stand no chance against her. Still, they charged in. Because William ordered them to. All for the sake of gaining time. Gordon, get on. Don't get in my way. You think I'd lose? I don't care, just get on. If you don't, the United Kingdom will withdraw from this battle. What? Hurry up. William grabbed Gordon's arm and pulled him up. While clicking his tongue, Gordon allowed himself to get pulled up. Meanwhile, all the dragon knights who charged at Liza were all cut down. While looking at the bodies of his fallen subordinates, William ascends to the sky with his face distorted. What the hell was that? If you give me some idiotic reason, I will not forgive you. That's my line. What the hell is the commander of our reinforcement thinking? They are trying to take down the emperor even in this situation, you know. What's wrong with that? Even you idiot. We cannot take the emperor's head as long as he has already left the capital. The imperial knights at his side surely have multiple ways to let him escape. Give up on taking his head already. Right now the imperial capital is our priority. The reinforcement was for that sake. If we can defeat the emperor, then we can end everything. If he can be defeated so easily, we wouldn't have to use the celestial sphere in the first place. He deliberately luring all the attention to himself. It's obvious that he would withdraw if the situation became dangerous. With Marshal Liselot in the capital, our forces here won't stand a chance. We must send in the reinforcement. Just do as I say. William tried to take Gordon out of the imperial capital, but Leo stood in their way. Your opponent is me. Cool. So you've already defeated my men, huh? William cursed the worsening situation while gritting his teeth. As long as they can secure the imperial capital, even if the emperor survives, they can put up a fight on more than an equal ground. If he can't protect the imperial capital, the emperor's honor will be lost. After all, how many nobles would choose to obey a weak emperor? Moreover, they can secure the capital as their strategic point. They can also declare that only someone who can actually sit on the throne is an emperor as well. There are many hands they can play as long as the imperial capital is under their control. Nevertheless, the reinforcements were distracted by the military achievement in front of them and decided to face the emperor. And in order to correct that mistake, William ended up sacrificing many of his important subordinates. Still, William did not give up. He was in no position to do that. Anyone is fine. Stop, Prince Leonard. You are running away without a fight. William, I don't care about an individual battle. The important thing is for us to win the war. Saying so, William turned back and flew away from Leonard. Of course, Leo tried to chase him, but the Dragon Knights who heard William's command all headed to obstruct him. Using that time, William and Gordon left that place and headed for the reinforcement again. However, a certain sound caused William to face despair. That sound. It was the sound of a horn. Gordon's reinforcements have no use blowing one. After all the units were given instructions in advance. They have no need to announce their presence to the other units. This is too early. The nobles already made their move. Below William, knights were pouring out from the west forest one after another. Section. Whose army is that? Johannes, who heard the sound of the horn, shouted so. On the other hand, the imperial knight beside him squint his eyes and confirm the flag the knights are bearing. Blue and white strips. And bird with closed wings. They are bearing Duke Kleinet's sigil, Your Majesty. He came for us, her. That changed the situation. All men, rain down the enemy with arrows and magic. Don't give them the chance to change formation. Veen quickly issued an instruction. The cavalry charge is certainly powerful, but if they are intercepted with long-range attacks, they will suffer a heavy loss. They cannot waste the reinforcement that finally came for them. Although his command has such an intention, they originally only have a small number and they cannot immediately switch to long-range attacks while charging at the enemy either. That's why the attacks from Johannes's group could only partially block the enemy's movement. They have already started rearranging their formation with bows and arrows in hands. If they can change to an intercepting formation, the power of the cavalry charge will be halved. Veen tried to direct the attack to a location where their commander should be, but the enemy's movement still doesn't stop. We don't have enough firepower, her. After he bitterly muttered so, countless arrows fell from the sky. Section. Otusama, at the northern wall of the imperial capital. Finn and Mia were standing on top of it. They were intending to leave the battle at the middle layer to Liza and block the enemy's escape route to the north. However, beyond Finn's expectation, enemy reinforcement has arrived. The emperor charged at them and her father appeared, leading the knights. She wanted time to process the situation. However, the enemy has already changed formation to face her father's army. At this rate, a large number of arrows will rain down on Duke Kleinet's army. Not everyone will die. After all, it is natural for soldiers to die during a charging assault. They do have shields to defend themselves, but there will surely be deaths. Finn's body started to shake. She knew the knights of the Kleinet house well. It's not that she is sad because she knows them. No matter who it is, she will be sad if they die. However, when the people she knows have to face death, she can't help but feel this indescribable horror. She thought that she resolved herself for this. Many people have already lost their lives. It would be selfish of her to not want the knights from her territory alone to survive. That's why Finn didn't say anything. However, leave this to me, Mia-san. I wanted to save this until the end, but if it is for Finsama's father, then I have no regret. Saying so, Mia took out a small arrow. When that toy-like arrow was applied with magic power, it transformed into an elongated arrow. Knocking that arrow on her bow, Mia aimed it high in the sky. All or nothing. Reach heaven and rain down. Magic bow secret move. Focused scattered rain of light. Originally, magic bow technique does not require chanting. Albeit short, Mia just fired an arrow after a chant. When the arrow of light rises high in the sky, it begins descending down toward the enemy army. At the same time, The arrow of light began to scatter. The scattered arrows rained down on the enemy like a rain of light. The power of each shot is not that big. However, if they hit, the enemy will not be able to shoot their arrows. Their formation collapsed. The enemy army is in chaos and the knights of Duke Kleinert rush into it and disperse the enemies. Mia-san, I did it, but I'm dried now. Thank you very much. You have already saved a lot of people, Finn-sama. That's why it's fine if you tell me if you want to protect someone. Mia-san. Finn was so moved that she held Mia's hand with both hands and shook it many times. However, the sound of something that is impossible to be there reached the two's ears. A low and loud cry. Chapter 270. Malicious smile. That thing appeared after it broke through the cloud. A giant creature with a body length of over 30 meters. That giant creature is flying toward them through the sky. Its cry can shake and instill fear in the heart of men. No way. That thing, it can't be. Dragon. It was a dragon. Moreover, it is not just one. There's another. Red and green dragon. And the dragon knights. They are the United Kingdom's guardian holy dragons. The United Kingdom is a unique country. It is an island country that resulted from the unification of various nations. The most unique thing about the United Kingdom is their symbiotic relationship with the dragons. No one knows when it begins, but the United Kingdom has long been protected by the three-colored dragons. They do not attack the people of the United Kingdom, nor do they fight with the other dragons in the area. However, they will not allow anyone to enter their territory without permission, whether it be a monster or a human. The people that are allowed to enter the United Kingdom are only its citizens. The people of the United Kingdom called them the Holy Dragons. However, even if they are dubbed as Holy Dragons by the United Kingdom, dragons are still a threat to other countries. After all, if someone accidentally enters the vast territory of the three-colored dragons, they will be mercilessly attacked. Their territory extends out to the sea and many ships fell victim to them each year. To enter the United Kingdom, you must travel there with someone originally from the United Kingdom. Otherwise, you will become the dragon's prey. If the dragons are so dangerous to other nations, why haven't they become the Adventurer Guild's subjugation target? This is due to the agreement between the United Kingdom and the Adventurer Guild. The three-colored dragons are under the United Kingdom's jurisdiction, thus there is no need for your intervention. That was the reason they used to have the Adventurer Guild withdraw from the matter. Even if the guild went out of their way to subjugate them, they would unnecessarily antagonize the United Kingdom, not to mention the massive damage that will ensue from the subjugation itself. The United Kingdom also did not want the Adventurer Guild's hostility either, so they have made a large donation to silence them. That was how they became something that cannot be subjugated, but now those dragons have appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. Finn and Mia were terrified at their arrival, however, there was someone who was delighted at that. We did it. Now our victory is assured. Finn and Mia look back in the direction of that voice. There, Xandra was joyfully looking at the sky. Desua. Your Highness Xandra. I thought that I had to run, but it seems that you ran out of luck first, her. Saying so, Xandra showed a triumphant smile. With Gordon absent, the battle in the middle layer of the imperial capital turned to Liz's favor. Seeing that they are losing, Xandra tried to escape to the north gate. Finn and Mia came to the north gate to cut off the enemy's escape route, but Mia, who is their main fighter, cannot fight properly now due to her previous attack. Mia hit Finn behind her, but Xandra only smiled as she stood in front of them. Ara, it seems you have spent a lot of your magic power, haven't you? You truly are a hateful woman, Desua. Ha 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 ha. Finn, it seems you can't rely on your escort anymore. Xandra looks at Finn and laughs. However, there was no fear on Finn's face. Hating her confidence, Xandra frowned. That is just her personality, but she immediately regained her calm. If she isn't afraid of her, then she just has to make it so. I'm looking forward to breaking that carefree expression of yours. Finn-sama, I will buy you some time. Ara, running away now? I want to have a chat with you though. Saying so, Zuzan appears on top of a dragon. Seeing that, Mia visibly frowned. It's the original hateful woman. Can you not pick a better time to show up? It seems I'm good at making people feel that way about me. I'm glad that you are safe, Xandra. Oh, Kasama as well. How did you escape the castle? Raphael was stalling Elna for me. I was able to get away during that time. Raphael did. What about Elida? We send a lot of soldiers to slow her down. Well, there will be a lot of casualties, but I don't care how many of those soldiers die anyway. That's true. Finn let out a small sigh at Xandra, who readily agreed to Susan's words. Like mother, like daughter. People change depending on their environment. It would be unavoidable for Xandra to turn out like this with Susan as her parent. However, even knowing that, she can't sympathize with Xandra. After all, the damage caused by Xandra is too great. I just cornered Finn too. Let's capture her and use her as a hostage. We will surely be able to stall Duke Kleinet. Right. What about father? I can cast a curse on him to stop his movement. I won't let him run away, obviously. Saying so, Susan and Xandra started to laugh. During that time, Mia tried to urge Finn to escape, but Finn did not move. After all, she didn't see the need to. Finn-sama. It's okay. Ara. What is okay, I wonder? I and Mia-san are safe. Rather, shouldn't you worry about your safety first? Maybe you still don't understand the situation yet. What kind of danger is there to us? Have you forgot how the second consort died? That was too unnatural. It was like someone assassinated her, was it not? At least that's what the rumors say. And the number one suspect was you, Susan-sama. And what do you want to say? I do not know the truth of that incident, but you have joined the rebellion. That's why there is a reason to cut you down now, no? That was my meaning. After all, the daughter of the second consort is already here in the imperial capital. Huh. Liselot is busy commanding the army. She can't afford to chase us now. When Xandra said so, the sound of someone walking up the stairs can be heard. Xandra and Susan open their eyes wide at the sound of the army boots. Then I can just create a chance to chase you myself. If I can't even do that, then I wouldn't be able to become an imperial marshal in the first place. Still, thanks to your hateful laughter, it was easy to find you, you know. So you are here, you poisonous parasites of the empire. Liselot. Xandra screams out Liz's name. However, Susan didn't seem to care much about her arrival. I never thought that you would come after us now, but did you follow me? Of course. I rushed over when I received the report that you ran away with the Dragon Knights. It is too dangerous to leave a poisonous insect like you unchecked after all. Ara, aren't your words a little too harsh for your stepmother? I never thought of you as my stepmother. If you want to call yourself my mother, then go to hell and come back again. Saying so, Liza unsheathed her sword. Xandra readied herself and watches her surroundings. Liza's troops only have a small number. Judging that, Xandra tries to move, but Susan holds Xandra back with her hand. It's okay, Xandra. Oh, Kasama. You want to kill me, right, Liselot? Do you still think that I killed your mother? Not just my mother, you had a hand in my brother's death too, right? I am not involved with the assassination of the Crown Prince. I have no motivation in the first place. His Majesty personally launched an investigation and there was no evidence of foul play, you know. That's exactly why I suspect you. Your forbidden spells are the most suspicious. My spells cannot kill anyone in a single blow. I can weaken them, but I cannot assassinate them. Well, I can tell you this one truth. It was not me that killed the Crown Prince. What she denied was the assassination of the Crown Prince. However, she was accused of 2 crimes. Then what about the other crime that she didn't deny? Susan. Certainly, I'm involved in your mother's death. No, I could say that I killed her myself. I've always wanted to kill that woman after all, Susan said with a malicious smile on her face. Chapter 271. Mother and Daughter. So it was you after all. Liza muttered at Susan's confession. At this point, this is not surprising. It has long been speculated among the members of the imperial family that it was her doing. Leo had stopped Liza in the past since there was no evidence. The person he wanted to protect was not Susan but Liza. If she had gone on to kill Susan without any evidence back then, even if it's Liza, she would not be let off without any punishment. That was why Leo stopped her. But right now he probably will not get in her way. With Susan's confession, Liza's desire to kill her is now justified. Give me your head. As an imperial marshal, I will execute you on the charge of assassinating an imperial consort. Oh, scary. But did you not listen to what I said? I was merely involved. It's the same thing. It's not the same. I guess I will explain it to you then. Certainly, your mother, the second consort, died because of my curse. But it was her that directed that curse toward herself. What? Liza squints her eyes. Susan didn't seem like she was lying. Seeing Liza, who seemed like she was about to lunge at her, stopped in her tracks, Susan smiles. The person that I wanted to kill was that woman who received all the love from His Majesty. I wanted to monopolize him all to myself, but there was no merit in killing her. It would be different if His Majesty would turn to me after that woman dies. Instead, the ones I wanted to kill were you and Krista. Just how far have you? His Majesty has 3 daughters. If 2 of them die, his love will be concentrated on his only remaining daughter. Xandra is my daughter. She is someone who inherited all of me. If he loves Xandra, then it means that he loves me as well. That's why you and Krista were in my way. Receiving a curse at a young age would put Krista in danger. As a general, if you enter the battlefield in a weakened state, your life will be at risk. That's why I cast a curse onto you too. But that woman, she used a magic tool to concentrate all the curse onto herself. She probably never thought that it was my curse. Such a fool. She should have known what would happen to herself if she took on a curse with her weak constitution. She should have just gone to His Majesty. It was all because she tried to solve it all by herself. I have never laughed as hard as that day. Do you understand now? Your mother, she committed suicide. Liza kicks the ground and starts running toward Susan. The distance between them immediately shrunken, and Liza's sword is within the distance it can reach Susan. However, you really are a fool. Just like your mother. What? Seeing Susan's smile, Liza glances down. A huge magic circle was deployed on the ground. It's an immobilizing curse. It utilizes all kinds of effects, you know. It's my best work. Do enjoy it to your heart's content. Coup. The light glows from the magic circle up toward the sky. Susan was delighted to see Liza get swallowed by it. Got her. Now Lizelot can't move with Okasama's curse. Whatever I should do with her. What should she do with Liza, who got immobilized? Xandra ponders, so in high spirits. Seeing Xandra like that, Susan bitterly smiled at her like she was thinking what a troublesome daughter she has. That's why. She couldn't react to Liza, who leaped out of the pillar of light. Ha! Sound of the air being cut and the blood splash. Susan realized that she was cut when she saw her fresh blood scattered in the air. Being slashed upward from her torso to her chest, Susan was trying to find the answer to the question. What? It was a meaningless question during a battle. Question after question float to her mind. How to save herself? How could Liza move? For a warrior, any questions besides those would be meaningless. However, Susan is not a warrior. That's why she cast her gaze at Liza's body while feeling the heat from her slashed wound. There's nothing out of place at all. It doesn't look like she is enduring the effect of the curse either. No matter how she looked, she couldn't think of any possibility besides that her curse was prevented somehow. While the immobilizing curse's only effect is to render the target immobile, it holds tremendous power. That curse was something that should be able to immobilize the target for a few days with a direct hit. She had intentionally provoked Liza so that she would step into her trap without noticing it. Then how? Susan desperately searched for the answer. Then, she finally noticed a cracked pendant on Liza's chest. Magic. Tool. It's a dwarf special magic seal. It can redirect the magic power that aims toward me onto itself. Even if it was a forbidden spell, it still used magic power. It's a shame, isn't it? Why? Do you have something like that? Susan staggers backward and asks such a question. The question itself is meaningless. However, Liza answers it with a quiet but powerful voice. I have brothers and sisters who wish me safe. I have a stupid man who can sacrifice anything for my sake. I have subordinates who adore me. I can't say I like wearing a defensive magic tool like this, but my life is no longer mine alone. When it was expected that something will happen in the imperial capital, I have already thought that I will get the chance to fight you. That's why I wore it. Coup. Hearing that, Susan tried to use her left hand to cast a curse on Liza. However, Liza immediately cut her hand off. Susan's left hand flew through the air. Seeing that, Susan loudly screamed due to the pain and shock. Ah, Lizelot, I will never forgive you. Don't be stupid. The unforgivable one here is clearly you. Saying so, Liza slashes at Susan's legs and stabs her sword into Susan's right shoulder. Then when Susan's knees touched the ground, she pulled her sword out and put it on Susan's neck. I don't think any amount of torture will fit the crime you did, but my mother wouldn't want me to do that. I will only settle with this much. Xandra. Help. Me. Oh, Okasama. Susan turns to Xandra for help. However, don't just get killed now. You made me lose my chance to escape. Useless fool. Lizelot. The one that you are bearing a grudge against is only Okasama, right? Just let me go. Betraying each other once you have no use for one another her. You two really are mother and child. Even her own mother is a tool. Susan shed tears upon realizing her daughter's thoughts. Leaving how Xandra feels about Susan aside, Xandra is everything for Susan. It was because she loved her that she tried to get Xandra on the throne. Even so, I have gone so far. Just for your sake. Shut up. You only wanted me on the throne for yourself, right? All you ever did was project yourself onto me because you were not loved by father. Did you know how annoying it is? I am me. How? How can a child abandon their own parent? Help me. Just help me. After you have deceived and abandoned others all your life, you are still begging for someone else to help you. Calling you an insect would be too much of a praise. Go and apologize to my mother in the other world. Saying so, Liza horizontally swings her sword. With a sharp cutting sound, Susan's head parted from her body. Seeing that, Xandra backs away. Judging from Liza's eyes, she knows that she is next. The distance is too close to use magic. There is no doubt that she will be cut down before she gets the chance to do anything. That's why Xandra turned her left hand toward Finn as her last resort. If you kill me, I will kill Finn. If you abandon her, it will tarnish the honor of an imperial martial right. We soldiers do not care about honor. The only thing we care about is how to serve the country or how to win the war. You mistook your opponent. Why, you can't fool me with that. Don't move. Don't you dare move. I will really kill Finn, okay? No, I will not kill her. I will mess up that beautiful face and make her hideous. Hey, start getting scared and scream for help already. Please don't worry about me, Lizelot-sama. What? If you want to ruin your life that much, then I will happily oblige. Saying so, Xandra shoots magic at Finn. Mia stood in the way to cover for her, but before the magic could reach Finn, it was blocked by a barrier. An extremely thin layer of barrier. You would never notice unless you pay close attention, but Liza was aware of its presence. Ever since I got here, there was always a barrier protecting Finn. Someone unfamiliar with magic would probably miss it though. No way. Such a barrier. Who? You don't know that. Fool. To think that you didn't notice even though you were living inside the imperial capital. You seem to be convinced that the victory is yours when the dragons arrived, but the people of the imperial capital have the opposite idea. When those dragons showed up, it was already decided that the victory would belong to the empire. No way. That's not possible. The holy dragons are not subjugation target. The guild headquarters will not stay silent if they are shot down. You don't understand what an adventurer is. They are different from us. Just give up. You can't win this. I will not kill you. Someone will have to take the responsibility for all this after all. No way. No. I won't accept this. Make it stop. I don't want to drink the emperor poison wine. Saying so, Xandra points her hand at herself. However, before she could do anything, Liza closed the distance and grabbed her neck. With the focus is ruined, a mage can't cast magic. And that's especially true for someone who can only use magic like you. Sleep. Letting you kill yourself would be a waste. Saying so, Liza knocked Xandra out. Section. Duke Kleinet's army's charge was successful, but they are struggling because the appearance of the dragons allowed the enemy to regain their morale. Father. I'm so scared that I might vomit my stomach out right now. Swallow it down and keep fighting. Duke Kleinet scolded his son. He then slashes at the enemy soldier and looks up at the dragons in the sky. Besides, do those dragons look that scary to you? They are obviously scary, right? Those things. No one in their right mind wouldn't be scared of those. You fool. You have already sold a fight to a monster that treats those things like lizards before, right? That is. Don't worry. Right now, that monster is on our side. Saying so, Duke Kleinet looked at his son. His body was covered in a thin film like something. Not just his son but him and all the knights of the Duchy of Kleinet as well. Individual barriers. There are only a few people on the continent who can provide a proper barrier for this number of people. And there is no such person in the United Kingdom. After all, the United Kingdom is a country protected by dragons. They do not know of the existence that went far beyond the human norm. To think that they would readily hand the opportunity to participate in this war to someone that was already eager for one. If they bring out such non-standard existences like those dragons, it's obvious that our side will have the opportunity to do the same. With that said, Duke Kleinet looks up at the sky of the imperial capital. A mage clad in black robe and a gleaming silver mask is descending down through the cloud. Chapter 272. To destroy the arrogance. Dragons are a non-standard existence. Naturally, the people of the Empire were surprised at their appearance, but it was not just them that was surprised. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that you would lend me the holy dragons. That's the United Kingdom for you. We won. William. I didn't hear anything about this. The two dragons that appeared in front of them were definitely the guardian holy dragons of the United Kingdom. The name of the red holy dragon is Blood and the name of the green holy dragon is Leaf. Dragons can be ranked into young dragons, adult dragons, and elder dragons. For dragons that possess a long lifespan, getting older means that they will become more powerful. And in their long life, these two dragons have always been with the United Kingdom. Moreover, with the king's request, these dragons can be sent out to another land. However, William did know that his father has sent them out. Your Highness William, are you safe? Why did you bring them here? Who ordered this? William asked the dragon knight that arrived with the two dragons. Only the king can send the two dragons into another country. However, he didn't think that the king would order such a thing without knowing the situation on site. It was His Majesty's instruction, Your Highness. We were told to bring them here to protect the imperial capital. We have been on standby inside the Dominion until now. What? Then why did you bring them here now? No, that's... We received the information that the imperial capital will soon be in our control. Who did you get that information from? I haven't sent that kind of information out yet. That shouldn't be the case, Your Highness. The ambassador of Sokol Empire that was stationed at the Dominion said that it was Your Highness William who sent out the information. They also told us that Sokol is preparing to join us as well. I never contacted any ambassador of Sokol. What? They were played. However, this is no time to worry about who and how. Right now, the problem is that the holy dragons have shown up at this timing. Take them back immediately. Yes. We have already brought them here, but Your Highness is not going to use them. Like hell, we can use them now. Hurry up and take them back. We still haven't finished occupying the imperial capital yet. We are still on the side of the invader. It will be different if Gordon already claimed the throne and put it as a request. If we mobilize the holy dragons right now, we will turn the adventurers into our enemies. Why are you getting angry, Your Highness? The holy dragons of our country are the target of fear to the Adventurer Guild. Shouldn't we simply crush them if they choose to oppose us? Ignorance. That was what hurt William the most. While grinding his teeth, William felt the burning anger inside him. Because the United Kingdom is a country protected by the Holy Dragons, their people have a strong faith in them. When the Adventurer Guild agreed to accept the Holy Dragons, it appeared to their citizens that the guild is scared of their guardians. The United Kingdom is an island nation. There will not be any monsters that are stronger than the dragons appear within their territory in the first place. That's why the Holy Dragons were recognized as the strongest creature by the people of the United Kingdom. That is why they strongly believe that the SS rank adventurers the Adventurer Guild is so proud of cannot hope to defeat their guardian Holy Dragons. It was overconfidence born from ignorance. Thanks to their overflowing confidence, they believed the words of an ambassador from another country and nonchalantly crossed the border in high spirits. Thinking that they can beat anything that comes their way, they advanced without confirming the truth. However, William knew. The SS rank adventurers can defeat even ancient dragons. Elder dragons and ancient dragons are both dragons, but there is a distinctive difference between the two. In ancient times, the only dragons that existed in this area were all ancient dragons. Eventually, as time went on, the descendants of the ancient dragons started to adapt and become creatures that can remain active without entering a long dormancy period. Those dragons are the dragons they know today. Unlike the elder dragon, ancient dragons are powerful dragons that retain their ancient bloodline. In a word, ancient dragons are the royalty of dragons. And in this country, there is an adventurer who made a name for himself by subjugating one. The mage who based himself inside the imperial capital that possesses the ability to travel anywhere inside the empire in an instant. The reason he didn't show up until now is that he is aware that he is a balance breaker. However, the United Kingdom has sent out its guardian holy dragons for an aggression purpose. Even if they didn't intend to do that, this development made it look so. What's wrong? William. What are you so afraid of? Of course, I am afraid. The Wizard of Silver Destruction himself is here in this imperial capital, you know. He won't get involved. The Guardian Holy Dragons have been excluded from the Adventurer Guild's subjugation targets, right? There's no way he would care about that. When we invaded the kingdom, we also faced an SS rank adventurer. Let me make this clear. They do not care about the agreement made by the guild headquarters. Those people only have one rule. They only act for the people. They treat all monsters that threaten human lives as enemies. And now the dragons have appeared, threatening the lives of the citizens of the imperial capital. There is no reason for him not to move. Thinking so, William sensed a foreboding premonition from the sky, an indescribable feeling of oppression. His body becomes tense and begins to tremble. The dragon he was riding was also beginning to get restless. Then, his coming. The cloud was parted and a black mage appeared with gleaming silver light. It was as if he was a god. While thinking so, William felt that his heart was shattered. Section. To be honest, if Mia didn't move, I would use an illusion and try to intervene, but I am glad that I didn't have to do that. I was surprised when the dragons appeared. However, I can't just stare at it. When the dragons appeared, I set a barrier for Duke Kleinet's knights and Finn's group. The rebels in the middle layer of the imperial capital have already routed, and there is almost no battle inside the capital itself. Only Elna and Raphael are locked in a fierce battle, but Elna should be fine by herself. The castle is also being taken back by General Istman and his subordinates under a leader's command. The battle has moved outside the imperial capital, and the normal battle has already shifted to a non-standard one. It looks like the United Kingdom's internal workings don't function properly to her. Saying so, I opened a small transfer gate and put my hand through it. The destination is Gramps' collection box. It was where the silver mask was originally stored at. It was a collection of treasured items that can make any mage drool. From that collection, I took out a bracelet. Several jewels were attached on it. It hasn't been long since the battle with the spirit turtle. Even though my magic power still hasn't fully recovered from that yet, I crushed Grimoire's base and spent a lot of it in this rebellion. Honestly speaking, I am scraping by right now. Saying that the sky's the limit is in the end just an expression, but it is certainly true that humans can push their magic power beyond their limits. As Leo did in the southern incident, I too can do it if I want to. However, when I do that, I will not be able to move for a while. Getting caught as silver would be undesirable. However, the amount of magic power required for me to push through now is huge. This is a great opportunity. One can interfere with the war. It would be too wasteful to let it go. Besides, a part of me also wanted to join in. That's why I decided to rely on a magic tool. The bracelet will take over the consumption of magic power. For normal mages, it would be a powerful auxiliary item, but in my case, this will only be used as a disposable magic tool. I don't want to use it if possible since Gramp will get angry, but I don't have time to think up another way. Well, let's close the curtain on this. Muttering so, I put on the bracelet and started chanting. I am one who knows the principle of silver. I am one who has been chosen as the true silver. Silver star of the star ocean. Illuminate the earth and frighten the heaven. Silver brilliance is the truth of God. That brilliant silver is the divine protection of heaven. The silent flash of silver. The brilliance of silver is eternal. O silver light, dwell in my hand, and destroy the arrogance. The chanting is over. The only thing left to do is descending down and release it. Chapter 273. The man who doesn't know when to give up. As I slowly descended down, a silver sphere appeared between my hands. If I crush it, silvery ray will be unleashed. However, someone asked me to wait. Wait. Silver. This is only a misunderstanding. We have no intention of using the Holy Dragon for invasion. You are saying that even after they have crossed the border and fly right over to the imperial capital? Prince William. But no damage has been done yet. I will have them withdrawn immediately, so please just wait. You are telling me to not subjugate them because they still haven't done anything yet? Sorry, but most of the monsters that we adventurers subjugated were monsters that still haven't done anything yet, either. If it poses a threat to the people, we will subdue it. That's how us adventurers do things. It would be too late once the damage is done after all. Hearing my argument, William's face distorted for a moment. He probably thought that he couldn't convince me with words. However, William continued speaking to me. He really is great. Even though he knows that the situation is hopeless for him, he still chooses to try and convince me her. The holy dragons are not just any monster. They are animals. For the United Kingdom alone, that is. This is the Empire. In the Empire, it's obvious that I would treat the lizards that will not show any mercy on anyone aside from the people of the United Kingdom as vermins, right? Please, stay your hand. I won't let them do anything. So, if you weren't a prince of the United Kingdom, if those lizards were not called the Holy Dragons, and if it were not for the rebellion in the imperial capital, I would have been more flexible. But it is already too late. Don't you think that it is too unreasonable for you to ask me to let them go without doing anything after you have cooperated in starting this rebellion and sent those dragons here? I understand your reason. You are entirely correct. But these are the guardian deities of my country. So please, let them go. Your country has already negotiated with the Adventurer Guild to have them excluded from the subjugation targets, right? No one would raise a complaint if they only protect the United Kingdom. The problem here is that you have brought out your guardian deities to your enemy's land. Everything would have been fine if you keep those important dragons of yours inside your country. Saying so, I crushed the silver sphere. However, there was another person who tried to stop me. Silver. Don't you understand? Understand what? Prince Gordon. What you are about to do. There is an agreement between the United Kingdom and the Adventurer Guild that the Holy Dragons cannot become subjugation targets for the Adventurer Guild. If you kill them here, the Guild will not be silent. That should pose a problem for you who belong to the Guild, right? And I was wondering what you wanted to say. Prince Gordon. Could you not look down on us adventurers so much? The arrangement between the Guild and the United Kingdom? That kind of thing has already long become irrelevant. Even if they are the holy dragons for the people of the United Kingdom, they are only evil dragons for the invaded country. The arrangement with the Guild only applied when their scope of activity remained only within the United Kingdom. Do you think that we will accept such a reason? The agreement they made wasn't that detailed in the first place. The only thing that was agreed upon was that the holy dragons will not become subjugation target. If you put them down here, you will break the guild's agreement, you know. Page, I see. So, what about it? What? Gordon opened his eyes wide. Such a reaction. It's obvious that he was looking down on me. It's a big mistake if you think that an adventurer will stop just because you bring up the rule. Adventurers are being dubbed as outlaws by many. And that is true. We adventurers do not care about the rules. Obviously, we would leave things like that for later. Right now, the only thing that matters is that there is a monster threatening the lives of the people. Know how foolish it is to bring up rules to an adventurer in such a situation. There is only one rule that we adventurers value. It is for the people. That's the only rule. If you brought up other rules besides that, we only have one thing to say back to you. To hell with it. Saying so, I proceed to crush the silver sphere with both hands. Then, silvery ray. I recite the magic's name. Spheres of light float around me. The number is 7. Their targets are the red and green dragons. They probably felt the threat toward them as well. They are preparing to fire their breath to resist. However, no resistance matters before the silver light. I shall praise your will to stand with the United Kingdom until the end. You both are admirable for not running away. With that said, I point my arm at the 2 dragons who chose to resist until the end. Accordingly, the silver lights shot out. The heads of the 2 dragons that were trying to release their breath disappeared and their bodies powerlessly fell to the ground. I catch their bodies with a barrier. Blood. Leaf. William muttered as he stared at the corpses of the 2 dragons. For William, who has grown up with the dragons since a young age and became known as the Dragon Prince, the dragons are probably special existences to him. It's a pity. If I can let them go, I would have done it. Even those 2 dragons possessed the choice to run away. They are dragons. They should know well the difference between our power. Still, they chose to confront me. Just as William thinks that they are special, William and the people of the United Kingdom must have been special to them as well. With this, the United Kingdom has lost 2 out of 3 of their guardian holy dragons. It is up to them to decide whether to continue the fight or to quietly withdraw, but it is certain that their national power has greatly diminished. 2 other countries are our enemies. That was why it was necessary to subdue the dragons, even though I didn't want to. Using the magic power from the bracelet, I create 2 giant transfer gates. Then, at the destination of the first 2 gates, I created more gates beyond that. The destinations of the gates that were connected like a tunnel are the northern and the western borders of the empire. At the northern border, the Dominion army is fighting a fierce battle with the Northern Border Defense Force. The Northern Border Defense Force is having a hard time holding them back. It seems that the United Kingdom has also joined in, plus there are many of Gordon's supporters in the north. They may have some kind of plan in place there. At the western border, the Kingdom army has mustered up a large army. They appeared to be waiting for the moment to attack. I address those 2 armies. Commanders of the invading armies of the United Kingdom, the Dominion, and the Kingdom, can you hear my voice? This is SS rank adventurer, Silver. The Dominion army at the northern border that was strengthening their offensive clearly weakens. Seeing the transfer gates that opened up in the sky, they seemed to understand that the voice's identity was genuine. On the other hand, the Kingdom's army on the western border grew restless. Forgive me for speaking to you in this way. I have an important announcement to make. In fact, there was a fool who tried to invade the imperial capital using dragons. The use of monsters in war is synonymous with declaring war on us adventurers. In response to such a situation, I have moved to protect the Empire as an SS rank adventurer. I am sorry, but I'd like both armies to cease actions for the time being. If you continue your attack, I will take that as your show of support for the army that mobilized monsters for aggression purposes, making you my subjugation target. The moment I said that, I send the silver spheres through the transfer gates. The silver spheres of light float a little above the 2 armies. This is not an order, only a request. However, if you choose to ignore it, I will take the appropriate action. At least cease activities for a week. In the meantime, the turmoil inside the empire will subside. If you cannot make the decision, then you should consult your kings. If your kings are wise, they will not order you to press the attack. However, if your king is likely to make the wrong decision, you may relay this message to him. No matter which country it is, this transfer gate can be opened right inside your castle. After I said that, I gradually closed the transfer gates. At the same time, the jewels on the bracelet broke. So it ended up as disposable after all her. Well, it can't be helped. If I don't stop the invasion, the empire will be shaken by the time we can put the turmoil here under control. The Adventurer Guild will tell me that I went too far, but since they will complain that I took down the holy dragons anyway, I better see this through. As an SS rank adventurer, there are some things that can only be done by silver. However, the opposite also holds true. I can say it myself, but I don't think that Gordon his subordinates will notice. For them, silver should be an unstoppable existence. Impossible. That's impossible. My rebellion. Why? Why did you get in the way? Why are there people like you in this world? Why? Why? Gordon. Hold yourself together. However, there are things that even silver is now allowed to do. If there was a person on the enemy side who noticed, then it would only be William. There is one flaw in my action this time. If William uses that, he can open a loophole in this situation. It is a narrow flaw, but will he notice it? Thinking so, I look at William. Silver, I want you to tell me one thing. If we do as you say, you will not lay your hands on us, right? Saying so, William resolutely looks at me. Seeing him like that, I narrowed my eyes. So he noticed it after all her. The shackle that can bind silver. It was your army that used those monsters for war though. That's what you one-sidedly said about us. I had been denying your accusation, and the fact remained that the two dragons had not done anything yet. Both the fact that they provided any advantage to my army or how harmful it will be to the Imperial army, those things are only your conjecture. I will not say anything regarding how you have murdered our two dragons. However, if you are going to use that excuse to attack us, it will only be a false accusation. Who? Are you going to use that reason to run away now? It might be true that you have the authority to subjugate monsters that might harm the people, but you have no say when an army might harm them. If you are going to use such a reason to destroy my army, then by that logic, you will have the authority to eradicate all the armies in this continent, no? Against monsters, Silver's authority is absolute. This is because of my position as an SS rank adventurer, the highest peak of the adventurers. However, there are many restrictions placed on dealing with humans. There is no problem as long as it ends with a threat. After all, monsters cannot be reasoned with. However, if I attack the army directly, it would be like lumping them together with the monsters. As William says, his army did not fight together with the dragons. If an SS rank adventurer directly attacks the army in that situation, this case will get even more complicated, and the question will be about whether Silver can be trusted or not. In the end, it will be the other SS rank adventurers who come to subjugate me. William's reasoning could be said to only be sophism, but he did poke where it hurt. As expected of him. I wonder how many will notice the shackle that can bind Silver and even use it to bargain like this. Just earlier, I defeated the dragons while saying to hell with the rules. I can't be surprised now when I am faced with the same tactic. In this place, my power is absolute. And William chose to face me head-on. The name of the dragon prince really can't be looked down upon. Prince William, you are still planning to fight. Of course. We cannot go back anymore. You have already lost 2 holy dragons. Even so, you still won't stop. It was because I lost them that I can't give up. If I cannot get something of equal value to their lives, then what did those 2 die for? I am not holding a grudge against you. You have only played your part. We also bear the fault here. I admit that. But giving up is an entirely different story. The United Kingdom must get something from this. For that purpose, Gordon is absolutely necessary for us. You have no ground to touch him. You got that right. Silver. Even though I have shown him that much power, He still hasn't given up and tried everything he could her. After seeing my attack, Gordon's face went blank. He probably couldn't accept that his rebellion has ended in a failure. Perhaps he no longer knows who is going to bear the flag of this conflict anymore. No, it is pretty clear her. Gordon himself is only the flag and William is the flag bearer. Right now, their position is clear. Just why this man has to be on Gordon's side. It's regrettable. Truly regrettable. So be it. This is out of my hand. I answered William so. In truth, since the bracelet has already broken, it will be difficult for me to fight right now. This time I used up too much magic power. Even though I have limited myself to use only the minimum amount while I was moving behind the scenes, I ended up having to exert myself and even relied on a magic tool. My remaining magic power is enough to defeat William and his men, but that's it. It would be tough for me to capture them or prevent them from escaping. One could say that this is the moment the tide has turned. I managed to stop the movement of the enemy armies and put an end to the rebellion. I wanted to take care of Gordon now, but that wasn't the job for Silver. Below us, Lizaranu has already organized a pursuit unit. William and Gordon will probably have to desperately run away from them after this. However, William's eyes are not dead. I'm sure that he will do everything he can to ensure Gordon's survival. His eyes possess the strength that made me think that way. He really is a man who doesn't know when to give up, seriously. But I do not hate that. Let's yield to his stubbornness this time and quietly withdraw. Well played. Prince William. All troops withdraw. We will retreat to the north and regroup. After he commanded so, the rebels began to withdraw all at once. Chapter 274. Sinking to the darkness. While watching the withdrawing rebel force, I transferred away. The destination is behind my father. That was quite a disaster. Your Majesty. Don't be so tough on me now. Silver. Father sighed at me from on top of his horse. His sight still set on the retreating dragon knights. The rebels bear the fault for this incident. They were the ones who started this after all. Still, it is also the Emperor's responsibility for your inability to suppress them. It was because you placed too much trust in your army that it came to this. Most soldiers joined the army because they were the third son of a noble family or because they lack prospects for the future. What they seek is achievements, and that makes them easier to get lured to the other side. That hurts my ears. It's certainly my fault for neglecting them. Then be more careful next time. I have bought you some time. The rest is in your hand. I thank you for your help. But what will become of your position inside the guild? You will be criticized if you side too much with the Empire, you know. I don't care about such a thing. I just helped you because I need an emperor that thinks of the people. At least you are still better than that third prince. I do hope that you will not prove me wrong. Saying so, I turned my eyes away from father. Father's responsibility is great. Obviously, such responsibility came with being an emperor. However, there are some parts that I can sympathize with him. 3 years ago, when my eldest brother died, my father was preparing to step down and hand the throne to him. In other words, he was already planning to retire since back then. However, his schedule was unexpectedly changed. Many of my eldest brother's followers were already holding important posts in the country. When they left after his death, father had to rebuild the whole system. That's why he didn't choose to utilize expansionist policy. Just like how Lizaranu was stationed at the eastern border, he placed many trustworthy generals on each border to strengthen our defense and focus on foreign policy with the help from the Prime Minister and Eric. The military regarded such policy as weak. However, it was certainly his only option back then. If my eldest brother is still alive, in the end, we would all just circle back to that. But such a thing is meaningless. After all, he is already gone. However, that is also a chance. A turning point. I will try to answer your expectations then. Within my ability, that is. Then you can use the corpses of those holy dragons as you like. You can sell it to the United Kingdom or you can strip materials from them as well. The Adventurer Guild should be able to act as your intermediary. The fund from that should help rebuild the imperial capital. That was why you killed them. It is one of the reasons. But if I only neutralize them, it will set a precedent. I don't want them to think that it's okay to use such monsters in war again. I could have spared the holy dragons. However, even thinking of stopping the enemy army at the border or how it will affect the future, there is little merit in that. We should be able to keep the United Kingdom in check with the holy dragons' materials as our leverage. If they lost their 3-colored dragons, then it would be one thing. However, they still have one left. Even if we put the dragon's material on the negotiation table, it's clear that they will try to come at us again. Since they have sent out only 2, they should have been more or less prepared to lose them. Even so, the United Kingdom desires the fertile land on the mainland. You also have a hard time here. Not as much as you. I will not be around for a while. So don't count on me. Of course. A country's business should be handled by the country itself. Sorry that I got you involved in all this. If you want to apologize, do it to the people and make this place a better country. That's your job as an emperor. Saying so, I opened the transfer gate and left. The destination is the inn where Sebas is waiting for me. There, I sunk down on the bed immediately after I changed my clothes. You look tired, sir. Well, yeah. I used too much magic power. Then should you not prevent Prince Gordon from escaping now? You think he will be harder to take down once he gets away? The problem here is that such a thing should not be left to Silver. With my current magic power, I can't capture him while guaranteeing his life. The only thing I am capable of now is killing him. For Gordon, getting killed by Silver might be salvation instead. Even without the complaints from the guild or the other SS rank adventurers, it would be a bad idea to kill Gordon as Silver. He needs to be the vessel that bears the grudges of the people in the imperial capital. Whether it be killing him or capturing him, it would be best for someone who belongs to the Empire to do it. The traitor that caused so much damage was killed by an adventurer. The people of the imperial capital will not be satisfied with that. They might be fine if it's Silver, but they will have some dissatisfaction within themselves somewhere. Besides, if Silver takes care of everything for them, the people's hearts will be distanced from the imperial family. If the people start saying that they want Silver as their emperor, then I don't know for what purpose I have been fighting for. That is certainly true. Even though you have moved to prevent the destruction of the empire, you will end up splitting it up instead. Forgive me, sir. I have overstepped my bounds. It's okay. It is true that killing him is an easier way. With a small number of men under her command, even Lizaranu wouldn't be able to hunt him down. Gordon's force will surely recover in the north. The time to take him down will be the next battle. There will be more sacrifices. I know that well. But I can't stop now. If we can defeat Gordon, Leo will be on par with Eric. No, we have to use this chance to overtake him. From now on it will no longer be only a succession war. The difference between us and Eric will not be overcome so easily. This is the fastest way. Is it not too hasty, sir? William is an honorable warrior. A person like that recognized Gordon as his friend. In other words, Gordon used to be someone who was deserving of his recognition. But what has become of him now? I thought that he only showed his ugly side to us, his family, but that's not it. With this incident, I am convinced. There is certainly something strange going on in this succession war. There's something lurking behind the scenes. But I can't say what it is for sure. That's why I have to end this as quickly as possible. When I said that, intense drowsiness attacked me. The backlash finally came here. When you spend a large amount of magic power, your body will seek sleep to recover it. This is especially true for those with more magic power than others. There are many things I want and need to do. The Adventurer Guild will call Silver to the headquarters, and Leo will have to head to the battlefield to defeat Gordon. I want to help him there. However, I spent too much magic power subjugating the spirit turtle. If I don't rest now, I can't do anything. I will sleep for a while. I don't know how long. Tell the others that I was poisoned. Certainly, sir. Please leave the rest to me. Tell them. Thank you. And good work. I shall relay your message. Hearing Sebas's answer, I slowly gave in to the drowsiness. I feel like I was sinking into the darkness. The scenery changes. It was the scenery of my past. Yes, it was 3 years ago. It was when Crown Prince Wilhelm was about to head to visit the north. At the castle square, my eldest brother called out to me, who had skipped classes and was focusing on a book. "Oh, so you are here. I'm going to be away from the capital again. I won't be seeing you for a while." "Again? Willaniu. As the Crown Prince, you should spend your time inside the capital more, right? It's because I'm the Crown Prince that I have to go see the Empire for myself. And it's not all that bad, you know. I get to see a lot of things, you know. Want to come with me this time?" "No way. Sounds troublesome." "That's very like you. I thought you would say that. If all you do is work, then sister-in-law will hate you, you know? TSK, TSK, TSK. It will be fine since I and Therese are connected by love. If you are going to boast about your wife, then please just go. It's not fun hearing someone else's happy story." When I said that and shooed him away with my hand, my brother turned back with a bitter smile. "Then, watch over the Empire while I am away, okay?" Oh, that was unusual. He had never said something like that to me before. However, back then, I didn't pay it any mind. I thought that it was just a whim of my brother and responded with a bitter smile. "As you wish, Your Highness." Then, my eldest brother disappeared. The image of his back was the last I saw of him. I couldn't stop regretting that. If I went with him at that time, something might have changed. However, I can't change the past. What I can do now is to shape the future. For a better tomorrow. After renewing my determination, I let myself sunk into the darkness again. Chapter 275. Similar people. It seems that the tide has turned her. Can I take it that you are ready to die then? Saying so, Elna stared at Raphael, the captain of the 10th Imperial Night Corps. There is not even a single scratch on Elna. On the other hand, Raphael had a number of small scratches on him. That was the difference between the two. Elna has outmatched Raphael in every way. However, no, I don't want to die yet, so I have no such resolve. Do you think that you will be forgiven? No one will forgive you for betraying His Majesty despite being a captain of the Imperial Night Order. Every captain will aim for your life now, you know. I am looking forward to that. I couldn't fight my colleagues as an Imperial Knight Captain after all. That was your reason. You betrayed us just for that. That's about half the reason, I guess. I want to fight strong opponents. Being a swordsman, such thoughts surely cross your mind too, right? Right. Then I will be your opponent. I won't let you escape. Elna's fighting spirit overflows. However, Raphael regretfully turned down the fight. I was looking forward to fighting with you with all my might, but unfortunately my condition is far from perfect from fighting with Commander Alida, and you are not at full power without the Holy Sword. I will refrain for now. If I keep fighting you here, I will end up surrounded after all. Raphael said so and took a big distance away from Elna. However, it was a distance that Elna couldn't care less about. She immediately closed the distance and aimed for his head. Within a single moment, Raphael avoided the decapitation, but he ended up having a new scratch on his neck. You really are strong. As expected of an Umsberg. Aren't you quite carefree? I thought I just proved to you that you can't run away though. I can. I can't die yet, and I still have something left to do after all. Saying so, Raphael took the distance again. However, this time he didn't just take his distance alone. Many assassins appeared and rushed at Elna. They are buying time for Raphael to withdraw. He has been relying on those around him as he fought a leader as well. Raphael desired a one-on-one fight, but he had always prioritized his goal first. Even now, he frantically avoids getting killed. He is trying to escape. On the other hand, Elna keeps pursuing him while immediately cutting down any assassins that get in her way. However, no matter how powerful Elna is, she can't catch up when a powerful opponent like Raphael is seriously trying to escape while having to deal with the assassins. Upon entering the outer edge of the imperial capital, Elna lost sight of Raphael. Trail of bodies of the assassins scattered along her path. There are a lot of mysteries here. Both the betrayal of an imperial knight captain and mysterious assassins. In the first place, just because Gordon and Xandra cooperated with each other, It is strange that they can do this much damage. There is something else. While feeling that way, Elna sheathed her sword. I wonder if Ul is safe. Worried about her missing childhood friend, Elna moved on to wipe out the remnants of the rebels in the imperial capital. Section. At the back alley near the Adventurer Guild. Eric stood there. Your Highness. What is the situation? I have performed the task as instructed. I see. What about Mother's side? I have sent a moderate amount of soldiers her way. There should be no reason to doubt her, Your Highness. Behind Eric. A voice can be heard from the shadow. In the shadow was Xiaomai. Well done. Many things have gone out of schedule, but I didn't expect Gordon's force to rout. Leonard and Arnold have been more active than I thought, but that is still within the margin of error. Yes. Then, I will proceed to act with that person from now on. I will leave that to you. Make sure to constantly send the information my way. As you wish. Saying so, Xiaomai disappeared into the shadow. Seeing that, Eric heads back to the Adventurer Guild. Eric knew that no matter what happened in the imperial capital, it will be safe inside the guild. After all, he can get in touch with anyone on the continent in an emergency situation, and there is a large amount of well-trained adventurers protecting it. Also, he had expected that Silver would move if something happened. That's why Eric uses the Imperial Capital Branch Adventurer Guild as his base. Good work, adventurers. You have done well, Eric quietly whispered. Achievement of getting the adventurers to move and information manipulation through the ambassador of Sokol. He had accomplished a decisive achievement with little investment. The ending was different from the one Eric envisioned. However, that wasn't a problem. If the ending changes, it is only a matter of adjusting it accordingly. That's how Eric has always managed to maintain his advantage. Xandra has completely dropped out and Gordon is in a crisis. There is no need to worry about his so-called rivals anymore. The newly emerging Leonard faction also showed him a lot of hands during the rebellion. So you have been hiding your claws after all, huh? Arnold. Leonard and Arnold have gained credit in this incident by exposing their hands. But unlike the two, Eric barely showed anything to his opponents yet. Once again, Eric has the upper hand. Section. The East Gate of the Imperial Capital. This place was the most fortified since it was where the Emperor's base was. When the Emperor left the capital, he took the foreign dignitaries away from the East Gate and dedicated much of his guards to their protection. They have joined up with Mitsuba's group and are hiding in the Imperial capital. That's why the soldiers guarding it did not expect that they would come under attack. TMPH, how weak they have become. Don't you think so too? Xiaomai. It is exactly as you say, Sophia-sama. Xiaomai said as she reverently bowed. A red-haired woman is standing in front of Xiaomai. Although she is already over 40 years old, she possesses a youthful and well-trained body. The sword in her hand has no bloodstains on it despite the fact that she just used it to cut down the guards. She is that much of a master swordswoman. Her name is Sophia, the fourth consort and Gordon's mother. She had been hiding since the beginning of the rebellion. However, it was for her other son that she came to the East Gate. You should be ashamed for getting yourself caught. How about you show me that you can break through this level of security by yourself? Conrad. My mother. You are saying something unreasonable. It was the subordinates of Lyslotanyu who was guarding this place, you know. Breaking through them would be impossible, right? Pathetic. You can't possibly be afraid of soldiers at this level. Please don't group me together with someone who almost become an Imperial Knight Commander like you, mother. So, can you help me out? In response to Conrad, Xiaomai opens the cell that Conrad was trapped in. Conrad immediately did a stretch the moment he came out, but there was another person who called out to such Conrad. PL, please take me with you. It was Henrik. He has already guessed the situation outside from the conversation of the guards. Xandra joined the rebellion and failed. As her younger brother, Henrik is also guilty. Then he should go with Conrad. That was his thought. However, TMPH, Zuzan's son her. As expected of the son of that snake, you are just a shameless coward. You want our help. Do we look like we need a weakling like you? PL, please Please wait. I will definitely be useful. What power do you have? If you have something to show other than your sister's authority, then show it to me. That is. Henrik is upset by Sophia's words. For an average boy, Henrik is certainly excellent. However, among the imperial family, he is by far inferior. That is why he relied on Xandra's authority. What should I do now that is gone? Henrik keeps asking himself that, but he couldn't find the answer. Seeing Henrik casting his eyes down without being able to answer, Sophia snorts and continues to speak. Let's go, Conrad. Xiaomai, take care of that useless trash. Are we leaving Henrik behind? Of course, what use does he have? I don't know if he will be useful, but I can't stand to leave him. So please go on ahead, I will stay behind. What? Sophia stopped her feet at Conrad's words. She then strongly glared at Conrad. Are you serious? I am. I have become friends with Henrik since we were locked up together, and even if we have different mothers, he is still my brother. I can't abandon him, right? Conrad Aniu. Henrik was moved to tears. Seeing that, Xiaomai urged them to hurry. We do not have time, madam. Let's bring His Highness Henrik with us. Conrad, you will take responsibility for him, right? Of course. Then come. Saying so, Sophia turns back. Seeing that, Conrad smiled and reached his hand out to Henrik. We've got the permission. Henrik. Thank you. Thank you. This Henrik will definitely repay this debt. It's all right. With such a conversation, Conrad and Henrik left the room first. He really is evil. Seeing the smile on Conrad's face, Xiaomai muttered to herself. Unseen by others, the smile on Conrad's face was a smile of bottomless evil. His smile somewhat resembled Ul's. End of Volume 7.